And she's like,
It would happen once. She'd peg you and leave you.
and that's exactly what I said. I said, because first of all, I don't want that. Okay, I'm not into that. Second of all, you wouldn't even be attracted to that. So don't act like, I know this is a test. Don't do it. Like, it's just weird. And then and then I'll hang out with her and her friends sometimes. That sucks. But like they'll have conversations about. Just the other day, one of her friends were talking about, there was a there was a guy she was talking to, and she figured out from one of his exes that he wore like a butt plug, but it had like a tail on it, and would like wear that during, intimacy. And she was just like, oh, after I heard that, she was talking to this guy for months, and she just stopped, like, done. After it's like, yeah, guys fall for this, like, be more feminine thing. It's a scam. One of the biggest scams, actually.
Yeah, well, I don't even think the point is to really I don't think the point is to actually feminize men per se. I think that's an added side effect. But I think the fundamental goal is to get people to look at reality and say, that's not real. Right? There's no such thing as men and women. Men and women are the same, like that sort of crap, right? Where you're just denying just like objective reality right to its face. Like if you can get people to deny that fundamental reality of human life, that there's such a thing as men and women, that there's two sexes, if you can get people to deny that, then you can get them to deny any fucking thing.
You canceled, you're done. That's it.
Yeah, YouTube's toast. I said men and women. I meant to symbolically. Like I don't even know what to say. Like, but seriously, if you can get people to deny that like men and women are a thing and that there's some mental construct in our heads, you can get people to just like go with anything.
Yeah, is it just a coincidence too that the sun and the moon are kind of like a masculine, feminine thing? It's like the moon has 28-day cycles of like, that's, women's menstrual cycles. It just matches up perfectly. It's like the moon's the more calming, sleep time element, the submissive, and the sun's just like this burning masculine energy. That's kind of like just, speculation, but you know what I'm saying. It seems like everything points to like this divine creation, but I guess everything's just a coincidence. That's another part of the globe, right? If it's just evolution and humans are the top of the evolutionary cycle or the chain, it's like the next step, it's all just, up to you to make up what reality is. Whereas if it's like, it is created, there is a reason for things. There is objective truths. That when the Earth isn't just random accident. At least I think so.
Yeah, I think we've gone far enough with this topic. Like, I don't want Helio to lose his channel. And it's kind of off topic. But, I mean, the fundamental idea isn't even like the fundamental idea is really just how peer pressure can get people to deny objective reality, just right to its face. And this has been studied. We were talking about it earlier. What do they call it? The Asch social experiments, where
Solomon Asch,
yeah. So like, what blows me away is that people that know about the results of these experiments think that somehow they're immune to them.
Yeah, it's funny about that.
And the more intelligent they are, the more immune they think they are. But what the experiments found was the more intelligent you are, the more likely you are to be a freaking dupe.
Right. That's even what Socrates says, like, way back when. He's like, the only reason the prophet said that I was the smartest in the town is because I admit that I know nothing. So it's like these people who have egos, really, that's the enemy of knowing.
Yeah, and then there's the experiment where they put people on the other side of a thing. They said this is going to give you a shock, and it had a dial, right? And they would turn the dial up. The person on the other side was an actor, and they would shock the person. The person would scream, "Ah, stop! Help! You're killing me!" And like they'd go through all this, and the lab tech would be okay. Turn up the dial, do it again, and the person would go, well, he's in a lot of pain. Maybe this isn't the right thing to do. And they would say,
Right.
just carry out the experiment. They found out the higher the IQ, the more likely they would go to the maximum. They would go all the way up, even though they thought the person on the other side was being nearly killed. Right?
Wait, why? Why is that? That's interesting.
Because, well, I shouldn't say IQ. I don't know if it was an intelligence test they gave them. Maybe the thing was more educated. The reason could be, and this is speculation, that to become more educated, you have to be more of a conformist than somebody that is not educated. Right?
Gotcha.
So to get to like PhD level, that's a lot of levels of conformity. You got to have conformed in high school, conformed as a underclassman, conformed as a upperclassman, undergraduate, and you have to conform. You know what I mean? And then you get to a job, it's a Fortune 500 company, and now you got to conform to the corporate frickin' lifestyle. Like, you're a conformist. You mold yourself into any situation. You're a yes man. You just follow orders.
Indio, I know these tests. What's the name of these tests that were done again?
I thought they were part of the Stanford prison experiment.
I remember that one very well.
Yeah, there's the ASH social conformity experiment, and then that's ASCHE, and then there's the Stanford prison experiment. So I can't remember that the electric shock one was what the name was, but it might have been conducted by the same people who did the Stanford prison experiment.
Stanford prison experiment is great. I saw it. I'm not familiar with the ASH social experiments. I have to look into that one. And you know about the rat or the mice test, the rat test, where they gave the rats everything they needed and what happened to them?
Yep.
Cocaine rats?
No, not the cocaine rats. These were a set of rats that they provided everything that the rats would need, so that the rats wouldn't have to work to do anything.
Milgram, thanks.
What happened to their offspring?
They basically killed them.
What happened?
Their offspring became narcissistic, and other ones became super aggressive, and that was the nature of the offspring. They wouldn't do anything. They just ate until they were super content. They had no purpose, and so one set of rats became super aggressive, would attack all the other rats and to death. And one set of rats became super narcissistic and would just prune and preen all day and just eat.
So which rats became hyper aggressive?
That I did not parse out all of those details, and I'm not even sure if they explained to that degree. But
or maybe it was the same environment.
Everything that they needed, yeah.
Yeah, so like some in this environment, some became lazy and some became super violent because they were like it. Were they like? Yeah, that's interesting. Huh. That says a lot about human nature.
Yeah, that's
That's about nature in general, right? Nature in general. You need a purpose. It seems you need a purpose.
Well, there's like I'm sure you've worked a job, right, where there's people that are hyper industrious and they're doing all the work, and then there's lazy fucks riding everyone else's coattails.
Just like in school.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like what Dostoevsky says, right? He's like, shower on him every blessing, drown him in a sea of happiness, give him economic prosperity, such that he should have nothing else to do but sleep, eat cakes, and busy himself with the continuation of the species, and even then, out of sheer ingratitude, sheer spite, man would play you some nasty trick. So yeah, basically saying the same thing. It's like, dude, give him everything he wants so that he has no goals, basically, just like that rat experiment. And he's gonna pretty much just make up some, go to war. You're gonna wars, fights, suicide, whatever, just to give you some excitement in life because you have nothing to live for.
Well, I mean, I once heard that an idle mind is the devil's workshop. Heard that once somewhere.
Absolutely, I've heard that as well. But all of that feeds into my social position that in this generation, somehow my generation, Generation X, messed up by not letting our children face enough adversity. Not
Yeah.
letting them know that life comes with bumps and bruises, and we've coddled them, and they're scared to go out there and get their bumps and bruises. And when they face adversity, they don't know how to handle it, which is why you multiple shootings and great violence, right? It's easier for a 6-year-old to get punched in the eye than it is for a 16-year-old. Okay? So I think that you got to stop coddling these children, let them face their adversities, get them out there in the physical world, get them from in front of the screens for so long, and let them build up their social, necessities. So that's one of my platforms that I speak on a lot.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, the social dynamic is so different than it was in the past. It's like, how do we create the same behavior we did in the past with a completely different social dynamic, right? Because the family dynamic was more important, right? You didn't want to bring dishonor to your name, your family, your mother, right? I mean, I remember when I was a kid, like how many times I heard, "What would your mother think?" The fucking kid just like shrinks and shrivels into a because the idea of embarrassing their own mother. But now it's like mothers aren't respectable in the first place. It's like, what would your mother think? Who cares? She's a hoe.
Right. Like all my friends in high school can see her on OnlyFans for $5. Like, yeah. Yeah, dude. That's crazy.
She belongs to the streets.
But even if they're, I mean, that was pretty good. But
Be done.
people should still have some honor and some pride, and it should matter what your mothers think, and your mother should not be introducing you to the shit that they introduce you to today's partner language. But yeah, you are true about this. Parenting is not what it used to be. Parents are introducing their children to things that they shouldn't be introduced to. Agreed.
Yeah. Well, in the extended family, right? So it's not like you have your, the nuclear family, but then there's the extended family that goes off of that. You don't want to bring shame to your mother, like within your family itself. And then there's like how your family looks to the outside world. So there's like all these considerations that modify your personal behavior, right? Now it's just everybody's so insulated and like anonymous and like, I have a mother, a single mother is raising me and my 2 brothers, and we all have different last names. There's no investment, right? There's nothing to modify the behavior to make people do the right thing just like for social reasons. Now the consideration is, am I going to get caught? Or you made me feel bad, so I'm going to spaz out. How dare you?
It should still be about trying to be your best self.
Yeah,
Right. And
I
I'm
agree
not really
completely.
sure where that got lost. Right. I mean, that's like the goal of it. And I think that's what parents ultimately want. Even when they're sending the wrong messages, they're just too ignorant to understand. Right. I don't fault them. I still think that they want the best things. I think they don't know how to go about getting them. And, and that's a problem. Right. So,
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's intentionally damaging these kids. I think that they're just so ignorant to how things work that they're doing it.
Yeah, I think that too.
Yeah, something I've always said is people only do what they think is good. Nobody goes out and goes, "Oh, I'm going to intentionally do this thing that's bad." Even if it's a bad thing, when they go do it, they think in some respect that this is a good thing to do, right? So even if I rob a bank, you think it's a good thing to do because you're broke, you need money. So you think the good that's going to help you out outweighs the bad of robbing a bank of money. So everybody tries to do good things, right? Sometimes their judgment and their comparison, right, the pros and cons of the good thing versus the bad thing are off kilter. They don't match up.
Agreed, 100%.
Yeah,
Then there's this emotional aspect of boys nowadays, right? Young men. They're just. I have a 23-year-old son, dude, and he's like, dude. I don't even want to say it. Like, he's an emotional wreck, dude. He's
Don't
an
say it.
emotional
Don't
wreck,
do it.
man. Yeah, he's an emotional wreck, man. Anything that's inconvenient, dude, he gets like he's like a teenage girl. Like comparatively speaking, from the way I grew up. Stevie,
India, I get it. You know, I got
Alright,
a
I had to do it.
32-year-old and a 26-year-old, so I get it. You know what I'm saying? I totally understand, and they're different. You know, and again, I say that's because we inoculated them too much. We didn't let them face enough adversity. Too many parents were showing up to school asking what's happening, as opposed to sending your kid to school and telling them to figure it out. You know, so you know that's my opinion.
but it's not even adversity. I wish it was adversity he was crying about. He cries about inconvenience. That irritates the shit out of me.
Yeah, another part of it, giving them everything that they wanted, you know, without tying things to it, you know, without tying that you have to, you know, do certain things to earn certain things. Somehow you think that, you know, things are given, you know, that somebody's supposed to do something for you. You know, you're entitled. You know, you want things instantaneous. You have no idea about delayed gratification. You have no idea about putting in the work. You know, and these are the things that make them, you know, the way that they are.
Well, whatever happened to take you like a man? Like, whatever happened to that, man?
well, no, because
That went out the
men.
window with John Wayne, bro.
Stoicism is dead, man. Like, we used to get paddled in school, and it was like a challenge, like, not to cry. Right? Like in third, fourth grade, like, if you, like, cry when you're getting paddled, you're getting teased. Like, you're supposed to, like, legit, take it like a man, dude. You're not supposed to even cry when you're being beat.
Teachers used to be able to put hands on us in school.
That was a trip, man.
Pick up a rock, son. I don't know what to tell you.
Rub some dirt in it.
Exactly. Rub dirt in it.
Pour a little Robitussin on it.
Duct tape.
Shout out to Chris Tucker. Roll with us.
Robitussin. Put some toasting on it. Toasting on it. You guys ever get mad when you hear like another guy like complaining about such trivial things? I actually like get pissed. I'm like, I don't show it, but I'm just like, dude, like your mediocrity is infuriating me.
Yeah, to be totally honest, I'm irritated by, you know, what's passed into masculinity today and the attack on the man and how we're toxic and all these other things. And now we have a bunch of pansies that want to run around and cry and show their emotions, you know. So, yeah,
Black
I'm not really with that. They're
You
black
remember that
pilled,
one?
red
Black
pilled,
pillar.
blue pilled. I keep telling these kids, stop taking these pills, man.
Yeah.
I took a couple uppers, I down a couple. Oh.
But it's all good, you know. There's a big generation gap because the leap in technology over the last 30 or 40 years was like magnificent. You know, it was like something that wasn't projected. And so,
Yeah.
you know, with this level of technology, it created a greater generation gap than we've ever seen before in any of the generations. It's usually just the music and the TV.
Dude, drugs are killing us too, man. Like the fact that people can't even, they just have addictions now on top of just the basic human like suffering in life is a big part of it too, I think. Like,
I thought
okay,
you
now
meant the fact that I
you
couldn't
have,
get my drugs.
yeah, it's like now you have a problem. Oh, well, I'm just gonna drink it away, or I'm just gonna smoke nicotine, or it's like it's crazy. It's hard enough trying to go through life with your human thoughts just and your brain and eating healthy and
I bet y'all drinking that
it's
wine
like,
too, ain't you? Just smoking them tweeds and everything.
You know what, Tim?
yeah,
That's the one thing, though, that we really can't figure out because they don't even know when wine started. It's always been around since man's been around, as far as they can tell, as far as written work and everything else, right? So, and from the beginning of time, there's always been a way, or from written history, that man has inebriated themselves in one way or another. So I don't think that's going anywhere. I think, there's something to that. And maybe it just has, really bad connotations. And, in excess, anything is wrong. So, I
yeah.
think there's something that we don't understand about it. Something's been going on since time memoriam, in memoriam or whatever. It's kind of hard to say that that's wrong.
Well, so what I'm saying is like it it's hard enough to deal with problems just on, alone. Like, and then you add in like, okay, well now I'm gonna take nicotine every time I'm stressed out. And that's gonna bring me back down to, okay, I'm good now. I'm feeling good. I'm forgetting about all my troubles, boom boom. And then when you're not on that high anymore, or you're not, you're coming down, you're not drinking, reality starts to set back in and you're like, okay, I actually have problems and I'm just gonna keep burying
Emotional
them.
damage.
It's like I'm just
So
gonna keep burying them, and
I guess that's
eventually
to
they
say
just
that,
add up to be so much that you can't even really handle.
I guess that's to say that everybody has problems, rich and
Sure.
poor. Some can be figured out, some can't. People are doing what they can to alleviate these problems, whether it's through physical activity, diet changes, when these things don't work, through therapy, when these things don't work, maybe it's our time to look for something else that's always been around, right? Most of
Yeah.
these things are on the planet already. They exist in nature.
Yeah.
Most animals eat off of these plants at some point. So, like I said, I can't claim to understand it because it's not something that's relegated to any particular group or any particular part of the country, nation, or plane. Something that exists worldwide since we've been writing. So, because it's been given this bad connotation because certain people want to be able to use certain things, to capitalize, to control. Look at what they did, I think, in Portugal, where they decriminalized all drugs. The problems with drugs went down in that country,
Yeah.
right? So when you criminalize it, when you make it like something that there's an allure to, well, that's kind of like the door the kid can't open. They're gonna keep going to that door and see what's in it,
Yeah,
right?
that's right.
And also, like I said, even if you don't have any problems, even if everything is hunky dory, you got your boat, your plane, and everything else you wanted, people still get high. So I can't really
Right.
speak to that.
They just have different problems, right? So let's compare it to like Netflix, right? And I'm not saying I'm better than anyone or anyone's above anyone because they're not doing certain. I'm just saying, so like think about, we know we are in like a slave matrix system. Everyone in here knows that. We're all woke to it. So when we go to our 9 to 5, whatever we do, and then we come back home and we turn on Netflix or we go party or, you know, we take substances or we scrolling social media all day or eating junk food. It's like these are all just things displayed in front of us, kind of just set there, like here you go, to keep us like docile and content with living this way, right? So, you know, I can go to my 9 to 5. I'll come home, drink a few beers with the boys. I don't drink, but you know, speaking from like some other guy's perspective, and I'm good, you know, and I'm not gonna, you know, I don't really have any worries anymore. Everything's good. I'm content with life. But deep down in our psyche, we know that's not true. It's just we suppress those emotions through all these distractions. So that's kind of just what I'm saying. And it doesn't necessarily just have to be drugs. It's just any of these things that, you know, make life easy and, you know, distract you from what's really happening.
So, in your scenario, you go to work, you come home. Let's say you're more proactive, constructive, and instead you're helping your child with homework. Then you help your wife with the cooking. Then you decide to go to the gym, and then you read a book before you go to bed. How is that different than what you said in your scenario?
Because you're actually developing skills, I'd say. You know, you're getting things done. You're gonna come home to your wife. You know, assuming you love your wife, you're happy, you love your kid. Your whole goal was probably to have kids and raise them up right. That's all fine. I don't see any problem with that. You're taking care of your health. So that now you're more able and competent in the world. I think that's much better than the other
Okay,
stuff.
so let's have a continuation there. So that goes on, but then the man goes out to work, has a heart attack, and dies. The other schlub that we were just talking about, let's call him a schlub just to say it, because he's going home and he's having a few beers and he's hanging out and playing some video games, and maybe he got a girlfriend and a kid he's paying some child support for, right?
Yeah.
He lives to 89. I mean, I don't understand, right? So I'm not one to say that it's right to live in the ways of the Lord or in the ways of the streets or in the ways of whatever. But what I will say is that people need to have families, because those are the only people that's going to change the world, right? Your children. These are the only people that are going to take care of you, is your family, right? And if we keep stopping the family and saying, well, the world is too bad, or I'm too narcissistic, I need to think about me, or there's not women enough out here, they need to have these sorts of values, and you never even had a girlfriend for a year, how can you, make these claims, right? So I'm of that opinion. I'm on my platform about building families and communities, right? And trying to build healthy families and communities, right? Not just your nuclear family, but the extended family. Get grandma and grandpa around. They're the ones with knowledge. They're the ones that's going to keep some moral fiber. They're the ones that are going to keep everybody on track. So, that's my idea.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I don't think we differ too much on that stance. I think you're spot on with that. I just say that make sure that your habits are good ones that are gonna even suit your kids, and you're living as an example for what you want to see in the world, what's gonna better the world. Spreading truth is probably at the top of everything, as everyone here probably believes the same thing. So
Get out of
as
the
long as
material
you're
world. Stop thinking
right,
that material gain is going to make you happy. Stop
right,
thinking if you got more than the Joneses next door to you, that somehow that makes you better than them.
right.
Stop thinking, it's about changing your perspective and how you see things. A
Yeah.
lot of people are just living in this material world like Madonna, material girls.
Girl. Yeah.
Everybody want an uptown girl. You better go and get you one of them girls sitting there at the bus stop sucking on a lollipop.
Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah. Agreed.
Because once you get pumping, it's hard to make the hottie stop.
Yeah. All right, so Earth is flat, right?
As far as I can tell, measure, and see.
Yeah, it's fun. Dude, think about all of the coincidences, right? Like if the Earth is from a Big Bang, it's like the sun and the moon just so happen to appear the same size in the sky. The moon just so happens to rotate at the perfect speed, synchronized with Earth's spin, so that we only ever see the same face of it. The moon phases just so happen to coincide with women's menstrual cycles, which is every 28 days. The whole sky is a perfect clock. The moon just so happens to complete its cycle 13 times, before the year repeats. The Earth just so happens to place itself in the Goldilocks zone so that we're not too hot or too cold. The stars in our sky just so happen to go in a perfect rotation in the sky every 24 hours in the sun circuit. Polaris remains fixed over the north. These are all like people that think the Earth happened from a Big Bang. All just think this is a coincidence. And that's just, I don't see how any rational person can think that is a logical position to hold. It's just so crazy to me that we have this world that people just think was accidental when it's clearly not the case. It's wizards. Wizards tell you that's not real.
Listen, I think we are just at the beginning stages when we, conform to the agreement that there's no Big Bang, that's not something that is probable or possible, right?
No.
But I think, we're here in the flat earth because we're looking for the answers to the three questions everybody's looking for the answers to.
Yeah.
Who created, what created this place? Number two would be like, well, what's our purpose? If there is a
Right.
purpose. And the third one would be, well, what happens when this physical world is over for us? Is there something else that goes on? And so the flat earth is just the first question, who created, what
Right.
created, how was this created? Or even if we're not asking how it was created, understanding that it was created
Right.
and understanding, our physical existence and what we have here and what we can prove and not prove,
Yep. Yep.
you know. Um, so, it's a journey and we'll find out at some point or another, I imagine. But I don't think like most people. I don't accept either of the dichotomies as I have to accept one of these dichotomies as truth, science or religion. It can
Right.
be a combination. It could be something totally different. I will be the first to claim and proclaim I don't know. I'll tell you
Yep.
that there are things in both worlds that work for me. And that's the best I can give you.
Mainstream is starting to abandon the Big Bang. I mean, even
Now, who are
mainstream.
they?
Yeah, they're starting to abandon it. They know there's like too many problems. They don't want to start over. I've
Yeah.
heard I watch mainstream stuff, and I've heard astronomers admit this that everybody knows that there's a problem with the Big Bang, but they don't want to start
Yeah.
over
Right.
because they have to start over from what they did with Lemaitre back in 1940 or whatever it was when he came up with the idea. They don't want to do it
No.
and say, "Oh shit, sorry, we just wasted money for 80 years looking for something that didn't pan out. Sorry."
Right. Yeah.
Sorry about lying to you about the moon landing and everything else.
Yeah, oopsie.
Dude, when flat earthers sometimes, like, I get like on this Discord it's better just to stick to facts, but it's like, dude, NASA, if I honestly believe that if all these Globers actually fully saw that like they could go to NASA with their own eyes and see that everything they were doing, they just turned into God or a ghost for a week and went and saw that they were faking everything. There's no way you believe the Earth is still a globe, like, because if NASA wasn't there to tell you we went to the moon and it's possible and the Earth is a ball off in space, no one would believe it still. Maybe some would, because, that's what they're being taught in school. But if NASA wasn't there to say, here's the proof, no one would believe this. People didn't. There was still mainstream debate up until the moon landing about the shape of the Earth. So it's like, NASA's the biggest problem, I feel like. Or one of them.
I
Like,
wonder
if
if
people
people of the Judaism faith have faith in NASA. Considering the history with Werner von Braun and Operation Paperclip and all that jazz. I wonder how they feel about it once they learn the history of it.
That's a good point. Yeah. I saw Jeranism was debating Brenda a few days ago. And one of the points he wanted to bring up in the debate was NASA has like occult ties. And so he was just going through everything, how, Werner von Braun and the Church of Satan, it's all connected, and showing actual proof like this stuff happened. And she just says, I don't care. He, whatever it is. Like, I don't care. It doesn't affect me any. It's like these people are so delusional that you can show them directly that these people are not, they do not have your best interest at heart. They aren't
Those
telling you the
people give
truth.
Globers a bad name, right? Those
Yeah.
anti-flat earthers is what I call them. They give Globers a bad name.
Yeah. I always hear like flat earth YouTubers talking about they get emails all the time saying how they got converted to flat earth because they watched a debate and the Globers were just fallacious arguments and ad homs and just insulting the entire time, and they just saw the different personality types and like, oh, these people, they don't know what they're talking about. They just have egos and they're controlled by, you know, they're just sophists.
I didn't know anything about what I thought I knew when I first got in here. And I was a
Yeah.
Glober as well. So I'm not going to sit here and indict all the Globers, just because these stupid, people like Brenda and FTF fight the fat shirt or whatever, you know. Yeah, no, they give regular folk who's just been indoctrinated by the system that they live in, they give them a bad name,
Yeah.
because when you speak to people on the regular, and they make you approach people differently. We should approach people more sympathetically, understanding that they've been
Right.
indoctrinated and their brains been turned inside out.
Yeah.
So I approach it I approach it gently when I approach regular people, my family, my friends. I approach it in a way that's understandable, digestible. Certain things, water's flat, the moon is illuminated by itself, things like that.
Right. I do too. I agree. It's much easier to let people come to conclusions by themselves because if they ever feel like it's like when you're a kid and your dad or stepdad or someone disciplines you, it's like you hate that, even though like deep down, okay, they might be right. You're now gonna fight because now like something's being forced on you. But when you grow up, you're like, I get it now. But these people are already grown up, or at least physically, and they, when you come at them and say no, it's this and you're wrong. Now you're kind of making this like an enemy out of someone rather than just letting them come to the conclusion on their own and being friendly. Um, but yeah, some people will come into it like Professor Dave and just be insulting and an asshole. So you kind of gotta play it depending on who you're talking to. So
Yeah, just where is
Yeah.
this guy a professor? Is what I'd like to know.
he's not, but it's just his YouTube name.
I know.
Yeah,
Is fake. He's already a fraud.
yeah. I mean, he
I mean,
said
approach
like
real
on a
people
video.
and try to change their paradigm. That's a dangerous thing. People going to fight you violently. And this is why you have to approach it carefully and just can't push a person and call them ignorant or stupid because they're not understanding what you're saying immediately.
Right, because no one said that to us when we were figuring it out, right? It's like we saw some videos like, huh, that's interesting, and started using our own brain, and then eventually we came to the conclusion, like no one was fighting us, telling us you're an idiot, you know.
You know, I was calling you guys idiots. I was like, these stupid ass people, what are they talking about? Let me prove them wrong and shut them up. And then I fell flat and I did
Humble.
more research. Yeah, you know, absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, once you go flat, you can't go back. I have heard of somebody that was supposedly some flat earther that just decided, you know what, the globe is
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah, that
I
was
don't understand how that happened.
Somebody with an R.
Randy something.
Hmm.
Or I think that was his name. Randy?
Ranty. It might be Ranty.
Ranty, yeah.
Ranty.
He wants his steak.
Because of
Give
a
that man
picture.
his steak.
No
Come back in the
sense.
Matrix.
Yeah, it was because of a picture that made no sense. It was like a mountain of or something. I forget what it was, but it was just a perspective thing, and yeah, it was just dumb.
So he threw away the whole flat earth and went back to the globe from a picture.
Yeah, yeah,
Sounds a little
apparently.
suspect to me.
Right, yeah.
I just wondered if like NASA or the government or whatever has shills, running around battling flat earth uh, platforms. I have a feeling they might.
Absolutely, they do. I
I
mean,
mean, Flat Earth Society, #1 Google search. Or Professor Dave, #1 YouTube search. Yeah,
any organization that's combating the current ideas is going to have some infiltration.
yeah,
Yeah, because these globe earthers, they have to bring ridiculous ideas into the conversation, and they get
yeah.
kind of blown away pretty easy. It's you wonder why they would keep doing it if there was no incentive, like to get paid or something.
Yeah, this is like the only conspiracy that I talk about where it's like, I will tell you with 100% certainty that it's not a globe. Everything else, there's kind of some speculation, like, well, who was really responsible for JFK, or how exactly did the Twin Towers fall? But with Flat Earth, it's like, dude, it's all there. It's
Yeah, I mean, I like to say that
You
flat
do
Earth
know
is.
that the towers were brought down by 2 planes.
right,
Well,
right.
actually, 3 skyscrapers came down because of 2 planes.
Well, okay, we can't go too far because yeah, this
One just fell in the afternoon at like 5:20 in the afternoon for no particular reason. Just fell into its own footprint. Nothing to see here.
Let's stay TOS. Let's not go too far
yeah,
off topic.
yeah.
Look at us walking around on eggshells. They've got us trained.
Yeah.
You only got free speech in your house, bro.
Well, then your
Yeah, right. If you have a
your
smartphone, we'll be at
your
your door in 5
smartphones are
minutes.
listening to you. I say, go ahead and come get me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to tell the truth. It's kind of my thing.
Yeah. It's
That's
much
my
harder
deal with
to tell
God.
the truth, too.
I mean, I tell the truth in my daily life. Like,
Same.
you know what I mean? It's just like
Yeah.
important. Yeah.
Yeah. In my relationship, it's like the biggest thing. I stress it all the time. It's like, I will not lie to you. If I think you're starting to get chubby and you ask me if I'm gonna tell you.
It's a nice way to
Dance
say
around that.
it.
Dance around that, bro.
No, I'm getting into personal training, so I just say, hey, let's She's not. This isn't. But I'm just saying as an example.
She's not fat. It's just an example.
Not mine. What? No. But yeah, it's
Yeah.
just. Is
Some
this
of,
outfit
some of these
ugly?
fat,
Kinda.
some of those chubby chicks don't like to go to the gym much.
Right.
Got to make
It's
it a
like.
date night or something.
Or like yeah, it's like you should probably stop drinking as much as you do. They don't like that one, or you know, I don't
Hopefully,
know.
your
Just be
girlfriend is.
truthful. Whatever you think is truthful, always say it, because the end result, even if it's something that hurts you, it's still gonna be better in the long run. Speak truth.
Yeah, people just. I think they expect. You know, ever seen that movie Liar Liar with Jim Carrey? I
Oh
think
yeah,
people
this
just
pen is red.
yeah.
This
Um,
pen.
they don't believe they can live without lying all the time, and it's just a choice. You could just say, you know what, I'm not going to lie again, God.
Right,
I don't want to be a liar. I want to go to
right.
heaven.
Yeah, hopefully.
I know.
There's something.
Some people like a full woman, like that painter Rubin.
What? I didn't hear you.
What kind of woman? A hoochie mama?
I said some people like full body women like that painter Rubin, right? The painter Rubin. Familiar with Rubin? Maybe
Reuben? I'm not
Rubenesque.
getting you. I know a Reuben.
Rubenesque. No. Okay.
Rubenesque.
It's
Oh,
too
okay, like a
smart for
painter.
us,
Ruben's his name.
Yeah, it's a painter, Reuben, and he would paint chubby women, right? Out in the
Oh,
out in the field, like three naked chicks and a dude or something.
gotcha. Didn't know the context.
Rubenesque. Yeah, that's the word you don't hear too much. Yeah, I like a little meat on their bones. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
They can't be too
I
skinny.
like I like some thickness though. Yeah, there's a
Some
limit,
people want the Alfa Romero, some people want the Yukon. It's all good.
Yeah, that's right. Some people like pushing for the pushing.
You know, a lot of these kind of skinny chicks have no titties.
Jeez.
Okay, maybe we should change the course of the conversation.
We were talking about flat Earth, not flat broads, right? Let's get back to it.
Right.
Oh, stop body shaming, guys. Come on.
Yeah. Terrible. I apologize.
You come on, Kentucky Fried
Everybody needs
Chicken.
love. I wouldn't turn them away either.
Come on, Colonel Sanders. You got
I like
obese
the thicker
people coming
ones.
into your restaurant
I don't like
all
the
the
thin ones
time.
because those are too
That's right.
flaky for me. So I like the thicker ones.
Colonel
like-
Sanders over here is making them all thick with this chicken.
That's right. My greasy chicken.
Oh, giving them heart attacks the way he likes it.
I haven't eaten Colonel Sanders for years.
Me neither. Or no, it was last year actually.
Not that it's not pretty tasty.
Right, but it's just bad for you.
Wouldn't mind a 2-piece meal right about now. With those mashed potatoes they have.
Finger looking good. No, isn't that KFC? Yeah.
That's right.
Oh, I just want to say this since you're talking about overweight people. You make a
Oh.
mistake to think you can exercise a bad diet away. You can't. It's not
No.
possible.
No. Yeah, it's calories in, calories out.
Yeah, if you look at how much how many calories exercise actually burns, it's really, really low.
It's yeah,
Like
super
if
low.
you play like 2 hours of basketball, that's only 500 calories.
If that, if you're even being, running enough, if you're even jumping.
Exercise
That-
helps with a bad diet. I understand and I agree. You can't run away from a bad diet and you'll never be in your peak performance. But
Yeah.
you can be relatively healthy with a bad diet. Unfortunately,
Well,
I mean,
you
fortunately,
can be in good shape.
yeah,
Yeah.
relatively healthy, depending on how bad your diet is, because
Right.
bad diet is kind of like, okay, that's open, you know. But yeah, if
Right.
you're like supersize me type guy, then that's a problem.
You ever see that
what I mean
documentary?
by bad diet, I mean hyper processed food where like the carbohydrates are basically fucking atomized, right?
What does
I
that
don't
mean?
know. Yeah, tell us about atomized.
Like, yeah, what do you mean by atomized?
It's okay if you don't know.
India,
Gotta
are you
tell us.
having problems with your mic? Because I think they're talking to you. He's probably having some mic problems.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's all good.
fortunately, conveniently.
Yeah, I'm taking a nutrition course right now. I know that mainstream shit's gonna be a little off, but yeah, I mean, they even say in there too, like, there's not all diets are created equal, you know? This is kind of the theory I've always had, and they threw this in there in the study guide, was like, and I've heard Max bring this up too, is like, you were going to be born into an area and then you were going to live off that food that that land produces. So that was actually one of the diets in there, was like, local to your, where you were born, sort of thing. What am I trying to say?
Yeah. What are you trying to say?
No,
Okay.
I understand what he's trying to say. That diets come in different forms depending on your region and a
Yeah.
bunch of different other factors.
Yes, thank you.
And so
Clarification.
they dairy is actually not recommended in most diets around the world.
Yeah, I heard the Far East they don't drink milk over there.
I've heard.
They
I
don't
mean,
like
just
cheese,
think of,
that's for sure.
Well, in Mongolia, they drink plenty of yak milk. They don't have a whole lot of access to water. If you look at how these Mongolians live, the horse racers and the hawk breeders, they live primarily off of yak milk as their main liquid. They
Oh
have
wow,
very little access to water.
those
yeah,
yaks are
I don't know
mighty
very much.
important over there.
Yeah,
They use them as beasts of burden and they milk them.
yeah, yeah. I don't know. I just try to be generally healthy. I don't, you know, I just try to get a certain amount of calories and a decent amount of protein, and just kind of the general
Absolutely.
amount. The general amount of like what we're supposed to have. I'm not like getting super specific where it's like I need to get the scale out and
Yeah,
measure on my. Yeah,
that's
if
too
The
you're like
much.
a
best diet is the
bodybuilder,
absence of processed foods, right? Those are the best diets where food is food, where you don't have to read anything on the package to see what it is, right? That's the best diet. Whatever region you're in, if you're ending up reading what's in your product, it's probably not real food.
Oh
stick to
yeah,
the outside of the store is my motto. So like the outer walls, the fresh foods like all around the side instead of like the
yep.
middle aisles. It's the best way to do it.
I know. When you think about it, just about everything in a grocery store is probably not good for you.
Well, right, but you can go to like organic and farmers markets and stuff, and I don't always do that. Sometimes I got to go down to Walmart, but like, I try my best.
Bro, I used to have a problem with processed food. I used to eat so much of it, but somebody told me to eat whole foods, like in its
Yeah,
natural form. So I've been eating a lot of salads and oats and stuff like that.
yeah.
Bro, I'm full. Like I don't be hungry all the time like with processed food.
Hmm.
Right, and with processed food too, it's like, and you go and like you don't eat for a minute. It's not actually because you're hungry, you're starving. It's because you have there's like addictive properties in some of these processed foods that's like
Yeah, that's
making
right.
you want to come back to it.
I
They
kind of
spend
have a
billions
theory
of
about
dollars
that.
in research and development to figure that out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can make something at home, even if it's processed. You can make it at home. You can get the same thing at fast food, and it tastes way better. I feel like that's the
Right.
chemicals they putting in it, bro.
Yep. That's right. McDonald's, what was it? They have like aluminum in their in their salt. Hold on, let me.
Well,
Yeah,
you
something like
take
that.
a McDonald's hamburger and you could like set it on a paper plate on your dresser for like a year, and it wouldn't even get mold on it. It just sits there like the first day you put it there.
Dude, someone was just telling me the other day that they poured molten like lava on on a McDonald's cheeseburger and nothing happened to it. Just like beat it off of it. Dude, that's so gross.
It's so weird.
What I was saying about like atomized carbohydrates is that they take the grain, like, wheat, whatever, and they grind it up so finely that it has a higher bioavailability and you absorb more of the carbohydrates out of the flour than you would normally, as if it was like stone ground or something like that, right?
Hmm. Into
Yeah.
a dust almost.
Yeah, basically, they basically atomize it, right? So the absorption is based upon the surface area of the individual
I see what you're
particles.
saying.
So you have more surface area, so you have a higher absorption. So
Yeah.
eating 100 grams of carbohydrates that is finely ground versus coarsely ground, you're obviously you know, you're gonna pass more of the coarsely ground stuff without absorbing the nutrients out of it.
You guys know
Yeah.
this guy Jordan Peterson?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I saw a video and he was talking about his diet. He says he
He
eats
only eats
only
red
meat
meat.
and
Yeah, I've
salt,
heard
and
that.
he drinks water. And the guy's like, "Is what, you never veer from that at all?" He's like, "No, never."
He looks and he doesn't
You need
look
to
bad
clean
for
your
his age.
room. It's a reflection of your internal state. Your floor is not curved. It's a reflection of the state of the earth.
The floor is not curved.
Dude, that's fucking great.
Yeah, I like that guy. I like that guy.
The floor is not.
Yeah, I cannot sign off for
yeah.
anybody that just relegates themselves to one product, when that's not what the earth is. I
Yeah,
think,
it
in order
sounds
to have
crazy.
the most nutrients, you have to have an abundance of different types of foods.
He's probably got a whole spiel. He could tell you why he does it. Why it works for him. I don't know. He seems pretty healthy.
They all got a spiel, whether you're preaching that one or you're preaching veganism or you're preaching whatever, they all got a spiel.
Yeah,
I
of
don't agree
course.
with
Right.
Yeah, I'm sure he's well
Yeah,
thought out
uh,
about it.
Dude,
the thing
everything
is,
can work.
his daughter had a serious disease, and
Yep.
doctors weren't figuring out how to help her, and so they changed their diet in desperation, and it helped her. So he tried it, and it helped him, and so that's how it goes. Uh,
And Dre,
for different
Dre,
people get help by different things. It's very person dependent.
yeah, Drace, do you remember she had a
would
TED
agree.
talk about that and they like deleted it.
Celiac disease. It's called celiac
Yeah.
disease. It's a stomach
Yeah.
problem, intestinal problem.
Yeah,
Allergic to
his daughter
these
had a
things
whole
like
TED
that.
talk on that. She had a whole TED talk talking about how it cured her like supposedly uncurable disease and they couldn't figure anything out. She changed her diet, had a TED talk about it, and they took it off. Like they deleted it.
Mm.
Well, there's a
Very
theory that celiac disease is actually caused by parasites. So if the parasites are living off of sugar and you cut sugar out of your diet, like carbohydrates, then obviously you're going to get better. It's not really the meat making you better. It's just omitting the other things.
right.
Sugar is the
Just
drug that they don't
Right.
talk about, right? That's the first drug that they get you hooked on, and they don't tell you that it's a drug. You have withdrawal symptoms when you decide to give up sugar. Real withdrawal symptoms, physical.
Yep.
Yeah, I know people like Eric Dubay talk about just veganism is like the best way, and I don't know exactly. He's right about a lot of things. I don't know. Maybe that's me not wanting to give up meat or something, but I just don't know. It
I
seems
know
like
I
we
think
have
we are
canine.
omnivorous for a reason. I think we are omnivorous for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, we have like canine teeth, right? Like chewed through like meat. It seems like. So I don't know.
I think we've lost touch with the art of fasting. I think some cultures still have, they still practice it pretty well, but sometimes refraining from food for like a small period of
Yeah,
time can do a lot for your body.
I just
Fast
did
all the
it for
time. That's what we do is fasting. Fasting all the foods. Fast foods. Get it?
yeah, I just did it the other day for the first time for 3 days. I felt
Wow.
great.
you
And
went three.
my girlfriend was like, yeah, honestly, I didn't eat anything in between. She's like, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? She was like all concerned. Like, no, you don't get it. It's fine. It's good for you.
Well,
Oh
that must
yeah,
have
you're
been
gonna get.
hard. I mean, that sounds hard to me. Just like, okay, 3 days, I'm not going to eat anything.
Yeah. For me, it was I got a crown and a root canal. So
Hmm.
like obviously at first like I just didn't want it would hurt if I chewed. So I was like, whatever, I'm just gonna not eat. And then after a day, I was like, huh, I haven't eaten anything. Like I feel a little better, but I'm still gonna just see how far this goes. Because I was actually watching a Witsit, Austin Witsit had a video talking to some guy, and I've already heard this kind of ideas, but about fasting and homesteading and all this, and
Right.
all the benefits. And I was like, damn, I'm just gonna try it, whatever. And then yeah, it was, and yeah, it was good.
Oh, cool.
And then finally, I was like, ugh, beef jerky, give me it.
What was the first thing you ate?
It was beef jerky. It was just sitting
Oh,
in the truck on my way home from work, and I was like, fuck it.
well, congratulations, making it 3 days.
I'm one of these
Yeah.
people who don't pour perfume on shit and think it's gonna smell better. I think that, when you take on these things, you have to be trying to do it all in conjunction with the rest of everything that's going on with that. You can't, just do one part of it. Okay, well, I'm gonna take these supplements and not change your diet. You can't say,
Right.
okay, well, I'm gonna change my diet and then not start, getting more motion into your day. These things on their face are not going to have the,
Right.
efficacy that you would hope they have if you're not, utilizing them in conjunction with a more approach.
Yeah.
Well, there's so much information out there, right? As far as like the so-called fitness industry,
Yeah.
right, or health industry or whatever. Like everybody's trying to like. They always have some gimmick, right? Like this is the
Put their
answer.
own
No, this
spin
is the
on it.
answer. And it's hard to like sift through the information. And so like the idea that being fat itself is unhealthy, just to go on what Max said, it's not the fat
Not
that's
true.
under your skin that makes you unhealthy. It's the
No.
intermuscular fat in the fatty liver and fatty organs
Right.
that make you unhealthy.
Yep.
So there's a difference, right? There's fat that's under your skin. Between your muscle and the surface of your skin, there's
I
fat.
have a question. What
But
if
also
like
fat can get
that is to
inside
get
your
an
muscle.
actual
And that's the shit
because
that's
Matthew
really
24
unhealthy.
2 says, Jesus said unto them, see you
Hey,
not all these
Captain Dan,
things.
not muted.
Who the hell is talking?
Sorry about
You're
Oh
good.
yeah. All right. So the point is that it's like just saying, "Oh, I want to lose weight, dude." That's not good enough. And a lot of times when people lose weight, they lose muscle, but then that goes your BMR, right? Your resting, your basal metabolic rate, which is just your metabolic rate from being alive. But the less muscle
Yeah.
you have, the less you burn. So if you just start not eating, right? I'm going on a starvation diet. Now I'm losing muscle and fat. But now because I've started losing muscle, now I have a lower resting metabolic rate. So you have to
Yeah.
do it like Max said. You can't just do one thing. Oh, I'm going to stop eating, or oh, I'm going to do this, or oh.
Right.
It has
I'm
to
gonna
be
go
a
on the
combination.
treadmill. Right.
Yeah, when you lose fat, you got to try and maintain your muscle. It's that simple because you have to be in a calorie deficit, but you have to try and maintain your muscle mass. At least stay at like homeostasis as far as that's concerned.
That's where I struggle. Like I'm struggling to keep my weight. It's like
Yeah, same.
I I have to consume 3,000 calories a day to maintain. Like I don't really understand. I don't think most people understand how much food that is. That's like if you were to, and don't recommend doing this, but like 3 McDonald's like Big Mac meals a day, large fry.
I don't
Like
eat that junk.
Some
no, I
people do
don't.
that and don't work out.
Right. And I'm not. I'm just giving you an idea for like calorie wise. That's a lot of food, and I gotta do that every day just to maintain. It's like
I mean,
yeah,
how tall are you?
6'2".
Your BMR is probably about 2,800 or something, right? If you're like, say you're 6'2",
I'm 6'2".
190 or something.
I'm 6'2", 215.
Oh, dude, then your BMR is high, dude. Like
Yeah,
Yeah.
you
3,000
overweight,
calories
man.
ain't even enough.
Right. That's what I'm
You're gonna need
saying.
like 3,200 calories, man. Like,
Yeah, it's something like that. I was just giving a general, but yeah, they're like 32. Yeah, dude, it's a lot. So a lot of days I'll just start getting skinnier because I just sometimes I just can't do that.
I mean, eat more protein. That's all I can say.
Yeah, that's what I do. I even I'll
Get a
meal
better
prep and
route.
bring it to lunch and
Yeah, try to get a routine and stuff it in as much as you can. That's what I'm trying to do now.
yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. It's just sometimes, you feel too lazy and you're just like, fuck, I don't want to cook.
A lot of
But
vegetables are
Dude,
heavy in calories. A lot of fruits and vegetables are heavy in calories, and they have protein, avocados, and other things. You know,
right. Yeah,
I mean, you
mostly
could buy the weight gainer powder, right? You could drink that.
I'm good on that. That's
But
probably one
yeah,
of the
that
worst.
shit's like, that's just, well, I mean, it doesn't have a lot of calories, but it has a lot of protein. I mean, I guess you could say it has a lot of calories. It's like
Well, it does
200
have a lot.
calories per drink. But what I
No,
do, I get like
like
a
no,
pork
it's like
roast, right?
it's like
So
1,200 if you do like 3 scoops. Mass gainer.
yeah.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of,
That's what-
but I mean, a lot of those calories are shit calories. I mean, you could
Yeah.
just eat
Don't.
fat, right? So fat has like 9 calories per gram. So
Yep.
that's the most bang for your buck as far as maintaining weight.
Yep.
So it's 6 calories per gram for carbs, 6 calories per gram for protein, and 9 calories per gram for fat.
Yep.
So what I'll get like a pork shoulder roast and like fucking like 15 pounds, and I'll just cook the whole thing and eat that shit for a week. So there's a
Hell
lot
yeah.
of fat, there's a lot of protein. I only have to cook that shit once, and I'm good for like 3 days, 4 days.
It's
Yep.
also it gets even better tasting after a couple of days. Like
Oh
it's
hell
just
yeah!
delicious.
Uh-huh. Yeah. I eat lots of steaks, lots of chicken, lots of rice, broccoli, lots of just different peppers like serranos, jalapenos, just lots of fruits all the time. My shopping cart will just be like, 40% fruit. Fruit. Um, Lots of carbs and fat. Good. It's all good.
Just get a big jar of Skippy, dude. Eat like a half a jar a day. You'll be
A peanut
fat in
butter,
no
yeah.
time.
Dude,
Yeah,
I
or
throw,
cream
I,
cheese, or just eat shitloads of ice cream.
I throw like a fat amount of like peanut butter in my oatmeal in the morning. Big old organic, not the garbage stuff.
What was it? The
You gotta
Dunkin' Donuts pumpkin spice frozen coffee had something like 9,000 calories in it.
Oh my god.
Some Yeah, because it has like whipped cream, flavoring, coffee, sugar, like all this crap in it.
2. That's
I
I
think
used to love that stuff. Now I'm just like the thought of it makes me want to vomit.
it's hard to tell your kids what to eat.
Yeah.
Max, I
Oh,
remember.
yeah.
I know you remember back in the day the banana split. Can't
Oh
even
yeah.
get
Of
one of those
course,
anymore.
of course,
Dude, like
man.
I would order them and like out like when I was a little kid, so I'd be like 8 or 9 and try to eat the whole freaking thing. I'd get so sick because they were gigantic back then. They'd be like 5 scoops of ice cream, freaking
Uh-huh.
marshmallow sauce, whipped cream, freaking strawberry sauce,
Chocolate
bananas.
fudge
Like,
nut.
yeah,
That
like
would
it
be
was like everything was
bombing.
on that thing. But you don't want to waste it 'cause it's so good because you know you're not going to get another one for like half a year. So you're like trying to force feed yourself this freaking.
Not like you could take it home with you.
Yeah, exactly. And you're like in the car the whole ride home. Why did I do that? Barf out the window.
If you want some really good food that you can eat for the next couple of days after you make it, I recommend Icelandic meat soup. Basically, take some lamb, you take some vegetables, and you just boil it. A- and you sear the meat first if you want to make it extra good and take all the bones away, and then it's just it's kind of like a meat broth or a vegetable soup all in one.
Beef stew.
Yeah,
Dude,
it's
ham
super good.
hock, dude. Split pea ham soup, man. That's the bomb, man. And like the third day, that stuff is so good.
Yeah, delicious.
Oh, God. I want some right now.
That is the bomb.
You guys are making me hungry.
But Grace, do you guys eat a lot of? Since you're on an island, do you eat a lot of fish there? Is that like a main staple?
Fish and lamb is very common, but we also have quite a bit of beef.
Fish is really good for you. One of the best sources of protein, actually.
Like what kind of
Salmon.
fish? What kind of fish is local there?
We got cod,
Cod are
salmon,
everywhere. Jesus Christ.
haddock. I don't know the English name, so I'm like trying to.
Googling it.
Karma's googling it.
Yeah, we have common codfish.
Is that your
Yeah, that's the
wife?
main stuff here, but I'm not that far away from you, so that's probably why. Like cod and haddock, like that's the cheapest. And then you got salmon. Farm raised is cheaper, but it's not as good as like the wild salmon. Wild salmon is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got a lot of natural wild salmon here. My dad
When they
used
say
to
sustainable, what do
own
they
like
mean?
a part of
Sustainable
a
salmon.
river. My dad used to own like a part of a river where the salmon used to like swim through so we could fish.
Yeah.
How can you own
We-
part of a river?
He owned the land that the river ran through, so he
Oh,
had
okay.
the rights to.
Oh, my water's
You
getting
own
away.
part of
You're like, the river's moving, man. How do you? Yeah, so like you had, because in America we actually control that crap, dude. Like the rivers are like the EPA strictly regulates like what you can do near a river. It's really a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Y'all are still free in Iceland. We're not free here yet.
Well,
Yeah, it sounded like the Native
we also
Americans.
have a bunch of regulations and nonsense. It's just maybe not as bureaucratically constipated as yours, because we have been trying to copy your stuff for not as long as you've been making it constipated.
Right.
Can you do fish traps, or is that illegal? You know what a fish trap is?
Yeah, you
Basically,
can
you
do
make
fish
like a
traps.
bottle.
My dad built a massive fish trap to steal all the salmon. They didn't like that though.
Yeah, see, that's what makes them mad. Like, if you build a fish trap, then like everybody else on the river gets screwed, right? So they don't
Yeah.
like.
So he made sure to like make so that they could pass, and it wouldn't block the entire river, but it was just like a little bit of fish trap, and so they couldn't really say anything.
Missed opportunity.
Yeah, like I only catch the stupid fish. You guys can have the smart fish.
Yeah, it's just survival of the fittest. Some fish get eaten by predators. Some fish get away. It's
Right, yeah. You can't blame me. They got eaten by sharks, river sharks. Yeah, that's I forgot what I was gonna say. Never mind.
Hey, are there rainbow trout in Iceland?
Karma's gonna Google it for us. I'm not sure.
Dude, because rainbow trout is so fucking good, man. Like, it doesn't have scales, so you just skin it and you're good to go, man. And it's so good, like unbelievably good.
Okay. She found out it. We have them in fish farms, but they have also been released into some lake
Oh, and I've got
for. Oh, they have been caught in rivers before occasion.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the deal is here, but they like, so they have like catch and release places. So you gotta like catch it and then release it, unless you're like fly fishing or something. Because
Yeah,
they're
we
really
have
dumb fish. They'll just bite on anything. So you'll fish the river out. So that's pretty much where we went fishing with regular fishing poles.
Yeah,
And we used to catch shitloads of them.
we have a bunch of spots for tourists to go fishing, and there are catch and release places, but you can also just pay to keep your fish. Okay, I'm supposed to read you this. What kind of trout are in Iceland? Most of the rivers and lakes in Iceland offer good trout fishing. You can expect to catch brown trout, sea trout, and Arctic char. We can, for instance, offer you fishing trips to the majority of trout fishing all around Iceland. I know all you need to know about trouts in Iceland.
How much is it? How much to book a trip? I should look it up, man. I wonder if there's a ferry that goes there from like Canada. Or is it really far? Is like Nova Scotia far from Iceland?
I know Canada is a popular destination for Icelandic people. I don't know if there's a ferry between there. I know I went on a ferry to Denmark once, but I don't think there's a ferry to Canada. But I don't know.
Maybe that's a
That's
good
what
business opportunity.
I
Well,
used to think
yeah,
Iceland was all ice and Greenland was all green. Little did I know. Why did they do that?
they named it that because of that reason. Like when they first came here to Iceland, they were like, "Oh, it's a great place," and then winter came and some sheep died, and they were like, "Oh, it's a horrible place. Call it Iceland." And it was kind of to get people to not come because they wanted an isolated society free from the control of the Norwegian king. And so it was like, don't come. It's Iceland. Like sheeps die here, and that was the story that was told. And then
I just
a bunch of people that got expelled from Norway and other parts of Scandinavia ended up coming here because this was like a place that wasn't under the law of the kings. And so we ended up getting a bunch of outlaws, and it became a bunch of problem, and we had to kick them all out, and a bunch of them fled to the mountains and lived in the mountains for a bit. But one of them we kicked out, and he went on his boat to Greenland, and he started a settlement there, and came back and said, guys, I found a new land. It's Greenland. It's so green and gorgeous. You should come with me. And that's how I got his name.
That's funny. I just I was watching the show Vikings, and just last night they like traveled to Iceland. It's like, oh, it's this great place. All the gods live here, and he's like, they're getting away from like the Vikings and Scandinavia, and building new settlements, and then they go through the winter, like a bunch of people start dying. Ugh. So it's funny. They like depicted that exactly.
Yeah,
So how is
we
tourism
really
there,
we.
Drew?
Sorry, what?
How is tourism there? Like, is like
It's
your country
big.
pro tourism? Is it open to
Yeah,
tourism?
we live on tourism right now. We used to live on fish and selling all the best fish out into other countries, but now we live on tourism. Mostly, mostly, and then a little bit of fish.
So now you're prostitutes. Great, good job.
One of
Yeah.
the things we're
No,
most known for is human resources. We have a lot of highly educated people who are sought after. That's one of the things we're known for.
Yeah, we send a lot of our people are used all over the world in horrible corporations and in the IMF and the banking systems. We have the most amount of Freemasons per capita.
No.
Jesus Christ. So where did people mostly go to the EU or North America? Like
Yeah,
professionals that are educated, do they gravitate to the EU or do they
mostly
gravitate to the
EU, but
States?
we do get some people who go to the States.
Because y'all are integrated into the EU banking system, right? You have the same banking system, don't you?
Yeah,
Or is it?
we're kind of like the middle ground between EU and the Americas, and our people kind of float between
And
like
we're
our
friendly with
elites.
everyone.
Yeah, and we try to play this friendly game with everyone. Our government does. So, yeah, like the ADL was like gonna wreck our country as Nazis unless
Uh-huh.
we did some stuff, and then the government was just like, yes, yes, boss, yes, boss.
Uh-huh. Yes, massa.
So like there's something you can't do in America, right? You can't like send money directly from one bank account to the other. You have to do like what's called a wire transfer.
Yeah,
But in Europe it works completely. You can just okay, what's your bank account number? I can just send you money. It don't work like that here.
yeah, that's weird.
Can you do that there? Can you like, hey, someone's
Yeah,
in UK or UK, and just like, okay, give me your bank account number, and you send it to them?
well, probably we could at least do that between each other. I don't know. I've never tried sending it directly to someone else in a different country.
I do know that
Yeah, that's
whenever
weird.
our sister got the alimony or stuff like that from her baby daddy in America, they'd always have to do the Western Union transfer thing in a lot of houses.
Yeah,
Yeah,
weird,
yeah,
weird stuff that
exactly.
we never have to do anywhere else. So yeah, uh, probably it's something to do with you guys that we don't have to deal with.
Oh yeah, because they want like they could. Our banking system is completely. It's a racket. Obviously, it's a racket more than most banking systems. So they don't want you to be able to transfer money directly to somebody else. You can using something called a wire transfer. You have to pay like $25 for that, and then that can still even take like 3 days. It's not even instantaneous. So now we have like these other companies have come around, right? Venmo, Cash App, like, but these are actually companies that are actually owned by the banking system in the first place. So the banks use like another layer to do like to do transfers between accounts, right? But it's like another layer to steal your money because these are not checking accounts and they're not savings accounts. So they gain no interest. They're just like these money transfer accounts, right? So you have no rights, you have no nothing, right? There's no deposit insurance. There's no, as far as I know, they're not technically not banks. So it's just another layer of scam added to everything. PayPal's a wicked scam. PayPal's
Yeah,
just, ugh, dude. They just, I mean, they were all right when they first started the company, but now the company just disgusts me. Just
yeah,
absolutely the worst. Thanks, Elon.
yeah. We only use it just to pay a couple of things when we need to transfer money or pay some subscriptions. It can be helpful sometimes, but that's about it today.
Yeah, but if you want to like run a business and like do like transactions like that, they just like their fees are ridiculous. And then they can just like freeze your account and not pay you back and just do all sorts of ridiculous things.
Yeah.
The same also applies to the card swiping machine companies. I know, for instance, that our local fish shop, you can get a discount if you pay in cash because they have to pay with every single use of the machine. And if you're a local mom and pop shop, you're not going to get the deal that the chain store
Yep.
gets.
Interesting.
So they're paying
So-
out the nose and destroying the little guy. Meanwhile, the big guy is getting a fancy deal because he's also a Freemason with the other guy.
So let me tell you the deal with that because I actually developed. Yeah. So I helped develop an app for Boston University because they were going to a credit card system. So the way the fee works is small places they have to go through like you could think of it as like a distributor. They are not they can't go like do the actual transaction with Visa. They have to go through like a merchant go between. But if you're a large enough company, like because I did this for Boston University, so they were their own provider, so like none of the credit card transactions had fees because they were big enough to deal directly with like Visa, MasterCard, whatever. Otherwise, you need a go between. And the only way to avoid that is to do it the old way, is to use the paper voucher system, which they, as far as I know, they still accept, right? I don't know if you guys remember that. You used to take the credit card, you put it on the carbon paper inside a machine, and you swipe back and forth, and it makes a print, like a credit card voucher. Yeah, I guess I'm that old.
The last time I saw that was on a Facebook group called I Still Remember.
Yeah. That's how you used to do it before like everything's computerized. So these mom and pop stores, they pay like $1.25 per transaction, something like that. And this is like it is this crazy. People don't realize like how much money this is. It's like something like approaching $1 trillion of
It's a
overhead.
horrible leech on the system.
Yeah, it produces absolutely nothing. It's what they call the rentier class, right? They just like they're renting their little they're renting their wire basically. They're like we have the privilege of dealing with Visa and we're going to rent you that privilege from us. We're going to license you like, we're going to be the go between. But we're going to add nothing of value to what you're doing. And none of this is necessary like with modern technology. It's like everybody's trying to insert themselves as the middleman. That's the scam of America, right? You become a middleman in between some transaction. Step in the middle and scrape off add no value and scrape something off.
Parasites.
Yeah,
I
parasites.
was
There you
just
go.
thinking that.
That sums it up. So no, I was asking about tourism because maybe I would like start a business. Like, how hard is it to get how hard is it to get into Iceland? Do you need passports and all that stuff? Can I just like pull up a boat, be like, hey, just walk around shore, do some shit?
Well,
You guys even have a coast guard? You don't
we
have an
do have
army,
a
do you?
we do have a coast guard. You'd need a visa to work here, but it's really easy to get because we got all these leftist retards who are like open borders, take in all the immigrants, destroy the nation. So they'd love to have you here.
I always wonder, do other countries, because I don't know much about anything about other countries besides America. I know a little bit about like Canada, but for the most part I don't. But do most people in the outside of America kind of know American politics and kind of the scams that are going on? And I'm just curious about that. Like, does
Sorry,
everyone?
I couldn't quite hear what you said.
I was kind of thinking like, do other people around the world in other countries like think about the affairs of America often? Because like I don't know much about outside of America. I've lived here my whole life, I know a little bit about like Canada and them becoming super tyrannical. Little about Australia, but for the most part, it's like I don't have any real idea about what's going on in other places, but I feel like other countries know a lot about America. Could be wrong though.
Well, there's also the whole part of a large part of the entertainment is based in America. A
Right.
lot of the Western entertainment. So you're going to culturally learn a lot about America, even if you're not learning it at school.
Yeah.
But our school
Sure.
also has our schooling has decent coverage about different countries and stuff. I would say. I mean, I learned a bit here and there, but most of the things I learned I didn't learn in school. So it's just a
Right.
question of what you as an individual pick up. I think it's also both of us have talked to a lot of foreigners throughout the years.
Hmm.
Yeah, you can really hear it when you speak to other Icelandic people that they have a very distinct Icelandic accent.
Hmm.
I don't have as much of that because I've been speaking with Americans and other people for
Right.
such a long time. It's most Icelandic people can't speak without sounding a little retarded.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think the accent is cute. I would laugh when my boss used to talk English. It was super cute, my old boss. But for an example of this, me and Drace, because we're bilingual, we sometimes talk in English as well. So one time we were going into a restaurant to pick up our order for takeaway, and we're speaking a little bit of English. So the lady behind the counter thinks we're Americans. And
Oh
she
my
starts
god.
trying to talk to us in broken English, and she's like, do you want a drink? What drink do you want with the baby box? And we're like, oh, can I just have the orange juice, please? And, and we talk to her in English the whole time. And then when we're leaving, I'm like, tack alla fyrir dig, gott kvöld. Her face was fucking hilarious.
That is funny. Nice. Yeah, it's really interesting. Just hearing about. I like to always ask people about their what's happening around them because I'm kind of, short-sighted. I only know what's going on around me, and I don't like to listen to like media for, things. So I would much rather just talk to people like you guys that are actually there and know what's going on.
Well, we're Americans. The rest of the world exists for our entertainment. So
Right. That's kind of what I was asking. It's like
even if we
America.
can't find it on a map.
Yeah. Right. I love those interviews where they like the street interviews. They'll go up to people and be like, "Point to America." You see those, and it's like they have no clue.
I like when they say name 3 continents or name 3 countries, and they'll say a continent is a country or vice versa.
One of the funniest interactions I've had when I told someone I'm from Iceland, they told me, "How long does it take to drive there?"
Forever.
Yeah, I
Wait,
was like,
what?
"You ain't driving there, buddy. You need a boat."
Oh, I just
It's
got what you.
Google Maps says it's 2,500 miles away from Boston, so that's a hike, man. But I just looked it up. Flights are wicked cheap, man. They're like $230 round trip. That's a bargain, man. To go that far, to me, that's cheap.
Yeah, we got a bunch of good airlines and a bunch of good pilots, and they kind of fly all over the place. So because we're flying all over the place and we're all about taking in tourists, uh, we have cheap flights.
Oh, but if you do get here, let me know before you head off because I'm going to warn you about all the different tourist traps.
Yeah.
Like, don't
Oh, yeah.
buy bottled water.
Yeah, the tap water here is literally the bottled water that's sold as Icelandic
Except not stale.
mineral water. Except, yeah, it's not stale. It's actually super fresh and refreshing.
Tell them about the test.
Yeah, I have both a pH test and a particulate test for the water, and I tested the water from the tap and the water that I got from the store, and the water from the store was worse.
Wow.
I'll drink bottled water on principle. I'm not buying water. I'm sorry. There's just too much water on Earth for me to buy that. That's like next thing you know, they'll have us buying air. I'm not buying water. Sorry, unless I'm in like Mexico City.
Yeah.
Don't they sell like bottled air in like China in some places, or is that just a
I
Yeah.
wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, I know Japan had a vending machine that sold it, and I know some of that is sold in China.
It's actually a pretty long flight. I'm looking at this. Flight leaves here at 7:15 and arrives there at 4:40 a.m. And that's the fastest flight.
Yeah,
That's a
because
while.
it's so cheap, we get used as a point of transfer for a lot of flights going into Europe.
That's probably why it's cheap.
Yeah, we have a lot of layovers here.
And I bet you if I booked like 30 days out, I could get it for like half this.
Well, if you get here first, you get cookies. That's the deal.
I have to go to Iceland on my bucket list or something. I mean, you could like. Are there any supersonic private planes anymore? Private commercial planes? Or was it just the Concorde?
I don't know.
Because you could cut that flight time in half. Now, the problem with the supersonic flights was the sonic boom, right? But you don't. But because they were. But you don't have to worry about that because you can come off of faster than the speed of sound way before you're in Iceland and way before you're in North America over the ocean. And who's going to complain? The fish.
Right.
So you could cut that like what is that 7 hour flight into like 4 hours and like really increase tourism.
Does it go over the well? It has to go over the ocean, but
Yeah.
where does it?
Well, I'm just saying, taking off from Boston, it's pretty much a straight shot to Iceland.
They might not do it that way, right? Flight paths are always weird. I don't know. Are you looking at the flight paths or something?
No, I'm sure the flight path. Most of them go up to like Nova Scotia or whatever. So the planes, if they're going to Europe, they'll fly up to like Nova Scotia and then get into like the flight corridor and then fly across the Atlantic. But Iceland's like right off of that. So, I mean, I'm familiar with tourist traps, man. I live in Boston. This is one of the worst tourist traps in the freaking world, man. It's horrible, especially in the summer.
Yeah, we got like a tourist trap area for tourists, and then we got a bunch of tours, which are just most of them are just a scam, really. And then
Most of them. There are some.
yeah, there's a lot of very expensive tours that just aren't very interesting. There are some interesting things to check out, and like if you like nature, but I think there are a couple of interesting times that are worth checking out. Like during the summer when you get a 24-hour sun, it's really pretty. That's an experience I would recommend most people to experience. Driving on the middle of my island, it's like a highland, so it's much higher altitude than the rest of the land, and then there's no civilization there, so
Well, that's where I want to go then.
Yeah, you end up with a lot of beautiful nature and cool stuff, and then during the night you get insanely beautiful skies because you're at an elevation. There's no light pollution anywhere near you, and you just see an amazing sky. That was one of the most funnest, the most things I most enjoy about the nature here. I would just go out with my friends and we'd watch the stars. It's amazing. It's
So
really good during the winter because you have so much of nighttime, so you can do it whenever you want.
So
It's
is most of
also
the population on the coast, or like?
Yeah, it's
So yeah,
almost all
Reykjavik, right?
centered
So
around the coast. Yeah, around the whole
yeah, is
island.
there
There's
anything on the northern coast? Is there like a big city up there
yeah,
or anything?
yeah. There's Akranes at the north. We have like a giant ring around the island, which people like to drive. Many families have driven the Golden Circle around the
Yeah,
island.
yeah, that's
Uh,
cool. So that's not where I want to go. Guess I want to go toward the center, right?
yeah,
Is there like a geographical center? Is there like a monument somewhere? Like this is the geographical center of Iceland?
I don't think anybody's made that, uh, but
You
there
should make it
are.
and like charge $5 to look at it, man.
I should. I should. I've been thinking about making the Icelandic Space Agency and just making something on the level of the Indian moon landing. I'm sure I could get like a bunch of funding.
But yeah, the one thing I wanted to mention is if you do come in winter, come around New Year's because we're one of those places where the fireworks are crazy and you can buy crazy amounts of fireworks and the entire city is blowing up fireworks. And the
Yeah.
entire night skies are going to be like
There's no
fireworks.
regulations, and it's just madness. And some years it's just the whole sky is blanketed with fireworks. It's pretty good.
Sounds awesome, actually. The fireworks are illegal where I live in Massachusetts. People go like up to New Hampshire and like bootleg them into Massachusetts. So right when you cross the state border, there's like huge fireworks stores that are like the size of like a warehouse that everybody like drives. It's literally right across the border. So you go across the border, you buy your fireworks and alcohol because there's no tax on alcohol across the border, and then you come back. It's Massachusetts with your illegal fireworks and your alcohol without a tax stamp, get drunk and blow shit up.
Here, the fireworks are mostly sold by either the scouts or the rescue squad that goes and rescues people that go too far into the glaciers or something.
Yeah. So
So
here,
the emergency services sell you guys dangerous fireworks. Yeah.
yeah. So here, what you're doing when you're celebrating things, you're supporting the people saving lives.
And they also make sure there's a lot of safety instructions, and this is taught. Like every Icelandic kid and person knows how to handle fireworks.
Oh,
There's
that's
protective
cool.
goggles. You're gonna be wearing your wool sweater. There's a bunch of different things. Like I'm really proud to see how well all the kids behave. Usually, it's the teenagers that are the freaking problem. They try to blow up our door at work with one of those shooty things.
Yeah. When I was a teen, like okay, I can get the teens because when I was a teen, I would take apart those
cakes.
explosive things and combine them into another explosive, then create my own detonation fuses. Yeah, I understand. Kids can be crazy.
Okay, I'm sorry, but the door is still like black in places. I mean, we already had somebody break through one of our window doors with a crowbar and steal like all our DVDs and a PlayStation or something. Like, I don't know. This workplace seems cursed. I find broken glass in the school lot every goddamn week.
Well, it gets worse every year as society descends into madness.
Yep.
When I was a child, I was the one who was doing this.
Yeah, there's more troublemakers around now than there used to be. I can feel it.
Well, it's been good talking to you guys. I'm gonna head out. I gotta go cook some food. Y'all have a good day, good night, whatever you are.
All right. Have a good one, man.
Yep. Peace, I guess.
Have a good one.
What's the most dangerous animal in Iceland?
What's the most dangerous thing in Iceland?
Yeah, you guys don't have polar bears or anything, right?
No, they get shot on sight.
You actually make it there?
Occasionally, they make it here.
I mean, if you're lucky, they get tracked and hauled to wherever they're supposed to be. But it's more common that they land somewhere where there's a farmer and the farmer just kills the fucker. I mean, he's like, my animals come first, motherfucker.
Yeah, the farmers are also used to like going out and shooting seals and other stuff.
Okay, but I do know that we had a hawk in the local zoo recently that accidentally broke his wing or something, but I can't think of much dangerous things. Like, we have bulls.
Yeah, we don't have anything dangerous here. No dangerous animals gonna kill you. No dangerous snake.
Well, seals
no
are dangerous, man.
insect.
A seal can kill you.
Well, seals don't get to us.
Yeah. I mean, you can outrun them, but
Really
I mean,
nice.
Like I'm saying, like the farmers on the beach are gonna be killing the seals. No seals gonna show up in civilization. There's nothing really that can kill you here except immigrants.
wow, you're gonna get canceled, man. What kind of immigrants? What country do they come from?
There's a few different, many different
I know this
types.
the most thing.
Like, what's
Yeah,
the
you can-
main one though? What's the main one?
Okay. First of all, there was the tide of the Polish that came when they imported the Polish mafia, which also
Yeah,
includes some
but they're white
Ukrainians
people. They don't
and
count.
Albanians.
Oh, Albanians. Oh God, they're worse than white people, but they're white people.
Yeah, but these people don't, or many of them don't really adjust to society. They're just trying to create their own mini versions. Like they create these stores that are just Polish stores, and then we got a whole bunch of Thai people, and we got a bunch of people from Africa, and
Got some Chinese.
You have
and we
people
got some
from
Chinese
Thailand?
people. Yeah, we got people
Is that
from
what you?
all over the place.
Holy fucking shit! Like, why would they be there? Like, you know,
Dude, okay,
talk about
first
being
of
out
all,
of your
the
element.
first Thai immigrant that I ever met was when I was like in grade school. And she's literally the reason why I ended up getting bullied because I stuck up for her. So, yeah, we also I had a Portuguese girl in my class. And let's see, then I got the Ukrainian girl. We've been getting a bunch of Africans lately. We've also been getting some refugees that went through different countries in Europe before they came to us. I'm not even sure where they're from anymore. But we definitely had like a lot of Polish people. I would say they're the majority.
Yeah, I think part of the thing is the government has been stifling small businesses and causing people, like we had a bunch of collusion between gas companies raising the prices together, and they gaining a bunch of money for it, and then only having to pay 1% in fines, 1% of the profits. And so they just continue to collude and make things worse. So a lot of Icelandic people moved to Norway, moved to Canada, moved elsewhere. So they needed some way to replace all that working force, because you could get much higher salary working in Norway or Canada, for instance. So they needed to bring in some more lower class people. So they immigrated a bunch of Polish workers to work in all the construction jobs, which then they didn't pay them as well, and it turned into a whole mess. Yeah, I
Plus, the
don't know
thing about
why.
immigrants is that they're not aware of like their legal rights, right? So if you get injured on the job or something like that, someone that's from Iceland
Yeah,
is going to know what to do. Whereas someone that's, you know, who may or may not be illegally in Iceland, you know, they might just go back to Poland or something. Right? Oh, I got hurt. I lost my leg. I'm going back to Poland to live with my family.
the problem was that I know this because I used to work with a bunch of immigrants, and what they would do is they would work here, collect a bunch of money, and live like monks, and then they would transfer that money back to their home country, where they would buy a house, have a family, and support their families. And so you'd end up with a giant drain on the economy where people are working here, but then transferring all of that money out.
Although I do know a bunch of them, a bunch of nice immigrants that are here and are trying to adjust to the culture, trying to learn the language, and actually participating in society in a proper way.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, one of my good friends is Filipino, married to a Belgian, living in Iceland. So her boy is learning Filipino, Belgium, and Icelandic.
They're trying to replace Icelandic people. We're not going to be Icelandic for much longer.
So where I live, it's pretty much. I mean, I don't know what the percentage of immigrants are there, but at least where I live, I can just walk around and not hear English, like all day, literally all day. Like, it's pretty crazy, and like the people will be white. It's not like you know, it's all like Chinese people or whatever. But I just walked by someone like a few hours ago, tall, white, blonde-haired guy walking with his son. Kid was like 5 years old. They walked by me. He's talking to him in a language I didn't even recognize. I'm like, what the? You know what I mean? Like, dude, I thought you were an American just by looking at you. You know. But it's
Yeah.
that's just not unusual. We have, I mean, like I'm probably like a statistical outlier living where I live because it's MIT here and Harvard and all that stuff. So that's kind of like skews like the U.S. citizen to foreigner ratio, I guess.
It's the same thing with, because we live in the capital, it's hard to judge how many of these people are actually immigrants that you interact with on a daily basis, just casually in nature, because we have a lot of tourists, of course.
Yeah, it's extra bad here. That's one of the reasons why me and Karma are like, maybe we should move out of the main city and into one of these smaller communities, and maybe get her to run for office there, and then we can actually help fix the country because it's not as good as I would like it.
I mean, I already posted the picture of the 3 ladies who are working for WHO, the Icelandic ladies.
What's the population of like Iceland? The total number?
Around like 350,000.
What? You can
Yeah, it's
actually
a
do
tiny
something with
town.
that. Like in America, like you can have great ideas with just 300 million people here. Like, good luck. Like that's a lot of competition.
I know. It's a tiny town in America. If we just moved all the flat earthers to Iceland, it would become the Icelandic flat earth country like this.
It's also, I've helped raise hundreds of kids through my job now, so in a few years, a lot of those kids will be able to vote.
Well, the question is the voting rigged? That's really the question. Does it seem legit, or does it seem like it's
It's
set
not
up?
who votes; it's who counts the votes.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, we
And plus,
certainly
there's
got our.
also the false choice, right? Where you just got like you got the what do they call it? That illusion of a choice when they're actually like it's it's like manufacturing consent where they put 2 candidates in front of you, and one says green, the other one says blue, and you're like, I like green. The other person's like, I like blue, but they're both in the end. They're gonna do
Yeah,
the same thing.
yeah, they generally do that. That's why it's good to start in local small things and work your way up. They have small, or there's certainly corruption within our system here, but there's also it's hard to control because it's so few people, and you kind of know everybody. So if you're in a small town, you know everybody and you know who voted for what. And so the different corrupt politicians live in the different small towns and then try to gaslight and manipulate the people in those towns to vote for them. So that's what we would be up against. We would be going up against a guy that's manipulating his town, and we would have to fight him. And they do use a lot of dirty means. I know this because my dad got manipulated and attacked by these people. They somehow had his computer hacked and were able to get all of his pictures from his computer and try to use that as a blackmailing mechanism to prevent him from ever running from office or trying to get back into the public view, because he was pretty influential for a time.
Well, who organizes the actual vote? Like, who runs that? Like, who sets up the polling places? Who monitors them? Who does all that stuff? Is that the federal or is it local or?
Well, we just have like one real government, so all the local governments take care of the local votes, and then that's tallied and transported to the central point, if you will. But
Yeah, well, who pays for that? Like, who sets all that up is what I'm trying to say. It's like the local government.
yeah, we
So the
got
way
a,
it
like
works
a
here is kind of like that. The local government does everything, but there's regulations on how they have to do the vote. And typically, like the poll watchers, they're like old ladies that volunteer. You could literally like have a marching band walk past them into the voting booth, and they wouldn't even see it because they're like 90 years old and can't see 3 feet in front of their face because they're volunteers. They're not paid people.
yeah, we got very socialist type of government where like we used to have like the electric and the phone company owned by the government, but then crooks got in control of government and then sold themselves all of those things for cheap, and now we're paying through the nose for that. So there's a lot of corruption here. So there will be opposition. I can assure you of that. But how deep it goes, I'm not sure of the exact process currently today. We used to just have paper ballots and people just counting them. They might have changed and upgraded to some electronic shit today. Who knows? They're devious.
Well, yeah, they rig paper ballots too. It's not like that, electronic is any better. There's ballot stuffing that's been going on since they invented ballots.
Yeah, it's just easier when all the people go like, "Hey, I voted for this guy. Why and why did we lose?" And then it was like, "I voted for that guy," and like the whole room stands up. Yeah, I voted for him. Who voted for the other guy?
They should have 1 year where it's not a secret ballot, where everybody has to like stand up and be counted and say what their vote is publicly, right? And just pass a law if there's any repercussions for what they voted, then that person will get the death penalty or something, right? Then we can find out what the actual situation is. Because right now with the secret ballot, you can't figure out who voted. Like really, you can't ever actually check the vote because you can't connect the ballot with a physical body. Yeah, I mean, there's steps to kind of like track it to a physical body, but not really. You know what I mean?
Yep.
When it
Yeah,
all comes down to it, not really.
yeah, it's especially bad. I followed some of the elections of America, and yeah, dead people shouldn't be voting.
Look, the last election I voted in quite a long time ago. I gave up on that pretty early. Um, so when you go to vote, you go to the ward place where we had it was is a library, and you tell them your address, and they look at a sheet of paper, and they see like all the names that live at that address, and they cross you off when you tell them their name. Well, he puts up the piece of paper, and I see 5 names at my address that voted people that don't live there. So yeah, I stopped voting then.
Yeah, there's
Not
too
only
much
didn't
corruption.
live there, they never lived there. Okay, because my girl's family owned that house since like the 40s, right? So it's multiple generations of people that lived in this house, and none of the people that were on the in the voter roll. They're all
Yeah, it's
Italian
kind.
names, in case anybody's curious.
It's, yeah,
Just a
there's a
coincidence, I'm
lot.
sure.
A
There's no
lot of
Italian
weird.
mafia.
There's a lot of weirdness going on. It's kind of like with Act Blue and donations to Act Blue coming from people who can afford to give that much money and haven't not given that much money, and when confronted with how much it's on the record for how much they've given, it just doesn't work out. They gave like $10, but there's hundreds of thousands of dollars in their name.
You guys heard that Dianne Feinstein passed away finally?
Yeah, I mean she's already been dead for a couple of years, so
She's been what?
she's been dead for a
Yeah,
couple of years already.
I heard she worked in. She was pushing the pen when she killed over. She was writing a new policy. She was 90.
Yeah, she was like the Walking Dead. She was a zombie. So like whatever, like she wasn't actually doing anything. It was her staffers doing everything.
What
And now
happened
their
to
puppet,
during?
now their
What happened
puppet's
during?
dead. So what are they gonna do?
What happened to during your retirement and letting other people work? Younger people, you know.
There's money to be made. She sold her soul, man. You don't choose. They choose.
It's like the
They needed a
mafia.
they
Can't leave.
they needed that. Look, they needed that majority, right? They need that senatorial majority. So that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna keep her dead corpse in the Senate to maintain their majority.
Can her post be filled with either a Republican or Democrat, or do they have somebody already?
So they're probably gonna do a special election, I imagine. That's usually what they do.
How do they fill her post?
Usually they do a special election. It's an off-year election. So the governor will make a decree, and the legislature will make a special election to fill the senatorial post. Because it's disadvantageous for the state to have only one senator, right? Running around Congress taking bribes. That's not good for California. Because you need that clout in order to vote trade. Because let's get real, right? Because that's what happens, right? You vote for my pork barrel project, and I'll vote for your pork barrel project, and they vote trade. But if you only have 2 senators, you have less pull, right? They only have to vote trade with one person, so you get less. So they'll have a special election, and someone will get voted in as the junior senator from California. Who's the other one? Is it still Barbara Boxer? No, or is it Adam? No, who the fuck is the other senator from California? I don't think it's Barbara Boxer anymore.
Now we just need Newsom to get out of there.
Alex Padilla. Hold on. Maybe that's not Alex Padilla. State has been represented by court. Yeah, it's Alex Padilla. So he's the only senator they got right now. Yeah, just as I said, California will have 4 U.S. Senate elections next year. So they'll have a special election. I think you can actually appoint a senator. Yeah, so Gavin Newsom can pick somebody, but then there has to be an election, special election. They have temporary representation in the Senate. So yeah, because you want that person to be in Senate because they have a competitive advantage if they're an incumbent. So pick someone from your party, stick them in there, and try to give them that advantage. Corruption, corruption, corruption. Telling you, dude, it should be by lottery. That's my thing. Like, dude, like seriously, if you're a citizen and you want people to have the duties and responsibilities of citizens, then anybody should be able to do any government job that's non-technical, right? So if you should be able to make decisions which are quote unquote for the good of the country. Anybody should be able to do this, and people should be picked for these positions randomly, a lottery. You know how people are drafted into the military? How are you good enough to handle a gun, right? Randomly, but you're not good enough to like deal with the affairs of state randomly. That stuff doesn't make sense to me. It's just an invitation to corruption, and it can't get worse because it's fucking so bad right now. How could it possibly get worse? We could literally go into Skid Row and like pick 10 people, and they would do a better job.
I heard the government may shut down, but if the government shuts down, I want them to cut their own check first before they cut anybody else's check.
I think they passed. Yeah, I think they paid themselves first. That's what someone told me yesterday that they paid themselves already. It's not going to get shut down, dude. Like that's all just smoke and mirrors, dude. It really is. Like the federal government went out of business. We have to shut down. We're going to lay off all these guys. None, but temporarily, like they're going to be right back in business.
I'm still here. I was just making some stuff for my on board.
I wanted to shut down. I wanted them to start laying out themselves first. All those damn senators and congressmen.
They're actually not the problem. The problem is the federal workforce and all the contractors. But you just can't get rid of them. Like, what are they going to go do? Oh, you want to lay off what, like 300,000 people and unemploy like 20 million contractors? Yeah, then what? We can send them to the border to beat back the hordes. There's probably more people crossing the border than there would be unemployed people from the federal government, though.
Do you guys mind if I cut in and derail the conversation?
Problem.
I finally have a chance to talk to the great Indio 007. I have heard a bunch of good things. Welcome to my show.
Go on.
Look, I just threw open my mouth after that, man. What the hell was that?
So how about that Earth? Is it flat or is it a globe?
It's rice, it's kidding. It's flat.
How do we know that to be true?
Go outside.
Interesting.
I love that. Go outside. It's so quick and to the point. How do we know the Earth's flat? Just go outside, man. Super simple.
It's observably flat. It's observably flat, and NASA's hanging on wires. What about the Chinese space agency? Yeah, all the space agencies.
Have you ever had a Glober actually respond to any of the videos of them showing with the wires? So, like the one where he gets pulled, or the Space Ghost one where he's floating in the back on wires? Have you ever actually had a Glober come up with any reasonable explanation? They just ignore it when I present it to them. They pretend they didn't see it.
Yeah, the one where he pulls on the harness from the side. I've had Globers try to say, well, he probably had his pinky in his pocket.
They don't accept that they're on wires.
Or like the one in the back. The one where the guy's way in the back of everything, and he like goes by in the back of the frame, and his legs like disappear. He's in there hanging on wires, and his legs disappear.
Yeah, he
Like,
turns
how do
to
you
a ghost.
explain that? Yeah, how do you explain that? Yeah, you might be able to hand wave the wires, but like he lost his legs in the middle of the flight. Shouldn't you be calling an ambulance? The guy's an amputee now.
And all that damn hairspray. What's up with the hairspray, bro? Like just cake it on. The girls, like the long hair with the hairspray sticking straight up.
Reminds me of the '80s when the girls used to tease their hair. If anybody remembers back in the '80s, big hair '80s, man. Girls had big hair. That's the thing. I know exactly how they do that too. Like what you do, if you have long hair, you lay down, like you lay your head like on a table so that your hair is all laid flat. And then you have someone take some Aquanet and basically spray half a can on it, and your hair will stick straight up like that. Or you flip your head upside down and like spray your hair with while your hair is hanging.
We gotta talk to one of those astronauts at NASA, have them spill the beans.
And find one without a family, because then he doesn't have to worry about that crap. You know what I mean? I'm sure they use the same techniques on to keep them quiet that they did on double agents, right? Use sexual blackmail or blackmail of any sort. Keep people at least be quiet forever. That's some big hair right there, man.
Indio, did you notice Biden's earlobes? Could he be a clone?
I saw his body double. He has a body double. Yeah, I saw it on Telegram. Some reporter caught his body double crossing the street in the middle of the night with the Capitol Police. The guy had a mask on, so you couldn't see his face, but his like gait, he was taller than Biden, but his like walking gait and like what he was wearing, his body frame, everything was pretty much identical. But I mean, that's not really that unusual. Heads of state use body doubles all the time.
So you're not with the clone conspiracy?
No, not really. I don't think they have the ability to clone people. Okay, so check this out. You know Dolly the sheep, right? When they cloned Dolly, remember that?
Yeah, the clone.
So your DNA has your chromosomes have telomeres at the end, and as your cells divide, these telomeres shorten. So even though Dolly the sheep was they took the genetic material out of the nucleus of the cell and injected it into an embryonic cell, when the clone Dolly the sheep was born, it was as old as the regular sheep, so it was born 4 years old. and had all sorts of health problems and died in like, I don't know, 3 or 4 months, something like that. So if you clone Biden, like say when he was 50, the baby's going to be born with 50-year-old DNA, and it'll only live a short period of time, if at all. So it's not really possible to clone anything. The only way you could actually clone somebody is if you had the placental stem cells, right? From the like some people do say it. Sometimes they do save the blood from the cord. They actually do. They save it a lot. Now I think about it. And they were. It turned out that they were doing all sorts of weird testing on that stuff. But you have to consent to it. But they obviously do their little tricks, their little their magic to get you to consent to it by just acting like it's some innocent thing. Oh, we're gonna keep the placental cord blood just in case of this. There's a genetic defect or whatever. We can use it at some other point in time. Yeah, they're taking it because they're selling it. But if you use the cells right from when the baby was born, placental blood, when the clone is born, it'll be the same age as the baby was when it was born, right? 9 months. So you're not really losing anything as far as chronology is concerned. You give people too much credit if you think they're cloning people, man. They don't even know how a fucking cell works. Like how are they gonna clone anybody?
But don't you remember when Hillary Clinton was freaking out doing that your move, and then they were grabbing her, and then the next day she was fine doing something else? That could be your 50-year-old clone right there.
Well, yeah, maybe they were cloned at birth a long time ago. Maybe she's actually a twin. Maybe they have someone just looks like her. Maybe she's like a CGI edit. Maybe the difference in Hillary is like people can change their appearance significantly just from their diet or whatever. Or maybe she's MK Ultra, which is probably it, right? You're aware what MK Ultra is, right? The brainwashing scheme. MK Ultra was a program in which you were on a bunch of programs underneath. MK Ultra is just like the top name, but there was sub experiments underneath it. And we know about some of them, but we don't know about all of them. We know about a small fraction. We know about like 5. There was like a couple hundred.
You got to consider they have technology beyond what we know about.
Yeah, I don't think so. Go to the hospital with like a serious medical illness and go find out how much they actually know. They don't know shit. It's a bunch of maybes.
If your name is Rockefeller, you might get an infusion of adrenochrome.
I'm sure they've moved on from that. I'm sure they got way better stuff than that now.
I saw that movie, The Man Who Stared at Goats, and it seems it's all inspired on the MK Ultra.
Yeah, that was one of the sub programs. They didn't even know about any of these programs until there was like the church committee in the U.S. Senate, and like that's just a limited hangout. Like who knows what they really did? So some of the things they were doing, they were like feeding retarded kids at Belchertown, Massachusetts, which is like a sanitarium. They're feeding them radioactive oatmeal to see what would happen to them. That was part of the program. And then, like, the doctor that was running that, he was like the head of the Canadian Psychiatric president of the Psychiatric Association of Canada, and he was running all this MK Ultra stuff in collaboration with like Berkeley and yeah, a lot of like it wasn't just like a couple people. This was like this program was run through all the like medical schools and psychiatric schools throughout the United States, all the major ones. All the LSD testing, the brainwashing, the lobotomizing, the electroshock therapy, the all of it.
Oh, but it's for the good of mankind, though.
Yeah. Which part of mankind? I think it's good for their kind. And that's it. I know there's some psychiatrists that I think they wrote a book that said like something like I don't remember, it was like 1 in 3 of all his patients showed signs of mind control brainwashing. The thing is, he's a psychiatrist, right? So he's going to get people that are having, obviously, mental problems. So where do these mental problems come from? There's always like, it always linked to some weird stuff involving their parents, right? And other groups of adults doing stuff with children. Not necessarily the SEX type, though. They would like institutionalize their children, like, oh, you're a problem child, right? So we're gonna like send you to our special doctor. The special doctor would proceed to like implement a mind control program on the child. You know, none of this has anything to do with flat Earth. I mean, other than peripherally, very peripherally.
Speaking of conspiracies, so I found out why we see on The Simpsons like shit happening, then it happens, or we see it in the movie where they tell us what they're gonna do and then they do it. The conspiracy goes like this: there's these archon, which are like negative energy spirits, but they don't have a body. They're controlling these Illuminati creatures, these Illuminati leaders in the world, and we have to put these ideas on TV and social media and pictures and movies, and then because we have a heart and a emotion, we manifest them into reality. So we see them, then it happens. So we're the one we're the one that sees the movie or sees the thing and manifests it. And these archon beings that are controlling everybody, they can't manifest themselves. They don't have a physical corporal body, so they instruct that to be put out there, and then the humans manifest it with their emotions, with their hearts. I just saw that this week. So when you see that Simpsons shit come true, because enough people watched it, made it, and manifested it to reality. Pretty cool, huh? I'll post the video in the chat if I can find it. Let me see.
Hello.
The hell? Didn't I ban you, Ali? Or I banned your ass.
What is it?
Didn't I ban you?
When?
I don't know. I could have swore I banned you. Being a generalized time waster.
Yeah, it's a second account, man. The first account got banned from Discord.
Yeah. Well, did you read the rules? Because it says ban evasion equals ban. So see you the fuck later. Don't come back. All right, I'm hopping over to politics. I'm gonna cause some trouble, man. Smack on a Gobi.
What's up?
Yeah, I gotta go over to politics server, see what's kicking over there, man. Man, I hate going over here too, because afterwards I feel like I need a shower.
I get that. I go there from time to time, but I just like it better over here.
Yeah, it's sometimes I just go over and chat and it's like I don't know, man. It's all the same. Except for we have
Yeah,
verified and like we don't have that filter over there, right? So
yeah. That's why I call it lobby VC. It's
lobby
just
music.
like that.
Yeah. It is exactly like that.
How can people that are just so wrong be so confident about being wrong?
Well, it's kind of like arguing with a toddler who thinks they're right.
So true, and I get that a lot. Like, if any of us make them mad, they start acting like children, and just so confidently acting like children. It's crazy.
Well, to be fair, a lot of them are children, so
Yeah, but some of
or
them are also
young
just like,
adults. Let's call it that.
yeah, but some of them are also not, and those are just like not emotionally developed enough. They're just like still children at heart.
They have to be. Why else would they be on a politics server with a bunch of children? I could give a shit what a 20-something-year-old thinks about politics. Like, you don't even pay bills yet. Like, shut up.
Mm-hmm.
They do get pretty bad sometimes. There has been moments when Trace is listening or talking to people in politics, and I get so fed up with them. They end up just putting on music because I need to take a break from the stupidity.
I hear that, man. Like, what do they say? They'll never argue with an idiot because they'll drag you down to their level, then beat you with experience.
Yeah.
I love that.
Oh man, that troubling about lady made me so mad last night, this morning, whatever. Uh, she was just so insufferable. I had to stop myself and just get off. I had to.
Is that the chick that's like the quantum physics person? That one?
She's the Australian lady that says that she was a flat earther, but Star Trails got her back to the globe Earth.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Like, I'm buying that for 1 second.
It's the two-faced ones that are the most annoying.
Man, I don't trust anybody who says they were a flat earther and then aren't anymore. I don't trust that.
Oh,
Yeah.
especially when they go, I used to believe in the flat earth. And you're like, oh, you believe, did you say?
No wonder you're now don't believe because your belief was flimsy to begin with.
They didn't know.
What's the saying? They snatch their own wig off immediately when they say that.
Well, that's like, yeah, I was a flat earther until I saw the Southern Star Trails, and I'm in Australia. Well, you didn't see them until you became a flat earther. It's like it took you to be a flat earther until you looked in the sky. Like,
Yeah. How did the star trails like make the ground start curving when we measured it not to be curving?
yeah, Australia's super flat too. So like, how can you be in Australia and not be flat earther? Like, the whole place is flat as shit.
Well, we live on an island, and most of the people here don't seem to get it.
Yeah, that's almost no excuse, man. Because you're like, no matter where you look, there's water, right? Like, duh.
Yeah, and we got a bunch of islands and stuff at nice distances away that we shouldn't be able to see.
That's the thing. Like, I doubt when anybody in Iceland goes out in a boat, they think that, oh, I'm gonna go over the curve. That horizon right there, that's the curve of the Earth, and I'm gonna sail around the ball. Like, they're not thinking that, right? They're not like.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
never
they're not.
crosses their mind that that's what's happening.
I know a bunch of fishermen, and they're not thinking about any of that. They're just like, I don't want to fall off the boat.
I don't want to head into a storm.
Yeah. Yeah, it's also we have so many fjords, so when you're looking out over the water, you can see the coastline up the water, and so uh, it's very easy to get markers along that water line up to the horizon.
Wow, I bet you. What's the biggest fjord there? I bet you have a. I bet you there's a long ass view.
Yeah, we got nice big ones when you consider the I call it the legs of the sheep. I forget what it. I don't know how to explain it in English because it's like Reykjavik is kind of like settled in on top of one of the legs, and then the leg extends out and then goes up. And so you have like this really long piece of land that's easy to mark, and we have buildings and stuff along that water line.
Yeah. Well, I'll just say refraction. Um. How do you know it's refraction? Because the Earth's a globe. How do you know it's a globe? Because of refraction. Jesus.
Refraction.
And it was so funny. I think, yeah, it was last night. They had somebody on there on that politics server completely talking in circles about the distance of the sun and how that was figured out by using the moon, and the curvature of the earth was figured out by using the distance of the sun. And like you just went in a complete circle where you refer to the next object that you don't actually test.
Yeah, and actually, that's actually wrong. That's another example of Goldman Glover getting it wrong. So was he talking about Aristarchus?
Well, it started off with the Eratosthenes, and then
Eratosthenes?
yeah, well, that's how he's saying he was verifying the curvature of the Earth, and we pointed out that there was an assumption of parallel light rays with an infinitely far sun. But he was like, but they figured out the distance to the sun by using the moon, and it was so funny how he went in a circle, never verifying one thing and using other it was he talked himself into a corner.
Yeah, he was obviously just googling stuff. Okay, so the idea is, well, the claim is the Greek name Aristarchus used the shadow of the moon in the position of the sun, and he estimated the relative distance of the moon to the sun and estimated this must be 400 times farther away. But that wasn't actually the number he used. He actually used a different number, and he was wrong until it was quote unquote corrected by Galileo in the 1600s. So no, they didn't know the distance of the sun. They didn't even claim to know the distance of the sun up until 1780 or something, somewhere in there. So yeah, the kid was just talking out his ass. He just like Googled something, and Aristarchus came up. He didn't read the article and was like, Aristarchus figured out the distance of the sun. No, he just figured out the relative distance, like how much farther away is the sun than the moon, using his method. But his method was actually wrong. So it's kind of funny to me that they actually put this out there. That Aristarchus is credited with figuring out the relative distance to the moon and the sun, and like he was actually wrong. But don't let the truth get in the way of a good story. Yeah, but that's what they'll do, right? Like, how'd you get the distance of the sun? Well, we measured it. How'd you measure it? Well, we used Venus. Well, how'd you use Venus? Well, we used the radius of the Earth. Well, where'd you get that? We used the sun, right? So this went in a big fucking circle.
Wow.
Well, the best one I heard, who said this? Maybe it was Jemsy. Jemsy said this. He said spherical logic is better than circular logic because it has infinite circles.
Infinite, sir.
What's up, dude?
Hey, did
What's
I
up,
hear
dude?
Neil? Was there Neil? Did Neil drop in this here? The guy named Neil, not Neil from Fed, but different Neil from India. Is he in there?
No, I don't think so.
Thought I heard him.
Ali was here for a minute. Ali the Arabian, that was his name. He's
Okay.
been
Yeah, but
banned. He's been banned up 10
didn't go on.
times.
He didn't go on the VC though. He was just chat skanking.
Okay.
And your circular reasoning thing reminded me of a thing I made.
No, it is not circular reasoning. It is globular reasoning, meaning it is superior, being many more circles.
Yes, that one, Trace. Yes. Yeah, I couldn't remember where I heard it. Yes. Globular reasoning.
That's awesome.
I want credit though. I thought of the globular reasoning lane.
Oh, dude, you get credit. You get all the credit then. That's quite clever, as a matter of fact. And it's true because that's what they do, right? Oh, that's a logical fallacy. Then they'll use a logical fallacy to support their logical fallacy. And then when you
Yeah.
call that out, they use another one. Like, dude, you're
Yeah.
gonna run out of logical fallacies eventually.
Yeah,
You're gonna.
and the worst part is once they get back to where they started, they just start all over again. But they try to change their wording or something, so it's not quite the same path. That's why it becomes globular reasoning, because they continue until they just go completely 360 degrees and have a sphere.
No.
Yeah, I have a speculation that these Globers don't like to use globular, and that's why they use round. And I'm like, no, you don't get to say round. You have to use globular.
Sounds like a disease.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm on my way over to this restaurant, man. There's a bunch of flat earthers hanging out. So
All right.
Oh
just
yeah.
thought I'd drop. Yeah.
Hi and bye, Professor Dude.
Hey, what's up, bro?
You guys gonna burn an effigy of Elon Musk in protest?
We might piss on a globe. All right.
There you go.
Enjoy yourself.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm eating tuna right now. Chilling.
I think it's got to be cool to be able to just sit down and hang out with other flat earthers. Have
It's
not been able,
excellent. That's why I'm going.
yeah, I have not been able to do that yet.
Yeah, it's my life.
Let me not lie, because I have, but the guy that he's not too bright, so
Yeah,
didn't get to
I
have.
pity everyone. I pity everyone else who doesn't have a best friend who's a flat earther who they spend all day with, because it's the best.
Why don't you just smear our noses in it?
It's all right.
Yeah,
I'm with you, Flatsy. I don't know anyone in person, really.
I don't want to smear your nose in it, but this is probably my 20th time I've done this stuff. It's California, man. We got 17 million people in Los Angeles alone, man. It's pretty easy to get together, 10 or 20 of us, and just hang out.
So was this like a publicly promoted Flat Earth meetup, or?
Very, very lightly promoted. Mark Sargent put a little video together about a month ago. And then I've been working my ass off. So I would have promoted it more, but I didn't even try.
Oh, I think. Has Mark Sargent ever been in here? Was he in here once? Maybe.
Well, I brought him in. I brought him in one time.
Yeah.
On my,
Yeah, I think he's
on
been
my
in here once.
account. He said he'd come back in on his account, but I don't think we ever sent him the link or anything. So I don't know.
I don't think he has like the fortitude to deal with I don't know him personally, so I don't know.
He can deal
You've
with
seen the trash that rolls in here, man. I don't know if he has the fortitude to deal with that trash.
The trash that rolls in here is ace trash compared to that politics fucking shit you guys have been dealing with the last month or so. Those people are fucking whack, man.
Yeah, they're a bunch of Zoomers, man. You have to take that in like doses, right? It's like chemotherapy, right? You get your treatment and then you're like down for 30 days.
You got to smoke a bunch of weed to get over that shit, man.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah.
Where are you going, dude?
Okay, you got it.
Where am I going?
Lulu
Yeah.
wants to know because she's in Cali.
Oh, it's a place called Golden Road Brewing in Huntington Beach.
I like how you said restaurant.
Well, they got a restaurant. I'm actually just looking forward to having some food right this minute, man. It's been a long day. I'm kind of thinking food before beer.
Right, smart.
But they got a good kitchen there, man. So,
Lulu, go.
Yeah, why
for
you
it.
making excuses, Lulu? Put your party pants on and get going.
Yeah. Don't bro us.
party pants. Party pants. Put some bling on, man. Hit the road.
Hit the bro, Jack. Don't you come
New
back
perspective.
no
Just
more.
going there.
Oh, come pick her up, she said.
She's come pick me up.
And silence.
Go pick her up,
The
bro.
He's like, I don't
what
go to
city?
Anaheim. She said
She's
Anaheim.
in Anaheim?
Yeah.
Fuck, I just drove past. Fuck.
Turn around, man.
Turn around.
Do it.
Just hitchhike.
Somebody say
Do it.
the trash that rolls in here. Was that my cue? Was it you're mocking me?
Ooh,
Tell Lulu,
Come on, you're not trash, man.
I'll pay for her Uber, man.
We're talking about Glober trash.
Oh,
Lulu, I'll pay you cash.
you're talking about somebody rolling in here. I thought you were talking about me in my chair.
What's up, paraplegic?
What's up, man?
What's up,
Look,
man?
dude, you got a coffee maker installed in your chair, man?
The hell no, dude. I could get one of those Makita ones if I wanted to actually do make coffee in my car, but no. I just make a thermos full and take it.
I seen a PC once that had the coffee melter built into the front of the PC, like one of those little teeny 5-cup coffee makers. It's pretty dope. But if you like pour it in the wrong place, there goes your computer, right? If you put the water in.
Yeah, the Makita's pretty cool. I don't know. I'd have to get it to see if it was worth a crap. People got all kinds of fancy things, fancy espresso machines. And the whole thing is you can use a dude. I use a $17 Black and Decker that's like 8 years old, and I'm just telling you, man. It's all about putting it's what you put in it. It's the same. Like I don't know if you know anybody who grows or does a lot of growing. Like fire in, fire out. It's the same rule. You know, it's like you're not.
I got a cheap coffee maker
can't-
too. It's a like you said, $17 Black and Decker little teeny mini coffee pot.
Yeah, I mean, people they get all these fancy things and then they keep putting crap in it. And they're trying to make the slop taste good. And they're just buying crap, you know. So.
Yeah, I gotta order coffee from you, man, dude, because I'm like a coffee freak. Like,
oh shit, you gotta order some.
There's a couple people in here that have tried it. You know, Helio. Oh, there goes my radar detector. Helio tried it first, I think, and Flatsy, Flat Earth dude. There's a few other people.
Helio drinks Budweiser, so I'm not taking any advice from him.
Exactly.
He has no taste, man.
Yeah. Helio probably got enough coffee to last a year. Like I send him a bunch of stickers and a bunch of coffee, dude.
That's awesome.
Yeah. You know what? Where did the dude that used to he was like a road builder named Mike, where did that dude go? I like that guy.
Oh, Battle Mod?
Is that his name?
Right, the one he knew a lot of like old punk rock stuff that I was into when I skateboarded.
Yeah, Michael J.
He
Smith,
like
Battle Mod. Yeah,
he was he hadn't been around for a while, right?
yeah. He was around, but like shit happened. Interpersonal stuff, and I'm not gonna get into like exactly what happened.
He was always good when it came to like talking about when some baller talks some crap, he'd be like, I've laid freaking road for 100 miles or whatever. He just talk about laying ass for you know
Yeah, he's actually been
couple.
over in the politics server because we have I don't know if you know this, but they let you create a guest VC over there, and if it's in the top 10 after a week, they don't delete it. So we're actually the number 2 channel over there. So he's been over there.
Does that mean it's Discord?
Yeah, it's a politics Discord server, and you can set up your
I
own
know. I
voice
looked
channel.
at it because it's all that anybody's talking about lately.
Well, I
Like,
mean, because it's fresh meat, right? So it's like finding the new restaurant in town where everybody can eat raw meat, and that's what everybody's doing. They're going over there to eat raw meat, but they're finding out there's a lot of
yeah,
worms and it's kind of infested. So like you can only eat a little bit of it, and you feel sick to your
like
stomach,
you
and you
need
have
to
to
hear.
come back
Is
here.
that place in LA? They're serving up human meat. Did you hear about that? Like, and everybody's going to see if it's real.
No, thank
Um,
you. I mean, I hope it's not real.
that was a rumor. That was a rumor for a little while. It was on Google, and they said that they got all their stuff donated. I don't know if it was real or not, but
Where did they donate
it
it from?
was.
Ukraine?
No, like people were like, "Oh, well, I donated my body to the cause," or I don't even know, dude. They were acting like actors were going there and having a meal and all this stuff. Who knows? So much nonsense on the YouTubes on the interwebs. You
Yeah,
know.
it got imported from Ukraine, pre-cooked by the Russians.
The other night I was here, Swampy Bear shows up. I'm like, I haven't talked to him for like 2 years. Couldn't believe it. He's like, "What are you doing in here?" I'm like, "Talking about." Well, I've listened for a long time. I just recently started coming in. I never knew how to use Discord, so I've only been in YouTube. Why does YouTube always go like quiet? What happens there where it just goes silent for a little while? Somebody has to start another show or something.
Well, sometimes Helio's stream dies, but that's rare. But sometimes there's nobody in here, right? And we play a bot with like past episodes. So we've broken up a lot of episodes.
Right.
So we play the bot, and
Yeah.
then someone just doesn't like queue it up again to play something
Right,
else.
dude. They love playing the one when the guy talks about that Modus Tollens changing the Black Swan. They burned that one up, man.
What one is that? What's the name of it? Because I'll stop
The
playing
one
it.
that I think Witsit's in there, and the guy's going, "No, you need to say that if Q eats it, whatever the Modus Tollens thing." He's saying you need to say that it's every not every geometric horizon.
Yeah,
that
they're
guy.
arguing about whether it's an actual modus tollens. But he also says the only good part about that, he's like, we never said the horizon is geometric. That's what he said. He said that's never been claimed, which is absolute a lie.
It's literally that's all they did from 2016 to 2021.
Talk about 2000 BC to like 2021. Right? So like there's ancient texts like from Aristotle.
1910 to 2019.
Yeah, so Aristotle, Pliny the Elder, they all wrote about it back then. Like, oh, when a boat sails away, the Earth's round because you see the hull disappear, then the mast. Like, yeah, so they've been writing about this.
I haven't actually heard it, or read it, but I've heard people talk about civil engineers like arguing in the 20s about it. Like, are you stupid? It's clearly not. It's not. It's not curved. Like we've done built all this stuff. Like we're drawing it. Like it doesn't factor into the blueprints.
Yeah.
And you're talking
You got
about
the
like
engineering
all
diagram,
stuff.
right? And they're using a
Right,
horizontal
right.
datum. They're using a horizontal datum that's completely flat, right? On their engineering drawing, right? They're not drawing any
Right.
curve on the. They're making a railroad track that's 1,000 miles long. They're not drawing it on any curve, right? They're just building the railroad track on a flat
Right.
surface.
So Paul is just going to be like, it doesn't matter anyway, because you're just acting like it's flat on your little spot.
Yeah,
I don't know.
it's locally flat. It's just curving everywhere
Yeah,
where you're
right.
not.
Soccer ball flat. I'm like, so it just all the curving happens on land, but on water it's flat. I'm like, just can you draw that thing for me? Draw that sphere. Draw that sphere for me. Oh my!
It's only curving where you're not, right? So like wherever you are, it's flat there. But like wherever you're not, that's where it's curving.
Yeah, it's like the localized sun, except it's a localized curve.
Yeah, they say this. They say this with a straight face that it's locally flat, but it's curving on a large scale. So anywhere you go, it's flat, but everywhere else it's curving.
I don't know if I've told him this, but I told Mrs. Zaitzoff in kindergarten. I asked her. I remember saying, "How does all the water stick to the ball, Mrs. Zaitzoff?" And she was, damn. Then she like proceeded to brainwash me with gravity, and I was like, "Okay, Miss Zaitzoff, you're the teacher. You obviously weren't lying." If I didn't say it like that, but that would have been funny if I did. You obviously aren't telling me lies. So you must be telling, like, okay. I just remember thinking that, I don't know what kid couldn't have, like looking at it like, how the hell is that going? It's incredible.
You remember it was a big joke. Oh, he just freaking disappeared.
He moved.
Did I just disappear?
Oh, you changed his name? Nice. What the fuck, dude, is going on in this chat? What the? It ain't April Fool's Day, man. I know whose idea this was.
It's out. Sorry.
Yeah. Anyway.
Talking about like bridges and buildings. They even say like, oh yeah, we use a flat plane for locally mapped out stuff like that, but geodesic surveys for bigger swaths of the earth. So stupid.
We had a guy on here. He was on the old Discord. He was on this one for a little bit. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. But he used an excavator. And they didn't do anything, but like when he debated flat earthers, his evidence was like all these canals that have been made. So there's like canals all over the world. And none of them, not a single one, uses any globe geometry to make them.
The most recent guy was using that thing. He's like, this one boat, or I don't know, was it like a wave, some kind of boat thing? He's like, it takes into account the curvature on the water, the curvature of the water. Like he was citing some nonsense that didn't make any sense at all. But it was like they had factored it in, or at least tried to like, I don't know, like presuppose it in to the design of this float tank or some kind of float thing for a boat. I heard it a little while ago on here, and it just didn't make any sense. But it sounded like they tried to design it. so that so the curvature was taken into account. I don't know. It's kind of stupid. Like, just the same people that used the whole, you know, the hell is the stupid things that swing back and forth.
Oh, the
Yeah,
Volco's
people
pendulum.
they love saying that. They love saying that. Like that's why they made that. They made that because of because it's round, because the spin keeps it going. It's you're like, dude, as soon as you find out about that, yeah, dude, that's one of the first things you look at when you're like, flat earthers are idiots. Like it's yeah, Foucault's pendulum, the the ISS, clearly they're stupid. You know, some of the
Clearly.
first stuff you look into, and then you know, then you're apologizing. Then you're apologizing to your brother for calling him a retard. I mean, not that was me or anything. But could have been.
Little mea culpa there. Oh man. Yeah. So one of the things about pendulums is that they're occult tools, right? So you can hypnotize. Like, how do they hypnotize somebody? Right? They swing a pendulum back and forth. So, you know, Mimius actually observed this as like the Cavendish experiment and the Foucault's pendulum are like sacramental rituals, like in the church, right? It's like the blood of Christ or eating the wafer, right? The sacraments of the church, right? So that's part of the rite of passage of going through like scientism class. Oh, we're gonna set up the Cavendish. This is how we figured out the whole Earth's a globe, right? This is how we get to, like you just said, how does water stick to a ball? And they set up this apparatus with some balls on it, right? And they set it up, and oh my God, the balls come together and they sway back and forth. Oh my God!
Why is it always balls though? Why is it always
That's the
balls
point. That's
attracted
the
to
trick,
balls?
dude.
Everybody's watching balls on balls.
They love
And then he's
balls.
peeping through. Yeah, he's peeping through his little shadow like a little peeping Tom, little perv watching balls. He's like, ooh, look at the balls. They're coming together. Like, ah, man. I'd be like, jeez, dude. Like, get, dude, you're like, get a room, Cavendish. Like, friggin' perv. Oh, Lord.
Yeah. NASA loves balls, man. So yeah, so that's like one of the rituals because there's a ball in Cavendish too. The pendulum's a ball typically, right? So, but these are like rituals, right? When you're like a teenager or a young adult in early university, they show you this, like, and it's like, wow, there's my proof the Earth's a globe. I watched this little swinging apparatus, so the Earth must be spinning. I must be whizzing through the universe. I must have been created by the big, like all these other things. This little stupid a ball hanging from a piece of rope. This is supposed to prove all that. How ridiculous is that, man? Gotta be something really wrong with you even to like consider that for a second.
I think Larry or Hank was illustrating like when they use the rubber tarp with the balls to show like how gravity works. It's just like a demonstration for kids, you know.
Oh yeah, the spandex.
Yeah.
Bendy space time. You know,
Bendy space
what
time
just
is a
blows
fat
my
kid's
mind
choice.
is I don't what dude, like it's supposed to pull everything to the center. Like, I don't know, I've probably said this before, but like any kids as a kid, you've seen wet things thrown, wet things swung around, wet tennis balls thrown. And you see the water flies off things that spin. It's clear as day. And you're sitting there going, if you really think about like the water on the earth, you're like, all right, so they're saying, all right, every ball you've ever seen, everything you ever seen swung. They're like, well, that it's just not big, it's not really big. Like, okay, like once things get like really big, like 20,000 miles wide big, then when they spin, it sucks the water to the center. Like all of a sudden, water's doing a 180. It's not going off now. It's going in, and it's staying.
I had a
Like
really good.
it's so absurd. Hey, Flatsy,
What's up, paraplegic? How are you doing?
I'm
All right,
good. Drank some pink bourbon today up in Pennsylvania with a buddy.
sweet. I asked a really good question to an upward rising earther today. I was like, so is the upward rising earth seeking rest?
That's a good
Nobody.
question. What was his answer?
An upward rising earther. How many? There's probably like what 33 total on the Earth.
Good number.
Where are they at?
We've got
There's,
we've got
I
one in here.
mean,
We've got one in here that's a silver flat earther, or like he's got the silver FE roll. His name's is it JCW or JCR or something like that?
I guess they could just be like, well, I can't prove it's not going up like the Flat Earth Society says, because I haven't seen it.
Well,
Oh boy.
the main point that they make is that weight is a vector, and that there's no way that the Earth can be stationary unless it was magical. And I'm like, that's pretty ironic because for the Earth to be moving upwards, that would be like magic. Like, what? It's already a fantastic claim that the Earth is a globe spinning and revolving and all these different vectors of movement in the heliocentric paradigm, but you bring it to flat Earth and you say that the flat contained Earth is moving upwards. Like, what?
I got a buddy that he's like a Bible, heavy on the Bible. He's just like he just hates flat Earth. He just hates it. He's like, no matter what, I'm not gonna, no matter what, it's stupid forever. Like no matter what, he's like, you don't believe in God. He's like, God holds it on with his finger. He holds the water to the earth because God can do that. I'm like, oh man, that's almost a better argument than than the globe nonsense. I mean, for that silliness. I
So
don't
true.
know.
Yeah, I would say that that's one of the better arguments that they could possibly have.
Right, God's finger. I mean,
Yeah, I just when I was talking, I guess he didn't really give me an answer. He answered my question with a question today about the upward rising Earth.
oh Lord. Mm,
And
I
I don't
don't
know if he
know.
was talking to me or if he was talking to Into the Break because they were having a conversation, but people just kept ignoring him.
You think they really believe it? You think there's actually people that believe it? You think they're just Globers being smartasses trying to push the whole flat Earth society thing? Because people love showing that old disc right next to all the other round planets and how stupid we are. They love doing it. It's like their favorite. It's like their only thing. It's about the only thing that can,
I think
like,
that they're.
that's failing miserably trying to prove a globe. They'll show you that meme. Yeah, look, there it is. Is that what there? That's what you believe, right?
Well, let me
Like
bring
you're
something up.
clearly an idiot.
Let me bring something up that's related to this, though it doesn't seem, it's not going to seem initially at first that this is the same thing. So if you take a bucket and fill it with water and you spin the bucket, the water will go up the sides of the bucket. Why is that? that would mean that there's some absolute reference frame relative to the bucket, because it's on the Earth, right? And even in the globe model, there's no reason why that the spinning of the bucket should make the sides of the water go up the bucket and make a concavity on the surface of the water. So this has been a problem that's never been figured out going back to like Newton. I think Newton's the first one that came up with this, and that's why he had like absolute reference frames. But the upward accelerating Earth is kind of like the same thing, is right? So why do we have like an inertial acceleration down of objects? If they're like dense enough, but if they're buoyant enough, they go up. So why is this thing?
That's like enough. You're creating enough force that the water's just trying to get out. You know, it's just going. It's going the only place.
Well, that's the thing. Let's see. It's, yeah. So like, what's the thing? Because like
come in here and
the bucket's
school me.
spinning, the
But
water
thank you,
isn't
Lord.
spinning. The bucket's spinning, not the water. The water's completely
Right,
stationary.
yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, we have the Earth, right? So like the Earth is like the water, and someone's always trying to find, okay, what's the bucket that's making the water, the sides of the water fly up the side of the bucket, right? So we're always trying to, why is things falling? Is the Earth going up, or are things falling down? Like, what is this? What's happening here? So we're always trying to find like what the bucket is, right? And I think that's just kind of like, at least where Dell's coming from, right? Like trying to resolve this problem of like, why are things going to the ground? That the Earth has to be going upward if things are going to the ground, because they can't conceive of like, it's just like an intrinsic property of reality. Like it doesn't have to have a fucking reason.
I think that their main point about things that do fall down is that they accelerate as they're falling.
Yeah. So what? Like, so what? Like, what difference does that make? Like,
well, I mean, mainly my point when I try to like at least combat them, because I like to know their position before I fully before I try to kind of have a debate with them. So I mean, my main point for that would be things that are seeking rest or trying to seek rest faster. I don't know.
Yeah. So, like, what would the so imagine things fell at one
You
rate.
drop an amble.
Say they all
You drop an amble from a plane from, I don't know, from 200,000 feet. Like the amble isn't going to keep on speeding up forever. I mean, in the thin air, and whatever, you know what I mean. Like it does reach terminal velocity, right? There's only so
Yeah.
fast.
Exactly. There's only so fast it can go, and it's never been tested like in a vacuum, like as if this acceleration actually stays the same, right? No one made like a 2-mile high vacuum chamber and dropped something.
Yeah, I'd like to agree to that.
Yeah, like
It's
I
also
mean,
if the Earth was a ball and rotating, and you drop something in such a long vacuum chamber, the thing
right,
would
be smacking the sides, it'd be clanking.
I agree with
Yeah.
that statement.
Because it would have to be rotating and moving from a high area of higher rotation to an area of lower rotation, so it'll appear to deviate as it's falling. You don't see any deviation.
Oh yeah, technically it would just turn into a long slide. It'd be like a long slide if it was rotating. You know, it would just hit the side and just keep falling, right?
Yeah, and then it would again have, as it falls, move to the other side, clink, 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 clink. It would just constantly keep hitting the sides.
So someone said they had a question. I thought I heard. Who said that? Yeah, go for it.
So if we think about water and its composition, which I don't really know if it's 100% true, but H2O, right? Hydrogen, oxygen. And then what floats, like what rises? Helium. And it's almost like hydrogen and helium could, metaphorically be like opposites in a sense. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this, but that's what my brain went.
Yeah. Well, the only thing I would say is like, Flatsy brought up, Cobras bring up an acceleration. What difference does it make if the speed was constant or if there's an acceleration?
Yeah.
Like,
Right,
yeah,
right.
what
Y'all
difference does
recognize
it
it.
make? You still don't know
Yeah.
why it's happening. It doesn't matter if there's an acceleration or not. That's why they
Exactly.
just they play that game, right? Like they try to prove one Newton's laws with another Newton's law that isn't necessary, right? Like every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So if things are falling and accelerating, then according to Newton's first law that we didn't prove, that proves the second law. More is
No.
the circular logic from the Globers.
Yeah, another thing is well, what's your explanation? And well, we don't know.
Yeah. I call that the tell me a bedtime story freaking position.
Yeah. Exactly. Like,
I'm
why don't you
agreeing with
tell
you
me?
guys.
Sorry, go ahead.
What'd you say,
No,
Alex?
I just want to say that I agree with you.
Oh, what's up, Alex? Welcome back.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for welcoming me.
Yeah, want to rub some lotion on my back since you're gonna kiss ass?
Yeah.
Well, Alex, have you been doing any research since we talked to you this morning or this afternoon?
Not really, because I've been kind of busy with my friends, you know?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, you got a panel here full of very, very well experienced flat earthers. So if you have any questions, go for it.
Well, I'm just here to listen to see what other people have to say, you know?
Michelle.
Yeah.
So, Alex, I'm gonna ask you a question. It's a pretty simple question. So, when you went to school, for the first time in kindergarten, and they told you that the Earth was a globe, right? They had a globe over in the corner of the classroom on the teacher's desk or something, or in the back of the classroom. They said, "Yeah, that's the Earth. That's where we live. We live on a ball like that." What evidence did they give you when they told you that?
Well, I mean, I kind of don't remember that because that was 20 years ago, you know? Like a long time ago.
20
Not 20
years
years
ago.
ago.
You don't remember
Not
when
20
you were
years ago.
5?
No.
Are you speaking like a joke? Is this like a joke? How do you not remember kindergarten, bro?
53. I'm 53 and I remember Mrs. Zaitsev.
Yeah, because your brain's
Experience
full
flat
of
earth.
Mine's not, I don't think. Because I don't know.
My kindergarten teacher's name was Mrs. Welsh. She had black hair. She wore gray dresses all the time. She looked like a female version of Mr. Rogers.
Okay.
I could tell you there was a girl in the back in my class. She sat next to me. All she did was freaking cry all day because she missed her mom. Her name was Hannah. I could tell you a lot of shit about kindergarten. I could tell you what the classroom looked like. Tell you a lot of things. Could tell you some of the homework, some of the school assignments, how they taught us the alphabet. Dude, seriously, you can't be serious. But
You must know a lot
for a
about them.
goddamn fact, right? When they told you the Earth was a globe, they didn't give you any evidence.
Do you remember nap time? Do you remember getting out your mat out of your locker and then taking a nap?
Wait, you had a
I
locker?
always skip napping
Got
because
a
I don't
locker
like
in
eating.
kindergarten?
No.
What the
Yeah.
fuck?
I
You had a
didn't have
cubby,
a locker.
dude.
You had a
You had a
cubby
cubby.
hole. Yeah.
Yeah, cubbies.
You must
First
have
day
grew
of
up in a rough
kindergarten, I
area.
ransacked everybody's cubbies.
I got a really good story in 4th grade. Me and Marty Scowen, my black buddy, he was built, and I was I was a gymnast, so I was pretty freaking athletic. And we always beat the 6th grade dodgeball team, and they hated the 4th graders, us. And this one tall, skinny, red-haired kid came over and kicked our dodgeball out of the the area, way out. And Maurice punched him in his nose, and blood flew everywhere. And the 6th graders never messed with us again. It was so.
I have a question. Specifically to Gimpy. Just I don't know how to say your name. Sorry. I have a question.
Yeah.
What does base heterosexual mean?
What?
It says base heterosexual Christian.
It's self-explanatory, man. Stop trying to bait us into your bullshit, dude.
Oh, that's funny. That's
No,
funny.
I'm asking a question because I never heard of heterosexual.
A heterosexual, you never heard of that?
No.
It's not like
heterosexual.
something that's really creepy. It's not something really creepy like you're hoping. It's like completely normal.
Oh,
If you're a man, you like
It
women.
just means
If you like
normal,
women,
like
if
an
you're a woman, you like
actual.
men. That's heterosexual.
I
That's
think there's a song by Marvin Gaye, like "When a Man Loves a Woman." Yeah, that.
oh.
That's what I was gonna explain.
it.
Well, I thought that was some complicated, like, bear loving man dog. You know?
When a man loves
No.
a woman very much,
Gosh,
and the
good
man loves
lord.
the woman,
You got to use
they
your
come
computer for more than
together.
video
That's
games,
called
homie.
being a heterosexual.
You could have easily looked up
Dude, he was
heterosexual
gonna
on
be
your
like,
own.
"What? Oh, it's bear. He's a gimp. Oh man, he likes bears and handicapped people." I don't know what he was thinking. What were you thinking in your head, dude? What were you thinking? Like, what were you picturing?
So Alex,
Actually, don't answer that.
yeah, Alex, what Max just said to you is the best advice you're gonna get here. Okay, your computer's like a Swiss Army knife. You're using the same little tool in that Army knife when there's so many others, and I think the blade is dull. You might want to switch to something else because,
Like an Xbox?
yeah, play a different video game. That's what I mean. Yeah, switch from PlayStation to Xbox. That's what I'm talking about.
Then what do I switch to?
I have a better idea. If you're on a computer, remove your graphics card and use the remove the graphics card and use the embedded graphics video and never play video games again because you're wasting your life.
I'm chilling, though. I'm not going to do that because, you know.
I hung out with my buddy today and his 8-year-old kid, and the 8-year-old kid had like a VR set on, and
Right.
I folded up a paper airplane and flew it for him, and he freaking like freaked out and played with the paper airplane for like 2 hours.
That's
No,
what's
it's
up.
crazy. Two of my friends right now, they're on VR headsets. So.
Spoke to a 17-year-old yesterday who was mind blowing with the information that he had. And now I'm speaking to a 25-year-old who can't remember kindergarten and doesn't know what a heterosexual is.
You mean heterosexual, not heterosexual?
Paper airplanes and quit. Just get off the video games. I'm telling you, man, this has to do with I grew up riding my bike in the woods.
Yeah, but times are different now, you know?
Yeah, because the woods are all gone, right? We don't have bikes anymore. This is a post-apocalyptic dystopia, and like bikes and woods and things like that, they don't exist.
Amen. Yeah. Like, I still ride my bike, you know? You know?
Are
But
you
not just
allowed to
in the
go outside at your age?
Yeah.
Or do you have like a tether?
What do you mean?
A tether, man. Like they tie it to your waist, and then like you go outside, and if you get too far away, your parents pull you back into the house.
Nah, I just don't want to explore, you know? Like, I'm not like that, you know? See, me personally, that's not me.
Why?
Because I don't want to.
Do you explore in video games?
Yeah, because that's the point of a video game, to explore.
Point of real life is to explore, dude.
That's not the point of a video game, man.
Some video games, yeah.
You can't explore something that's been mapped out already.
What if you're playing the game for the first time and you're trying to learn the map, you know?
You're not really in the game, dude. It's a bunch of flashing lights on a box, bro. You're lying to yourself.
Nah.
It's an entertainment system.
Yeah, what he said.
You know what entertain means?
Yeah.
What's it mean?
So, like, entertain you?
No. To entertain. So, entra, I think, is to hold, to bind or hold. And then tain is your mind. Basically, bind or hold your mind. If I remember correctly.
Yeah.
No, entertainment. Sorry, that's where it is. Entertain.
Yeah.
So listen, you're really just like it's mental masturbation. That's all it really is. Like you're not really exploring a computer world. You're not like If you filmed yourself on a camera, what would you see? You think you're all in the game doing things, but what would you see?
Wait,
You'd see a human being staring at a box with flashing lights, like a goddamn hypnotic, someone that's in a
did you
hypnotic
compare
trance. That's what you would see.
masturbation
That,
to
but
video
listen, you
games?
got to be in touch with reality, and this is all I'm trying to tell you. Is that's what's really happening. Regardless of what you're imagining in your head, there's a human being sitting in a chair staring at a box. That's what's really happening. It's undeniable.
Yeah.
Now you can imagine that you're in some virtual world, like exploring, and you're a Viking and shit, but you're not actually a Viking. You're not a military. You're not a soldier suffering PTSD because you played Call of Duty. Okay, you're like that's a fantasy, and like people are getting too far away from differentiating, and it's not your fault. I'm not blaming you for anything. You're a victim of this. You're a victim like everybody else.
Nah,
That
it's his fault.
No, like at 24. Yeah, you're at the
No,
borderline.
nah, he's
Well,
he's
but
younger. He's over 13. I don't know, but he's still in school. That's what
yeah,
he
but
said.
that doesn't mean he was taught right. So if he was raised by adult children, right? So if he's raised by adult children, he's
Yeah.
not going to be mature at 18 years old. It might take a little while. Like if he
India.
went outside and rode bikes,
And
right?
yo, there's we had someone named Lamar. He came in 17 years old, knew about, history and basically deep into different like very well informed for 17. So there's no excuse.
Yeah, I'm sure they didn't have the same parents, right?
Different levels, man. Different levels. So, but yeah, it's just something to note.
Right. All I'm saying is, Alex, you got the whole world at your fingertips. You know, you can look up anything you want online, look up any scientific, anything other than just play video games. You can learn, you get free books online. You can educate yourself instead of asking a dumb question like, what does heterosexual mean? Like, are you serious, bro?
Bro, I don't hear that in everyday life, And I'm too lazy to look it up. So I might as well ask them.
Too lazy to look it up. That's the problem.
Well, I mean, someone's right here that I could ask,
You literally got to type in, like, you don't even have to, like, type in words. You could have just copy pasted it out of his profile and then pushed a button.
I'm on mobile, I can't.
Oh, yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Can't copy paste on mobile. I'm not that much of a boomer, bro.
Not someone's bio.
Oh my god.
You know?
You could type it in, bro.
I think yet you don't you don't have the energy for all that time and effort because it takes all your effort to make excuses.
Point is, Alex, you can do better. You can do better. You know you can.
Oh my gosh, this is hilarious. Everybody, almost everybody is
I'll
just
be back.
a play on your name, Indio.
Yeah, I can see that. It's like I think I'm gonna change my name to Quantum Eraser.
How funny. I'm QE's new super chat announcer apparently because I did such a good job today. I would call out super chats like that movie. What's that movie? What Superstar? Where she would like take her hands and put them in her armpits and then sniff her hands and then she'd be like superstar. I would do I was doing super chats like that.
That's awesome. I gotta go back and listen to it now. I'll go. That was today's, right? That was the one at 2:00 that he did. Or 2.
Yeah, that was 5 freaking hours.
Really? Oh
Yeah.
God, glad I didn't join it. I would have been stuck there. Yeah, we're me and CB were talking about hopping in that, but we didn't. But whatever. We're in here doing our thing,
I got you. I was
Yeah,
glad
so
that you guys
that's
were all
awesome,
still
though.
here.
Yeah, it's awesome. I agree.
Yeah, thanks, dude. We don't need your help, man.
You said what?
Like, man, listen, bro. Like, seriously, we don't care if you agree or not. It is what it is.
I know, but I'm just saying I agree.
You don't even know what you're agreeing with. Can't even remember what you did in kindergarten. You don't know what
I'm-
heterosexual is, so like, why? Like,
Bro, who says heterosexual nowadays, bro? They just use straight, gay, bi, lesbian. You know, I never heard of that, bro. Because all this new stuff coming out. It's like
Never
if you're
heard
straight, it's a
homosexual?
fancy word, bro. You know,
what's bi short for?
bisexual.
Yeah. How do they designate straight people? What's the designation for that?
Straight,
Heterosexual?
bro. No one uses that.
Homosexual? One means because like, so
Wait, do you say
men and women
homosexual?
are
Straight?
their sex organs are what they call what do they how they heterozygous, which means they don't have the same sex organs. You have homozygous sex organs if you're like a fucking worm or something. So they're both male and female. So like there's reasons for these names. It's not just, the sex
Like biology class, man.
Yeah, man, it's biology. Yeah, it isn't just for the sexcapades, right?
I haven't taken biology class.
Wow.
They don't have a
That's like
video game for that.
No.
If they made a biology video game, would you play it?
No.
There you go. They used to have a video game way back in the day on a console called Intellivision. It was called Brain Surgeon, and you were like a little ship that had to go in the human body and like blast white blood cells and red blood cells and like repair arteries. Yeah, so it's kind of like almost educational biologically, right, as far as human anatomy goes. So it's actually a pretty cool game, even though it's kind of dated graphics.
I used to play Operation.
Oh yeah, that too, right? Well, television wasn't a very popular like console. I mean, because it was so expensive for the day. So like in 1983, it was about $800, and like the Atari was probably about $300. So $800 back in 1983 was a hell of a lot of money. It's probably equivalent to like $3,000 now.
What's it called?
Intellivision.
Intellivision. I don't think I've ever
Yeah.
heard of it. Television.
Activision and television. Yeah.
Yep. Exactly.
Coleco.
Yeah. I am young still, so I don't know. The oldest thing I have is Super Nintendo.
Same, I got one too.
There you go.
Well, I played Pong probably when I was like 4 years old when it first came out.
Wow.
So that was like in the late 70s.
Yeah.
Mid 70s, wherever.
Pong. The patterns. That was it, man. So Space Invaders, huh?
Yeah, I remember playing probably it was like 82 or 83 Space Invaders before they invented the joystick, so it's just buttons, so you had to move it back and forth.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so I remember that playing that video game. But I mean, back then, like video games weren't cool. Pinball machines were what was cool, and like
I still play pinball.
you couldn't. So I was a little kid, right? And like you couldn't get on the pinball machines because the older kids wouldn't let you on because they were all playing the pinball machines.
That was it right there. The pinball machine. Yeah, it's a pinball whiz.
Yeah.
Is he a pinball wizard?
Yeah, but the teenagers like dominated that shit. Like, get out of here, little kid. And it was like bullying back then wasn't like a thing. Cause like, yeah, you just get your ass kicked and that's that. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, you get mushed in the face, and you kick them in the leg and run, all sorts of stuff, man. I mean, that's what
yeah,
we did.
exactly, man. Throw something at them, knock their drink over, and take off.
Nowadays, people carry.
There was no telling, man.
What did you say?
Nowadays, people carry.
You ain't get shot over something like that, bro.
Bro. Maybe.
Yeah, 5-year-olds are carrying. Yeah, okay, dude.
Not 5-year-olds, teenagers, bro. They have that za.
Yeah, so a teenager's gonna shoot a 5-year-old from kicking him in the shin. Yeah, okay. See, because when you were 5, like when I was 5 and 6 years old, we actually went out and did things. Like I used to go up to the store and buy my mother cigarettes.
Listen, I'm so old. I remember getting cigarettes and a soda for $1.25 for my mom.
I don't think I ever had to get the soda. I went to if we could buy alcohol because I had to go up to a bar. Remember the old cigarette machines? We had to pull the thing out. I wasn't strong enough to pull it out because I was like 4 or 5 years old. I had to get the bartender to get me the cigarettes. All I had was like the 3/4.
Yeah, you got me crying, bro.
That's
And it
hilarious.
would come out with a pack of cigarette and matches, man. And I'd bring that shit home. And my mother would like give me 10 cents, and I'd run up to the like corner store and get penny candy.
Yeah, all of the penny candy, squirrel nuts and jelly beans, and shoestring, shoelaces. Yeah.
Yeah, the dots on a little strip of paper and like all that weird stuff.
Oh man, Mary Jane's, all that. Yeah.
So we had like a legit like 5 and dime store, like so like when you walk in, the whole front counter is like every possible, like everything was either a penny or a nickel. And of course, when you're a kid, you think, oh, I'm gonna get the cheapest thing. I'm gonna get the most. That's what I want, right? If it costs a penny, I'll get 5 of them with a nickel. I'll only get one of those gold coin things for 5 cents. Like I want more.
Look, that's when finding pennies meant something. You can find a couple of pennies outside and go to the store and get some candy. You know, you can't do that anymore. That's crazy.
Yeah, man. But I did
nowadays,
this like when I was 5 years old. That's the point. When I was 5, I was fucking running the roads. Okay? Like, that's my point. Like, it's so different now. Like, they won't let, like, 15-year-old kids aren't allowed out of the house.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, absolutely. By 10 years old, I was practically a cat burglar.
bro, 13-year-old now are on bar.
A cat burglar. That's hilarious.
Nowadays,
You grew up in the 70s in the South Bronx, things are different.
Man, New York was rough back then, too, man.
New York looked like Escape from New York. I mean, really, it was. The Bronx.
It was a documentary.
The Bronx is really on fire. You know, the cops and the EMTs would not come. The fire department would not come. They would not come to these neighborhoods any longer for fear of their lives. Gangs had really taken over the streets. In the end of the 60s, early 70s, gang violence was at its peak. You know,
The Warriors was more like an homage.
The Warriors was it was a movie. You know what I'm saying? But things were going on in the street way worse than that. You know, so it was crazy. I mean, it was nothing but what do you call it? Just rubble, just bricks with mattresses and abandoned buildings that were on fire, and you know that was my playground. You know, so that's what's up.
I agree.
Yeah, New York was kind of broke back then. Like there was a lot of poverty in New York City, like compared to now. Like,
It's
poverty
now, yeah.
Yeah, now it's like mad money in New York City, man. You fall over and make $60,000 somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely easy.
Back then, right? They were closing down, like that's why they built the World Trade Center. It was supposed to jumpstart commerce in New York City, and like a lot of people that worked in New York because it was a port, right? A lot of those jobs shut down, right? All those longshore worker jobs and all that stuff was going out the wayside by the end of the 70s. Kind of sucks, man. So like the working class people got driven out of the city.
Like with Detroit, same thing, but in New York it was bananas. That's what I can actually say because I grew up during that period. So when they started rap in order to end gang violence, not to increase and perpetuate the violence that's occurring today because of that music. Right? It was to stop the violence. They started having battles of the bands, and so that they can intergroup their organizations. right? So that you wouldn't get jumped for talking to a girl that lived outside of your neighborhood that belonged to a different set of gang members or whatever. You know, that's why that was started. But now it's done changed to something real bad.
I agree with what's being said. I approve that message. Why is it so quiet?
What are you talking about? I'm talking the
I
whole
don't.
time.
Yeah.
So Alex, you got no questions whatsoever.
Nah, no questions.
So why do you think it's a globe?
Because scientists say it is, and when people go up in space, they take pictures. It's kind of round, you know. There's like no water falling off of the world, so that's why it's not flat, you know. Like dolphins would be going bye bye.
That's interesting. Is
Yeah.
it a perfect sphere or is it the oblate spheroid or a pear sort of shape? What kind of shape do you think it is?
A spear.
Beer.
Yeah,
A perfect sphere?
Yeah.
How long is the spear?
I don't know. Like it's like a big, big sphere in space going around the sun, and then the sun's going around something, the Milky Way somewhere.
Do you know the dimensions of this sphere that you're supposed to be on?
Y equals mx plus b.
I didn't hear you. Can you repeat that?
Y equals mx plus b.
Isn't that the formula for slope? Am I tripping?
No, that's the formula for slope.
That is the formula for slope, right? Okay.
Yeah.
What do you mean, bro? YX. What does that mean?
It's simple math, you know? Like the Y is
No, just give
equal.
me the numbers. Can you give me the numbers? Do you know what the dimensions of this sphere is supposed to be? Like as far as circumference or radius?
Like 30,000, like E plus 2 miles. I think.
That's close enough for a guy like you. Well, Alex, that's that's in the range.
Yeah.
You're slightly over. If this is the Price is Right, you would lose, but we're gonna give it to you. It's supposed to be like 25,000, probably 24 and change.
Oh, I meant to say that.
I'm sure you did.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Max.
No, what I'm trying to get you to understand, see, Alex, is that you don't know a whole lot about what you're claiming to think that you know, and you're just accepting it because of the scientists and what you learned in school. And I understand that. I'm not, but judging from what you said you learned in school, where you said you didn't take biology, you don't know what heterosexual is, and you don't remember anything that happens in kindergarten, and you're only 25. I don't know. I don't know if there's a whole lot of hope to bring you to anything right now. You got a lot of education to do, a lot of learning to do, bro.
He's not 25. He's
But
at
what if
over.
I identify as 25 years old?
What if you identify as 25? What does that mean?
You mean,
Like
what if
I'm
you
20.
lie?
No, like I identify as a 25-year-old.
I mean, I don't understand what that means. I mean, is that somehow different than your birth years?
Yeah, I change it. You know.
So you lie, you mean?
Yeah, you lie.
No, I identify.
No, that's lying about your age. That's not identifying.
Yeah. No. No.
There's a
No. I
number associated with your
identify.
years of birth.
Yeah, but I changed my date of birth. So you know.
So that's a lie. That's fraud.
Yeah.
You're lying.
I
You could actually
identify.
go to jail for that.
So never mind.
Yeah, because that's just lying.
Yeah. So if I transition to a girl, is that line?
What has that to do with your age?
Yeah, but still.
It is one
Yeah, I'm kind of done talking to him.
Yeah.
Mm. Now, if people went outside and made friends, they wouldn't need to call up and act like this is a party line or something.
You
Now
said what?
that's a boomer thing. I remember that though. I was at the tail end of it. 99 cents a minute. Join the party line.
976.
What?
Don't worry about it.
Hold me now.
Party line.
Little Discord kittens, Actually, hold on. Let's just stay on point, actually. Like with the Earth and stuff,
Well, please, feel free.
You think the Earth is, not Earth, the moon is flat because we can't see the other side of it?
Well, I mean, why can't we see the other side of it?
Because we never see it.
But why is that, though?
Because it orbits us and we orbit the sun. And then, according to my mathematician, Mr. Deering, he says that in the scientific law, y equals mx plus b minus 2 to the second power of 10, that it could be flat because we can't see the other side.
So the moon could be flat, you said, because we can't see the other side? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Basically, like the Earth, because we can't see what's on the other side of the Earth when you go in space,
Has your
I don't know. You
mathematician
got to
touched
pick
the
a
moon?
side here. You just told me before that you go into space and you took a lot of pictures and the scientists said so. And now you're telling me you can't see the other side. So I'm not really sure which side you're arguing from.
I think he's lying. Yeah, I agree.
People think you're disingenuous. And I would have to agree with them at this point.
Wait, you agree with me?
No, I agree that you're disingenuous.
What does that mean?
Arrow spelled out for
Oh,
you. DIS.
I wouldn't give you that much. Figure it out, man. You're 20-something years old, man.
Hey
Figure it
Siri,
out.
what does disingenuous mean?
Basically, you think he's younger than 20-something?
Yeah, he's over 13. He said he had a school ID.
Yeah, you want to see it?
No.
You sure?
Point is, he's still in school, still in high school.
It's failing him miserably.
That's for sure.
Yeah, I agree with that statement.
And you agree to a lot of things, huh?
Yeah. I'm petting a dog right now.
This guy, he's lying, man. This guy's a sack of shit. I took Samsung. Hitler did nothing wrong. Huh?
Who's this guy?
Can someone ban him?
No, dude. But we're gonna talk to him. Joseph, right? That's who spoke up?
That was Joseph Loves them.
Eminem.
Loves Eminem.
Joseph, it looks like you're new. You have VC verified.
Yeah, I started it, but I don't really like this Alex guy. He keeps on I don't know. He seems very dumbfounded.
Yeah, he's not being disingenuous, but let's talk to you.
Yeah, let's talk to you, man. See what you gotta say. Without throwing shade to people, that you
Yeah, I
haven't
gotta
even
change your name
spoke.
to Yes Man.
Yeah. So Joseph, how'd you find the server?
And yeah, same Instagram, so it worked.
What'd you say?
Sorry about that. One of my friends had agreed, same statement. They told me about the server, and I was like, okay, this works perfect, all right, because I agree with the same topics and it looks nice, and so I was like, okay, I'll do it.
Okay.
Pretty
So,
valid.
would you say you believe you're on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space?
I don't know. I don't really like those how people say that and shit. It's like it really offends me and stuff. So I get really defensive when people like say, "Oh, it's round and shit."
What do you mean?
Like I guess I don't like it when people say that because it isn't true.
Like, so basically, you're telling me you get offended when you hear people say the Earth is a sphere?
It's not like they say it, but they don't have any facts to like back it up. Like they're like, "Oh, this and that, and science."
Okay,
Like,
okay. Let me tell you
no.
something, sweetheart. Have you walked in a mile and fell off the Earth, or got into the edge where nothing is in existence? Like it's just a cliff, basically.
Yeah, okay.
No,
Who thinks that? Hold on, Joseph.
Easy there, yes, man.
Yeah, yes, man. Like, who thinks that? Who thinks there's an edge to the Earth?
People that believe in flat Earth.
That's not a no. That's incorrect.
Incorrect.
Oh, my bad.
So, where would you fall to if you fell off the edge of the Earth? Would you fall to space?
No, you just like.
Fall to where?
Well, I mean, gravity will kind of like hold you
So,
down.
space. Yeah. So space has
No,
gravity.
I wouldn't
So you're
say
trying to
that.
mix and match shit, dude. You're trying to take the heliocentric model, pull the ball out, and stick a disc in there. That's not what anybody thinks.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh.
you see the YouTube video where they try to prove the Earth is flat, but they ended up proving it's round. You know?
Yeah, I get all my science from Netflix. That's usually where I go. I don't go to like Google Scholar. I go to Netflix. So that's not actually what happened. So that's where that video is from. I'm sure you saw it, but you didn't see the actual video. You saw the freaking TikTok or the YouTube short, right? That's what you saw.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here's the problem with that. We didn't prove the Earth was round at all. So they tried to do, well, first they had a laser, right? And they were trying to shine it through 2 boards with holes. I think it was like 1.3 kilometers on the side of a canal. Well, they burnt out the laser because they had the collimator on there, and a collimator gets hot. And if you don't, if you shine the laser for too long, it melts to the laser, and that's what they accidentally did. They melted the laser, so they had to use a flashlight because they didn't. There was like 100 people there, and they didn't want to just like say, "Oh, we melted the laser, everyone go home." So they impromptu, not knowing if it would work or not, used the flashlight. Now, this test could not have possibly worked because of something called beam divergence, right? So the light from a flashlight spreads out. And every time light passes through a hole, it spreads out again. There is no possible way that they could have seen the flashlight through 2 holes. Now, you could just take 2 pieces of paper, stick a pinhole in them, right, with a pin, stick a flashlight on the other side of the 2 pieces of paper, and try to see the direct light through the holes. You'll never see the light. Now, the papers will be illuminated, but you're not going to see the actual light from the flashlight. That's because there's beam divergence and diffraction. It's called Hall diffraction. So, no, they didn't prove the Earth was round, right? So they saw the flashlight when they lifted up the flashlight over the holes, right? Now we can see the flashlight. Yay, because it's not going through holes. Okay, so that's problem number 1. Problem number 2 is to claim that they proved the Earth was rotating with a ring laser gyroscope that costed $23,000. It was a fiber optic gyroscope. It didn't cost $23,000, and Bob Nodell never did any test. And he couldn't have possibly measured 15 degrees per hour because, guess what? The predicted Earth rate drift is supposed to be 15 degrees times the sine of the latitude. And I'm pretty sure he wasn't at the North or South Pole. So how could he possibly measure 15 degrees per hour? He couldn't. Okay? The whole thing was a bunch of bullshit. It was a hit piece.
Yep.
So the part where he goes, that's interesting. Well, he never said that at that point in time. That was actually when they were setting it up.
He said that regarding something completely different 4 hours before, and they edited that in to that point to make it look like he saw that and it was like, that's interesting. Like he couldn't deal with the result. That was intentional deception.
Yes, I agree.
Well, it doesn't matter if you agree or not. That's what happened. You know how I know it happened? Because I know people that were there.
Oh shoot, for real?
Yeah, for real.
Were they on Netflix?
Not everybody wanted to be on camera.
Oh man.
The person, two of the people I know didn't want to be on camera. There was like 100
Diggity
people there.
dang it.
There was over 100 people there.
100?
Over 100 people there. Yeah.
Wow, that's more than my school. Like my classroom.
Yeah, that's fantastic, dude. But now you're 25.
No.
Yeah, I'm still in college.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no, you're not.
Something's wrong with you, bro. Something is really wrong with you.
You're doing it for the alls.
Are you calling me sped?
Yeah, sped, special ed.
Okay, buddy. You can't call people sped.
I just did.
Yep.
You did?
And you have to agree.
Nah, I'm good.
You're special ed, man, but not the rapper special ed.
There's a rapper special ed.
Yes, there's a rapper special ed.
Helmets and no sports.
Yeah. It's hard to talk to someone that is willfully ignorant.
Wait, so you're calling me a sped?
I mean, you made a lot.
No, we're calling you willfully ignorant. Listen, dude, you're trying to get us to say something like controversial in voice chat. Discord
Well,
does
you
not
just called
police.
me sped.
Well, Discord does not police voice chats, so you're barking up the wrong tree. You can go to Discord and say we said we were going to rape and kill your family, and they're not going to do a goddamn thing because people said that to us. So when we told them, they didn't do a goddamn thing. So you're barking up the wrong tree if that's your plot.
Wait, what was that? You said you're gonna rape me and my family? What the heck?
Yeah, get this guy out of here.
No, bro, you said you're gonna rape my family.
No, I said we could say that, and Discord isn't going to do a goddamn thing about it.
Yeah, and he also said that's what has been said to us. That's why we know, because we told Discord about it.
Yeah, I'll send you the email, copy of the email if you want. In the evidence I sent them because we live streamed this, so you're making an ass of yourself publicly. Just so
Yeah,
you know.
It's all being recorded and streamed, by the way. So, not looking too good on your end, bro.
Yeah, you're embarrassing yourself on multiple platforms. But just to go back to nobody thinks the Earth is a space disk. Okay, that's just nonsense. I know you Googled flat Earth debunk or something. They showed you a bunch of pictures of Earth floating in space as a disk. Nobody thinks that. So here's the better question. If no flat earther thinks that, why are they showing you that?
He should already know all this. He spoke to CP about this earlier. CP showed him pictures of all that stuff, and he asked him, like, is this what we think? And he was like, yeah, this is what we think. And he was like, no, this is not what we think.
Well, think
Earth is
about
not a
it.
floating pizza in outer space. So he knows all this.
We did
It's
think
just,
about it.
No, it's not a floating pizza because we have gravity, you know?
So we have gravity and
Like,
what does that mean?
Like, we're following the sun, and then the sun
What's
is...
your evidence? Listen, I'm gonna ask you a question. What's the evidence we're following the sun?
YouTube Shorts.
Yeah, that's not evidence, dude. Like, what's the evidence? The physical evidence.
I don't know. But we could probably find
So
it
that's
on
very
YouTube Shorts
convincing.
and NASA.
I'm very convinced. You said the Earth's following the sun. I asked you how you know this. What's the evidence? And you say I don't know. I'm super convinced. It's a compelling argument. I think I'm going back to the globe now because I don't know.
Yeah, in other words, he's admitting that he just has a fundamentalist religious belief.
Yep.
So yes, man. Are you religious?
On what?
Do you believe in the
Like,
Bible?
yeah.
Do you believe in the Koran?
What's that?
The Islamic Muslim holy book.
I don't know. I don't know what that is. So probably not.
Okay, so to us, right, you're like somebody arguing for Islam that never read the Koran. You're sitting here arguing for the globe, but you don't know anything about it. Why is that?
Because NASA can back me up on this.
Oh, really? Well, they don't need to because you are literally in here doing it for nothing. Why is
You're
that?
making him look pretty bad, actually.
How did NASA you're not even being compelled by anybody to do what you're doing, so why are you doing it?
I don't know.
That's my point. You don't even know. Don't even know. You got a hand stuck way up your ass and you're a puppet.
But what if I'm into that type of stuff? Like, are you being like homophobic?
Oh my god, get this guy out of here, dude.
Bro,
That would
what?
make you not heterosexual.
You're breaking the rules, bro. You can't be homophobic.
What rules are those? What rule is that? Who
Hold
said
on.
being homophobic is bad? Where's that written?
So what?
Who said being homophobic is bad? Where's that written down?
Let's see. Let me find it real quick.
Yeah. You're gonna find it real quick. Where? Where's that gonna be found?
Oh, he's gonna use now. He's
Discord
gonna
TOS.
look up stuff. Now
Discord
he's gonna
TOS.
look.
Now he
up
cares.
stuff.
Now he cares when it comes to degenerate sexual acts. Now he cares, but he can't look up anything else. He can look up
Discord
homosexual, but he
TOS.
can't look up heterosexual.
Yeah, he has bad intentions. I don't like him. I'm done with him.
What up, boy?
Look at this. Go to welcome, and it says insult / abuse / personal attacks on race, religion, sexuality, and doxing.
Nobody attacked you.
Yeah, nobody did any of that. So, are you hallucinating, Betty? Do you need to take your meds? Do you need to lie down? What's happening here?
Look, and how does a puppet work? How does a hand puppet work? You stick your
control it?
hand up the bottom of the puppet, right? And you animate it. So NASA stuck their hand up your ass and they're animating you.
Who is?
Whatever's motivating you to continue with this LARP.
Yeah,
You don't
it's
even
my
know
own
why.
hand.
You're just like you're like an automaton, right? You're doing something. You don't know why you're doing it. You don't know anything, right? You're here defending the globe. You don't know anything about the globe. You say, "Oh, the Earth is following the sun." Well, how do we know that? I don't know. Why are you
I
defending
guess
something
I'm
you don't
angering
know?
myself.
So I'm going to ask you about like something I know positively. Okay, that you don't know anything about. So, ADP synthase. What's your opinion on that?
You said what?
ATP synthase. What's your opinion on that?
Bro, I cannot hear you. You gotta say it one more time. Never what?
ATP synthase. What is your opinion about it?
I don't know what that is.
Okay, it's an enzyme. You don't know what it is. Now imagine if you had a strong opinion on it and you don't know what it is. That's how you are right now with the globe. You have a strong opinion about it, but you don't know what it is.
I do know what a globe is.
You don't know anything about it. What's the radius?
I don't know, but I know what a globe is.
Dude, this is comedic. What's the circumference?
I don't know, bro, but I know what a globe is.
Okay, so how do you know the Earth is like one of those things that you're imagining in your head?
So, basically, you're telling me the Earth is flat because or is it not a globe?
It's flat, dude. What do you experience?
So, you're telling me you could see the Eiffel Tower from California on a clear day?
Why would you be able to see the Eiffel Tower from California?
Because the Earth is flat.
Yeah, what does that mean?
It's a flat surface.
Can you see a hair from 10 miles away?
What?
Can you see a human hair from 10 miles away?
If you have a telescope, that's good
You
enough.
think there's a telescope powerful enough on Earth to see a human hair from 10 miles away?
Yeah.
Well, you'd be incorrect.
I'd be correct or incorrect?
You'd be incorrect.
Oh, my fault. Well,
Told
you
you
know,
the
because of
school
the
system
space
was failing
telescope,
you, bro.
we
So
could
do things get
technically.
smaller, appear to get smaller, the farther away they are from you? Do they shrink with distance?
Maybe, but how come?
What do you mean
How come?
maybe? What do you mean maybe?
I mean, maybe. You know?
So if a human being is standing 10 feet away from you and they're 100 feet away from you, they look the same size.
Hmm. Let's see. Stand 10 feet away from me. Hold on, I'm gonna do an experiment. They kind of look the same, honestly. So it doesn't shrink.
In their video games, when the person's in the foreground and in the background, are they the same size?
Not if you have a sniper. I don't think
Yeah,
so.
so why don't you use a sniper rifle as a shotgun
In real, a
in a
sniper
video
rifle is a
game?
shotgun
Like, why do you need a scope in a video game?
to see farther or
Bingo.
zoom in.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, let me help you out a little bit. Like when you stand right next to a mountain and you look up at it, does it look big?
Yeah.
Okay, when you move far away from it and you look at it at the horizon, does it look small?
Well, technically, it's still big, but it's just appearing smaller because
Okay,
you're
so the
farther
distance from
away.
California to the Eiffel Tower is let's never mind that the Rocky Mountains are in the way and you'd never be able to see through the Rocky Mountains. Let's just never mind that and pretend it's actually completely smooth between you and the Eiffel Tower. The angular size of the Eiffel Tower is going to be well beyond what any optical device on Earth can see because it's something like 10,000 miles away and it's only a couple hundred feet high. How would you ever see the Eiffel Tower from California? It's
Okay,
fucking
hold up.
dumb, dude. What you're saying is dumb.
Okay,
And
hold
you
up.
sound
So
like you wear
basically,
glasses on top of it. You can't see forever.
the
Yeah,
Earth is
it's
curvature.
dumb in like
It's a
triplicate
sphere.
because the
I
light
so
would have to travel
take
through
the
the
world's
air for all
biggest
that distance,
telescope.
and light just cannot do that. Light diffuses and scatters in the air, so the light would never reach your eye.
All right, take the world's largest telescope. Right, you're in
Okay, it's 10.5
California.
meters. It's on the Canary Islands. Yeah, and
Okay. Can you see the Burj Khalifa with flat terrain, nothing blocking it, with the world's
probably not.
tallest?
Probably not.
Because it's curved.
Probably not because you have, like Trace just brought up, the air is opaque, right? So over long distances, the air absorbs light. You can just check your local weather, right? Check your local weather, and it will say visibility. And it'll say something like 10 miles. Why is the visibility
Yeah,
10 miles? Because that's the
all clear
distance. That's the distance the light can travel until you cannot resolve anything, right? Because the air makes everything far away blurry because it absorbs the light.
Yeah, but how come on world's powerfulest telescope we could see like
Because
the
light
moon?
comes to the telescope. What aren't you understanding? So light has to reflect off the Burj Khalifa through the thousands of miles of air into the telescope.
Yeah, but we won't be able to see it because the Earth is not flat; it's a sphere.
You won't be able to see it because there's air between you and the tower.
Okay, but what if there's no air then?
Okay, so I guess you have to do it on no air day, vacuum air day. On like we'll do that experiment then.
Yeah, but unrealistically, if we had all the good like qualities to see it, and it's all flat terrain, would we be able to see the Burj Khalifa from California?
Probably, maybe if we had like a 20-meter telescope and we had like we did it in infrared and we lit the freaking Burj Khalifa up like a Christmas tree, right? Then maybe we'd be able to see a little dot on the horizon, but that's all we'd see.
Uh-huh. Then how come we could only see a dot on the horizon if we could see other galaxies with a good telescope?
Okay, so, dude, how far away do you think those other galaxies are?
Millions of light years.
Why do you think that?
Because it's far away. Like,
How can you
can't
tell it's
see it
far
with
away? How is the distance to those galaxies measured?
light years?
Yeah, how is that measured, dude?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the scientist.
No, you tell me. You're the one who's claiming that this galaxy is so far, far away that we can see. You're the one claiming it, so you give the evidence. I don't do it. You do it. I'm not going to go
bro.
find your evidence for your claim. That's your job.
You do it, please.
Yeah, go find the evidence for my claim so I can help me debunk you. No, there's actually no evidence for your claim that the galaxies are millions and trillions of light years away. That's garbage.
Then how do they measure the
They
distance
didn't
from the
measure
sun?
it. That's what I'm telling you. They
So they
didn't.
use a
They don't
big
know the
wide
distance of the sun either, dude.
So it's just an estimate.
Well, do you want me to tell you how they met, quote unquote measured the distance of the sun? I'll tell you. See,
They
first
estimate
they guessed. They guessed using numerology.
Alright, so I'm gonna guess. The
They
light year is
guessed
about
using
1.
numerology. So what they did was, because when you look at something, right? So I see something in the distance and I don't know what it is, right? So I can't get the distance. I can't calculate the distance without knowing the size of it. And I can't know the size of it without knowing the distance, right? So we have a conundrum where I can't get either value I want to know unless I know the other value. Right? So we have a problem, right? So what they did was they guessed that Venus was the size of Earth. They just guessed.
Alright, so I'm gonna make a guess that the galaxy is 400 million light years away.
Yeah, great. Let's go with that. Let's go with your guesses and live our life like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's not and say we did.
You just agreed with me that you're gonna
No.
agree with
Listen,
guesses.
I'm trying to illustrate to you that the thing that this whole cosmology is based upon has no foundation, because the foundation is based upon the radius of the Earth, which has never been measured, right? So then they guessed Venus is the same size as Earth and said that Venus has the same radius. And if Venus has the same radius and it has an angular size of x, then we know it's this distance. Well, Venus passes what appears to be in front of the sun, so if the Venus is this size and it's passing in front of the sun, then we know the sun is that size, right? Because we know the orbit, because we have a theory of orbits, so we're going to guess that the sun is this big and this far away. Right? And because the sun is this big and this far away, then our orbit is this big. So when we look at stars and we have this theory of stellar aberration and we calculate a shift that we don't actually observe, but we just calculate it in, and we go, okay, then these other stars are this far away, these Cepheid variables. And their brightness is based upon distance. So we're going to take their redshift, and then we're going to look at the galaxies, and we're going to say, oh, these galaxies are redshifted, so we're going to guess their distance. Right? So it's a series of guesses based upon a value that was never measured in the first place.
You lost him at Venus, bro.
Yeah, I'm sure I did. Well, I'm just going through the entire. He just thinks it's like, oh, they just took a tape measure and measured the distance of the galaxy. It was super simple. It's a bunch of horseshit. It's a story, man. Understand? It's just a story.
Poorly written one, by the way.
Hey man, let's try to keep it family friendly.
Oh, it's a great story. Hold on, that's a good ass story. Don't play.
Yeah, I agree with that story. It's pretty good.
Why do you agree with that story? What's compelling about it?
Because you seem scientific.
How does it seem scientific? I don't get that. What's the scientific part?
Everything you said. Because you're like, according to my calculations of 3.14 and 14912, yeah, you're explaining a lot of scientific stuff.
So can I calculate the number of angels that fit on the head of a pen?
If you really take the time to, maybe, yeah.
Can I calculate how fast Superman can fly under a blue sun?
No, because that's not real.
How do you know? But I got the calculations. That proves it's real. I have scientificness, right? That's what you said. Because there's calculations, it's scientific. So I have calculations. I prove Superman flies at 2 times the speed of sound under a blue sun as opposed to a red sun. So because I have calculations, obviously Superman's real. This is your logic, dude.
My logic?
Yeah, this is your logic. The galaxies have to be that far away because there's calculations, and calculations are sciencey. So the galaxy's got to be that far away.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm sure you do.
Y times mx squared equals b.
Yeah,
What'd
y
you say,
equals
sorry?
MXB, right?
It's actually y equals to mx plus b. Sorry, man.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're good. It identifies as that.
So why do you keep saying that? Are you saying you're going downhill?
What do you mean?
dude's obsessed with the trans agenda for some reason. Just keeps bringing it up over and over again. What's your issue, bro?
I got no issue.
Like, why is this a thing? Is this the fucking trans agenda server? This is the Flat Earth Discord. Read up top. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Why do you keep bringing up that bullshit, bro? There's a million, like, there's an infinite amount of things in the world you can talk about. Why are you fixating on that?
Probably what his high school's teaching him about.
Yeah, you could be talking about sneakers, you know, the color of freaking swimming pool water, like, you know, your favorite type of toilet paper. You could do whatever the hell you want. Why are you talking about that over and over again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
Well, why?
Because you seem scientific.
You have OCD or something, man? You fixated
What's
on
that?
something? Obsessive compulsive disorder.
I don't know. I'm
You're
tested for
fixated
that.
on a particular subject matter that has nothing to do with this subject matter, and you keep bringing it up over and over again.
Yeah, maybe I do.
No, it's not maybe. We recorded it.
According to my
They,
calculations,
they have safe spaces for stuff like that, man.
tight spaces.
Safe.
What do you suppose he is? I think he's in an internet cafe. You in an internet cafe, man?
What?
Are you
In
in
a
the like?
cafe?
Are you in an internet cafe? Because there's like a lot of background voices.
I'm at a friend's house.
Yep. The same friend that you invited to the server, right?
No.
Oh.
You want me to show my camera?
No.
No.
You can't anyway.
Everyone's here, and they're like playing chess on the PC, playing GTN. You know, it's the whole vibe.
Yeah, you got anybody that wants to ask a real question?
Does anyone question about Oh, bro. No, I don't think they have any questions.
Yeah. So you think pictures people claim to take from space are real, right? I heard you say something like that.
Yeah, I actually do.
You think they're
because,
real
like,
photographs?
yeah.
Why would you think they're real photographs of something that actually exists?
Because NASA puts it up on their website.
So what? What if they put up pictures of Jesus Christ walking on water? Would you believe that?
No, because that was a
Why
long.
not?
Yeah, why not? NASA did it.
Well, the point is that you actually don't have any standard. A standard of evidence. You want to believe something, so you choose to believe it. It's not about, oh, these photos. Yeah, this is just what the Earth looked like when I saw it from here, right? You don't have any frame of reference from which to judge the photos from. So you have to just trust them or not trust them. So that's why I brought up Jesus. Like, would you just trust that?
No.
If they have pictures of fairies and aliens, would you trust that? I bet you trust aliens. But you wouldn't trust if NASA had pictures of ghosts or fairies. If NASA put up pictures of aliens, would you believe that?
Wait, what'd you say? Can you repeat that for me? It's kind of
If NASA put up pictures of aliens, would you believe that?
totally, dude. I actually believe in aliens.
Yeah. So there it is. And there it is.
Well, I believe in aliens without
Yeah.
math. And
Yeah.
they do it.
Yeah,
Lord
what
and
do they-
Saber, E.T.
Yeah, what do they look like?
I don't know. There's no proven it.
Oh,
A
so you
picture
believe
of
in
it.
something you haven't seen?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Beautiful.
Do you believe in
And
Jesus?
if they, do I believe in Jesus?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, have you seen him?
No, I don't have to.
Yeah.
Because
You know
it's
why?
a
I'm not
that's a
going
matter
in
of
on him.
faith, man. That's a matter
I'm
of
not
faith. Like,
hating on him.
well, the thing with Jesus is like 500 people at least experienced his resurrection, or say they did, and they were put to death, right? So they died saying they saw this. They died for a hoax? You really think they died for a hoax? Oh, I gotta maintain this freaking hoax. I'll freaking let myself be flayed alive by the Romans. You know, more people claim to have seen Jesus resurrected than claim they've seen the Earth from space.
For real?
For real.
Fine.
So why would they lie?
I don't know. But I believe in aliens.
Yeah, we know. That's why you're here. That you're defending your fantasy world. Do you think your salvation is in outer space? Like most young people, they've been sold this bill of goods that their salvation is outer space. That's where the future of mankind is. That's where their future is.
No.
Yeah, no. So you don't want to go to outer space? There's a rocket tomorrow. You can go to another planet. You wouldn't go there?
Dude, man.
Go to another fucking.
It's like, is it free rent?
Yeah, it's free rent. It's got alien hookers with 3 tits, dude. Would you go?
Yeah, I'd go. For
Yeah, of
free, bro.
course.
Sign me up. Where do I sign up? I'd like to go.
And you don't believe in the Bible, dude. That's pretty evident.
I do.
Name 3 books of the Bible.
We got Jebediah. Or are you talking about the people in them? Or like the
3
names?
books of the Bible, man.
We got what's his face?
Books, bro.
Like
John, Luke, Matthew, Mark.
Oh, that kind of stuff.
Revelations, Corinthians. Like we can go. Like, dude, serious. Like,
okay, so I
okay,
think
you don't believe in the Bible.
No,
You've never read it.
Genesis,
You don't know what you're talking about. Like, seriously.
that's the first one. Genesis, right?
Yeah, Genesis. Yeah, you don't believe in the Bible, dude. You might have been to church a
Genesis.
couple times. Your parents are probably atheists in hiding.
We got John. Like, John 3:16.
Yeah, I watch football too, man.
3:16. Wow, football. We're talking about the Bible.
Yeah, there's always some retard in the crowd with a John 3:16 sign. Yeah, I watch football too.
Just spilled water.
So here's the point. So the globe is a replacement religion, and you're in it, and you don't even realize it. And you're here to proselytize us about the globe that you don't even understand. I mean, imagine me trying to convert you to Christianity when I've never read the Bible, and if you say Jesus doesn't exist, me getting freaking mad. That's
Bro,
you.
he exists.
That's you, Globers. Seriously, that's you, Globers. Come in here, you defend something you don't know anything about.
It's like a
Right, Jesus exists,
Scientologist.
bruh.
It's like a Scientologist kid who was raised in the cult and is now going out and trying to tell his friend, no, well, Scientology is the thing.
Bro, Jesus is real.
He's more real than the globe.
And proselytize has nothing to do with heterosexuality.
There's a joke in there that involves the prostate, but I'm not going there.
Yeah, you'd be bending too far to go for that joke. Sorry.
We gotta, see, dude, you gotta step up your comedy, yes, man.
Oh.
You know?
Me?
You gotta step up your comedy, you know?
But yeah, well, guess what?
So
For real.
let's wrap
Hold
this
up,
up, or let's sum this up like real briefly on where we are so far. Where we are so far is you don't actually know anything about what you believe. They didn't give you any evidence in school that you can remember, but you're here to tell us what the flat Earth is, despite us saying it's not that.
Why did the chicken cross the road?
It actually seems like you knew more about flat Earth than you do the globe, because at least with the flat Earth you
Because
had a
I was
misconception.
taught today by CB.
Yeah,
CB taught me about it.
Yeah, but it's fun. You know more about that than the globe.
Yeah, because I don't learn that stuff yet.
The problem
I
is
did.
CB tried to teach you and you didn't actually retain any of it.
You said what?
CB tried to teach you all of your misconceptions about the models and all this stuff earlier, and you didn't retain any of it. You just respawned at level 1.
Nah.
Yeah, bro, you reset. You didn't
I
even
kind of
retain
reset my look.
any info. What did CB tell you today? What do you remember?
That the horizon point is like not B or C, it's A, you know? And that. Don't shoot me with that. My fault. My friend, he has like a toy ball launcher and he's pointing at me. I got scared. You know?
Yeah. Okay. Just try to hold in your pee and finish your sentence.
Wait, my fault, my fault.
Look, it's aliens, Fishy. You've never played Druid Open?
So like my thingamababa majig.
Yeah. Drace. Yeah. Listen, you just proved Drace right. So just stop.
Who's right?
You proved Drace right that you didn't actually retain anything.
No, I didn't. I did trust.
No, you retained like bits and pieces, dude. You're like a jigsaw
Bits,
puzzle with
but-
half the pieces are missing.
Nuh-uh. I remember Horizon.
I know, I remember that too.
Jesus.
What is the horizon?
The horizon is like when the sea meets the sky at the very end.
Okay. Do you think that that's the edge of the ball?
No.
So that's not like the edge of the ball, like the limit of your vision. That's where the curve starts. And if you watch the boat sail away from you, you'd see it go over the horizon and down the curve of the earth.
Well, you're not gonna feel the curve of the earth.
I didn't say
because-
feel. I said
Yeah.
see. If a ship sailed away,
Oh yeah.
Oh, does it go over the horizon, over the curve? Because that's the curve of the earth.
Well, you'll see it disappear. You know, like a little bit, half
Yeah,
at a
bottom
time.
first and then the mast, right? Like it's
Yeah.
sinking. Yeah.
Thanks.
Well, I've never seen that, and I go by the ocean, which is funny.
Well, yeah. Well, guess what? Chicken
Guess
butt.
what? It's something they just write down, but if you go out and try to make that observation, you're not going to actually see that.
So, let's say there's no water on the earth. Actually, wait. Actually, never mind. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, because there's no water on the earth, right?
Well, I just want to establish that they didn't teach you anything actually in school that you could be actually call evidence. They just said, Earth's a ball, trust us, you stupid if you're a flat earther. That's the gist I'm getting. They didn't actually give you evidence. Like, they might have showed you some pretty pictures. There's lots of pictures of Santa, too, so that doesn't mean anything. There's no way. Okay, think about it like this. Say I showed you a picture of somebody you didn't know, and I told you, this is John Smith.
Yeah.
Would you have any way, without ever seeing John Smith before, to tell if that's actually John Smith?
Ooh,
Now, you've never seen John Smith before in your life, and you're just showing a picture of a man, and they say, this is John Smith, true or false?
Well,
And you've never seen John Smith before. How do you evaluate the picture of whether that's John Smith or not?
hold up.
You can't, right?
Yeah, you can't.
Because you don't know John Smith.
Mr.
Well, you've never seen the Earth from the
Darlingo?
point of view that they say they're taking a picture of the Earth from. So how do you evaluate whether that picture is accurate or not?
Maximilius.
Well,
My
I'm
bad.
asking a question. How do you evaluate if that picture is an accurate representation of the Earth or not? If you've never seen the Earth from that point of view.
Well, why do you say? Hold on, I'm responding to a comment in the chat. Why does it say? I think he's afraid of speaking out loud. He will get roasted if he tries to by his friends, and just nods and affirms.
Yeah,
That's kind of
maybe.
That's
wild.
what you've been doing. You keep saying, yeah, you agree to everything CB said, but then you didn't retain any of it. And now, when you tried to argue earlier, you started, but then you stopped and you just waffled on. You didn't actually make any argument.
Sebastian, how can this not be cut down?
Yeah, but forget that. Put that in the back burner. That's secondary. How do you evaluate the picture claiming to be the Earth from space if you've never seen the Earth from that point of view? Now, you've seen a picture of a horse before, right? And if someone showed you a picture of a horse, you could go, yeah, that photograph of a horse, that looks like a horse because I've seen a horse before.
Yeah,
But they
I
go,
haven't
oh,
seen
here's a
that
picture of
specific
Earth, and you can't go, well, I've seen the Earth from this point of view. That looks like the Earth that I saw.
Buddy, boy.
So you can't do that, right? So what do you have
He's
to
not
evaluate
listening.
the pictures? Yeah, he's going into the cognitive dissonance. It's getting too
What do you
real.
mean?
I don't even think he reached that level. I just
Yeah,
don't think he's
it's
listening.
getting too real for him, man.
Yeah,
How
I'm
do you
getting too
evaluate the
technical.
pictures NASA claims are of the Earth? How do you determine if they are authentic or not? Dude, it's very simple.
So I run it under an AI test to see if it's generated by AI or something like that. Pretty simple, you know.
Yeah, great. No, you don't. Okay, so I don't know why you're making shit up.
No, you can look it up. AI checker. You insert a picture and it checks if it's AI or not.
Text if it's AI generated.
Yeah,
Yeah, what's the accuracy?
100% because it's AI.
That's nonsense, dude. Nothing's 100%, dude. Just stop,
What about
man.
99.99%? My fault.
You have no idea what the accuracy is. And what if
I
they
do.
just use a different AI method to generate the image that wasn't used before? Instead of using a frickin', a transformer or, a gradient descent method, they use some other method that's never been used before. The AI won't pick it up because it was never trained on that data set. So just stop. You don't know what you're talking about.
ChatGPT does though.
Nope.
No.
Oh, my fault.
ChatGPT's just downright retarded, quite honestly.
Oh, hey man, you can't use that word.
I
Oh,
just
no, it's
did.
just the truth.
Am I going to hurt its feelings?
Yeah, you're gonna hurt ChatGPT's feelings, dude.
That's okay. It won't remember in the next freaking sentence anyway.
Oh yeah, it's kind of
Oh,
true
kind of
because you
like
kind of
you.
reset it.
Kind of like you. That's what I was about to say.
I don't even know why we're entertaining this, quite honestly. Am I really that bored?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, damn it. My life sucks, man.
Yeah, it's just a ping pong ball we got.
Yeah, I know. I take the cat playing with the mouse before it eats it.
I can't believe you're going to say your life sucks when everybody in this room right now almost has their name named after you.
See, that just means you're more bored than I am.
Miss Klein, are you talking about me? When did I ever say I would have sex with everybody in the VC?
What?
No one
Bro.
said that. You're hallucinating again.
Well, you're asking for a nightmare.
Relax.
Mike.
Okay. Hee
Only one can deliver.
Oh my.
The only people that talk about sex as much as you do, or this type of topic, are absolute fucking virgins. Okay?
I'm underage? Like what?
This guy needs to get out of here, honestly.
Yeah, I'm
Me?
done with this guy.
Yeah, I'm reporting your account. You're out of here, dude.
No!
Yeah, now you care.
What am I doing to report me?
I don't know. You're talking about underage sex. Why are you doing
I'm
that?
not. That was Miss Klein. She said that I would do
No,
that.
you're the only one doing that. Stop attributing it to other people when you're the only one doing it.
I swear I heard her say that.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
know.
just your delusions. Stop attributing your delusions to other people. We have all of this recorded.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
shoot,
what
my
you're not
fault.
getting, is that this is streamed on YouTube. All of this is being recorded.
Oh,
Yeah.
kind of late for me because I'm kind of like out of it, you know? But
Yeah,
yeah.
this is, now you're tired. Yeah, I was sleepy.
Yeah, have a
Look,
sleepover at your friend's house.
It was
Later.
my medication. Is that
Nick,
next?
is
Or
it late
how
at
about like
night?
I didn't have the right upbringing or whatever, dude?
Bruh, what the
One
fuck?
person per sleeping bag.
Nuh-uh.
I think I got the right call when I said the reason you don't have energy to do things is because it takes too much energy to make excuses.
Yeah, probably it.
What's your favorite subject in school?
Shoot, man, probably recess.
Wow.
You fucking said recess. You're out of here. There's no way you're an adult.
Yeah, get him out of here.
Yeah, he's gone. Yeah, fuck that shit. No one says recess anymore, man. Like,
Oh my god. All right. Feel like I got a little dumber.
I got a son in 6th grade. He don't even call it recess. Like, come on. Like, you don't have recess past elementary school.
That was just painful all around.
Well, if you want to experience it again, you can just listen to the recording.
No, I'm not a masochist. No thanks. I just feel bad for CB.
I know it's that pearls before swine thing, right? Like,
How long was that? That was like an hour on that guy.
yeah.
I'm sure the only thing he got out of it was what heterosexual means.
I don't even know if he got that out of it. I don't think he got anything out of it. Like, we spent hours on him before he came back now.
Exactly.
But it's good for the audience. The audience got at least got it dumbed down to the level of.
I don't even think
the
the audience
dumbest
got much
child.
out of it other than like, man, school sucks.
Oh no, it was messing with my vibe. I had a vibe, and then he came, and vibe screwed up.
Yeah, and Platsy, I didn't mean anything like that. I really, it's very humbling that you guys all take my name. It's, to be serious, it weirds me out, quite honestly, but whatever.
I'm just playing. I'm not actually hurt.
Yeah. It just weirds me out, man, seeing my name up a bunch of times. Like, I've been
Nah.
using this name since about 1997 or something on the internet. Long time. So, I've always used this alias for a long time.
I don't have your name. Read it.
India homo. What?
India. Oh no 7.
Oh god. That's funny. Oh no.
Oh no. I don't know. I wanted to be part of the club. Like I had to change my actual profile name.
Yeah. What did you guys say? Did you say Indiober? Like instead of October, Indiober or something?
Oh boy.
Well, I know who started this. Luca. She's deafened. It's like,
Yeah, Lulu.
Yeah, I know who too. He started it.
It was so fun when we did it on April Fool's Day. It was an epic day.
Yeah, that was crazy.
After that guy, it's basically September Fool's Day.
Man, I love her name changes. They're so hilarious. And she'll do it in the middle of like a VC call, like a couple of times too. Just somebody will say some really stupid shit or something, and she'll change it to that.
She'll change her own name too, and it cracks me up every time. Like every other day, she'll have something else. It cracks me up.
I literally had to put a note over her name that says Lulu, so I know it's her.
Well, she keeps the same
Picture.
profile picture. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only way I recognize her.
Yep. She changes it. Uh-oh.
Oh, she's back.
Uh-oh.
Is she
Hey,
back?
Lulu, how's it going?
Who's the troublemaker? Innocent fun though. So.
We weren't talking about you at all, Lulu.
Lulu freaks me out, like, with the name changes, because I'll see her name change with her role, and I'm like, who the hell gave that role away to some freaking newbie, right? All the time, I get tricked every single time.
I think my favorite name change of hers was Foulishness.
Yeah.
Oh boy, I wish I would have saw that, man. That's great. That's perfect.
Dude, these Indio memes, these are what are these?
It's endless. Oh, what the hell?
It's from April's Fool's Day. A Karma saved and made a few of them.
The more you Indio.
Love it. Oh my gosh. You guys are
I
crazy.
generally don't do live stream, but those things are hilarious.
Oh, it's great. What you up to, Max? You winding down?
I'm still out here getting in these steps, man. You know,
Oh, don't tell me
you
you have
know,
a Fitbit.
a Fitbit. No,
Yeah, no, I'm just kidding.
no,
You
no.
said you're getting in these steps.
Yeah, I'm getting my steps in, bro.
No, I know.
Absolutely. Listen, I got to do what's best for me, man. Getting these steps in is a way that I, help with some things that I go through. So, that's it.
Absolutely. That's why I work
Arthritis is
out,
a
bro.
bad thing, bro. Yeah, well, listen, you see me in the gym. I call you from the gym occasionally. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I get my
You go
workout on too.
early, bro. You go way
Yeah.
early.
Well, you know what? I absolutely believe that that's the best time to go. I think that it gets your body going. It lifts up your metabolism for the day. So I think going at the end of the day is not as productive. That's just, I think science might back that up a little bit.
No, I know what you mean. It's so counterintuitive, but like you wake up tired, and it's just like what wakes you up is doing something exhausting. Isn't that funny? I think that's funny.
What time do
Gets
you
me
go?
charged up between 5 and 5:30 a.m.
Yeah, I was going that early for a while. I stopped though. I mean, the reason to go that early is because your testosterone is highest in the morning and you have the highest pain tolerance. But the benefits to going into the afternoon is that you can actually you can lift more weight if that's what you're trying to do. So you can lift more of a max
Really?
weight in the afternoon, yeah.
Why is
So
that?
because you're warmed up, you have a higher core body temperature.
Body's
Takes you a
charged up already. Yeah.
yeah.
That's
But
wild. Okay.
but also like the downside is you're also at your lowest level of testosterone, so you're not as anabolic, right? So you're like if your idea is to like build muscle or something, like that's probably not a good idea to like go in the afternoon. It's just like a weird balance, you know what I mean? There's like benefits to one and the other, just downsides either way, right? So
Yeah.
the thing about
Not
having
to
higher
mention the air quality. Not to mention the air quality is a lot fresher as well early in the morning at 4
yeah.
or 5 in the morning. So that's all that. Yeah.
So the thing about having a higher pain tolerance, so if you got joint pain or things like that, so like you won't have as much when you first wake up, right? You have your tolerance of like, because sometimes you work out when you don't feel so great, and like having a higher pain threshold is probably helpful.
And you always feel better after a workout for whatever reason. You just feel better.
Yeah, I'm gonna go pretty soon. I like going at night now. No one's on the machines. And honestly, I think the best thing is the sauna. It's so good, man.
The gym I go to is open like 24 hours. I can literally just go there anytime.
Same here.
I've gone there like 3 in the morning, like the only person in there working out.
Yeah, they love that here in Japan. So yeah.
I've been going about between 9 and 11 the past, I don't know, 4 months or something like that. Just because my schedule kind of changed.
In the evening?
No, like at 9 in the morning, like 9 to 10 in the
Okay.
morning. But I was like waking up at like 4:45 and like hitting the gym at like 5:15. I was doing that for months. And then like my schedule changed, so I would have to like rush back home to make it like to do my workout and get home and like put my kid on the bus, like I'd have to, you know, it was too much, man. I had like a 5-minute window. My workout lasted 5 minutes longer. Like, so I was like, I can't do that. I'll just do it after. Yeah, it ends up where I had to cut some workouts short. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I have two routines. I have a 5 to 7 in the morning, so 5 a.m. to 7, 2 hours, and then during the week I'll switch it to 1 afternoon to 3 in between my work. Those are the two schedules that I have.
What are you in a mixed martial arts? That's a lot of time in the gym.
Sorry?
I said, what are you into? Mixed martial arts or something? That's a lot of time in the gym.
Yeah, but I'm out on the streets. My gym is in the streets. I don't believe in paying money to keep fit. So I'm doing a 6-mile cycle, 3-mile run, 6 miles cycle. Then when I flip the scale, I'm doing workout on the jungle gym. That'd be the pull-ups, bar, licorice, sit-ups, under just half a mile, and then back to do that 6 times back on the bike, 6-mile cycle home. Okay, so there's circuit training, and then there's cardiovascular, and then during the week at home I do my stretching. That's it.
Remy, a triathlete.
61. Well, I'm mixing it, aren't I? You know, when you've had good fitness and you were in the army, you don't want to lose the power that you have in that. Even though I am getting older, I am 61, but I'm trying to hang on, trying to keep the fitness I have. So yeah, karate I do. We've done boxing. Then there's unarmed combat. So all that's there, but you still need to be fit to execute it. You know what I mean? So you got to do the burpees and all that. Forward roll, backward roll. Yeah. So I do that in the park. Everything I do outside. I don't go to any gym. I used to go to the gyms, but not anymore. I can just do it out on the streets. That's the. And then you can motivate others. The kids see you doing it. Jin Sensei, what are you doing? You know, I'm just exercising. You know, you want to join me? Yeah, man.
I mean, body weight exercise is just as like effective as lifting regular weights. I mean,
yeah,
it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter what the weight is. It like, oh, this a dumbbell somehow works better than using your own body. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
you can get pretty big. Look at a gymnast, right? Look at how jacked gymnasts are, right?
Yeah,
they're fucking jacked, and they're only lifting their body.
Yep.
And they're flexible, you know, the pinnacle of fitness, and they're so flexible. That's the thing.
They only look jacked because they are like 4'11".
I was just thinking that.
I was going to say that.
That's such a point.
Yeah, that's a great point. That is a great point, though. Yeah, true.
No, but they are in tremendous shape, you know, and yes, you can get a devastating calisthenic routine and isometrics and all of those sorts of things. Whatever workout you choose that's best for you, go for it. You know, there are drawbacks to both of them. I think the weights are hurts the joints, and you got to do something with that, you know, whether it's water aerobics or some sort of non-pounding exercise. You know, so yeah, there's a give and take to both. Absolutely. But Jen, I take my hat off to you. Salute, General.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah. So that's what I do, you see. And when I go out for my walk now, I've got 2 sets of dumbbells, 6 kg ones and then 2.5 kg ones. And so I'm doing my walk, and then I'm listening to house music, and then I'm shadow boxing and doing routine as I'm walking through, in the park or on the street.
You had me up into the house music, bro.
Oh yeah, the house music, garage music, hip hop, all this stuff's motivational because it gives you rhythm. Okay, because I've got the rhythm. So I mean, you can see me. I'm walking. Suddenly, I'm doing a little dance step, and then I'm walking because I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. Yeah, I'm not letting anybody
That's the best part of it.
people
Yeah.
think I'm not letting what people think of me inhibit me to release my good energy, you know? Because I want to feel good.
Hey, Jin.
Yeah.
What type of karate do you teach or
I
practice?
did Shotokan karate.
Shotokan? Nice.
Shotokan, yeah, formulated by Gikchin Funakashi. That's the one I did for 6 years in London.
I did.
I'm like James Brown. You know karate, I know Kareza.
I did
Yeah, go on.
Shorin-ryu.
Yeah, Shorin-ryu. That's a very effective karate form. Yeah.
Shorin-ryu and a little bit of Chi Taekwondo.
Yeah.
The soft style, you know.
Yeah,
But
it's still effective. It's still effective, you know. I mean, I loved it. I loved my karate, man. Just, you know, it definitely came in handy many a time because I was doing security work as well at the time as well. So it really did come in handy. You know, club security, warehouse security. Yeah. Loved it.
In Japan or in the UK?
That would be in the UK. That would be in the UK.
I was gonna say Japan is pretty civil, man. I can't imagine you have to break stuff up there too much.
No, my son is doing security here in Japan, and then it's usually quiet. So my son's a black belt in judo. My son is and he works at nightclubs in the Tokyo area. He's 21. He's becoming a mechanic like his dad, and then he's doing the security like me. So he's followed my footsteps in a way, but only in Japan here. Brilliant, you know, amazing.
you know what? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. I was just going to say there are many roads to fitness, and the key factor for fitness is don't OD. You know, don't OD and just try and enjoy it. You know, just try to enjoy it is the main thing I'll have to say.
Yeah,
Enjoy
just
it.
like the most consistency is the most important thing. So you need, like you said, you have to enjoy it. And if you like really dread doing it, you're not going to be consistent. You're going to end up skipping or making excuses not to go or, you know, whatever.
Yeah, it's got to be enjoyment. Yeah, and that's my way. So, and I'm just excelling at that. And I'm 61. I'm actually getting ready to go out as we speak. Yeah. So, but that's how it is for me. You know, I enjoy it. I've got my podcast. So if I'm walking, I might be listening to music at one time, and then another time I might be listening to the Flat Earth podcast or the problems with vaccines and the updates on a podcast because I download it. So now I've cycled with music, and then it transitions into Flat Earth knowledge, and that's blasting out. So that's not in any headphones. That's coming out of my pocket, so people will hear about Flat Earth as I'm walking by. Do you know what I mean?
That's awesome.
Yeah, man.
Nice.
Yeah, that's it.
I have a tough time staying away from the gym now. I feel depressed when I don't go.
Yeah. When you just use the outdoor environment is what I like doing. I mean, there are times when I'm in a restaurant, okay, and I'm eating, okay, and I'm listening to, again, you know, the Flat Earth or whatever, and then the guy comes up to me and says, "Can you turn the volume down on your device?" I says, "Can you turn down the volume on everybody in the restaurant? Because I can hear them talking, yeah?" "Oh, okay." And I snigger to myself because that's the walk of shame. Because he knew I was right. He knows I'm right. Because my phone is talking to me, okay, and other people are talking to them, you know, with each other. So, you know, what are you talking about here? It's a voice. It might be in English. It's not Japanese, it's English, but it's still a voice. Thank you. Yeah, and he walked off, man. Every time they walk off, that walk of shame. Yeah. Hands-free mode. Very nice. Yeah, I don't put headphones on because when you're jogging, they fall out your ears anyway. And I don't like the ones without the cables because they make you look like a woman. You know, you've got earrings on. No thanks. Don't like that look at all.
That's funny, man.
Yeah. Oh yeah. By the way, Indio, thank you very much for the link you gave me. You know, with the moon landing, there was a lot of new material that I learned from that.
That channel's awesome, man.
Yeah. Sorry that my Wi-Fi cut off because I was really enjoying that interaction there. We were really flowing, and then my Wi-Fi cocked up, so I couldn't return. Okay.
Yeah.
My apologies
Yeah,
on that one.
I figured it was something like that.
Yeah, but
I knew it wasn't a satellite.
Yeah, what you've done is you've given me a bigger clobber to clobber the Globers with. That's what you've done, and I've been using it in the Gem Panda server. Okay.
Oh man, they must be really upset about that, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's like the Batman utility belt, right? So you can just like whip out a different like device to like beat the bad guy with.
Exactly. New information on how it is impossible, because recently I've been hitting them with. We know they didn't go to space, to the moon, because you can't go to the toilet properly. That totally destroys them. Okay, and I talked them through how NASA tells us they went to the moon, and I said that would be impossible. That was during the Gemini and the Apollo missions. I said the Gemini and Apollo missions proved they didn't go to the moon because you can't go to the toilet properly. You just can't.
Well, maybe they held it.
Well, that's what they were saying. Some of the astronauts said they were saying they were holding it. What, for 8 days? 12 days? Don't be silly. That'd be one constipated astronaut when they get back. So yeah, but yeah, thanks for that. That's been it's been a very useful pieces of information. Lots.
Yeah,
So,
they go over a lot of different things, and all their arguments and like their evidence is very good, right? It's all well thought out.
Yeah. It's what I call spot on stuff. It's slam dunk. It's slam dunk information. And, and you know what? The narrator at the beginning, you think he was like a glober. Do you know what I mean? He thinks they went, but about halfway through, he starts accelerating on how they never went. I love the guy.
Yeah, because
I
if you
can't
start,
believe that group.
well, I was just gonna say, if you start off right on the oh, he never went to the moon, that's a bunch of bullcrap. People will automatically turn it off. But if you kind of go along with the story and lead up to the hole slowly, like the hole in the story, and they're just oh shit, they get caught off guard.
That's exactly what he did, because I thought, it's going to be they went to the moon, or leave you hanging. But no, when he's finished, he's telling you that they could never have gone. Brilliant. They could never have gone. All this information proves that NASA hoaxed the moon landings. It's not possible. It's impossible, he's saying, and stuff like that. I love it. It was really good. Really good. And there's still more material that I've still got to look at. So I've done about 5 hours worth. Okay, and there's still more to go. All right? And I've enjoyed it. Lots more.
I'm gonna post the link again for anybody else. And Max, what do you have to say?
No, I just find it hard to believe that a whole group of people still believe that we went to the moon, that you could find a consensus of a group of people who still believe that the story of the moon landing. I mean, there's just so much evidence against it. It's like, are you kidding me? I never believed it, and I was born in the 60s before it happened,
Yeah,
So that's crazy.
I bought into it. I believed it, hook, line, and sinker, because I watched it as a kid. I was born in 1961, so by the time 1967 kicked in, we were learning about space at elementary school. See, so of course, when they went to the moon, I bought it hook, line, and sinker, man, as a kid. I would have been 8 years old in 1969, and I actually bought hook, line, and sinker, the whole thing. I believed it right until 1995 in London. I was working at a wine bar, on the door at a wine bar, and one of my friends came up to me and says, "Jim, do you believe they went to the I said, yeah, they went to the moon, man." He goes, "Yeah, how do you know?" I said, "Well, I saw it on TV." Do you know what I mean? I used to run home from school, not play football like I usually would do, run home to watch it. So no, they went. I saw it on TV, right? And he goes, "Yeah, my mother said that they didn't go in that." And then he stopped there. So I said to him, "Yeah, but I mean, how does your mother know?" And he said it was like instinct. I said, "You and your fucking mother and the instinct, fuck off out of here. I'm on the fucking door. I saw it on fucking television, right?" I said, "I saw it on fucking television, and they don't lie on TV, okay? Fuck off." That's what I said. 1995. right, to this guy Dave, right, a friend of mine, Dave, because I was on the door. All right, and they don't lie on TV. Those were my words. I would have been 1995. I would have been 33 years old at that time. Okay, so I'm still naive, even at 33. Okay, now fast forward to 2000. Jin's investigating the moon landings. 2001 is when I actually discovered that they never went. Heartbroken. I phoned up that guy Dave. It took 30 minutes to locate him because he had moved and changed his number. But I apologised to him, and he'd forgotten all about that by then. He'd forgotten. Okay, and I apologised to him that they didn't go. I said, I know more about it than you do now. I now know why they didn't go, but you didn't give any information. You said mother instinct. That's not information. That's that information, instinct.
What brought you to look around into it? You said 2001. Was it the events that happened around that time?
No. What happened was I got myself a computer from my father-in-law because he worked for the company Fujitsu, and he brought me a computer that the size of a school exercise book, really small. Okay, and the first thing I looked up was green tea. The second thing I looked up was the Kursk submarine, the Russian Kursk submarine that blew up under the water, and then the third thing I researched was the moon landings. That was my own, wanting to research. Okay, it was my own motivation there because of that guy in 1995. Dave. So I thought I'd research it, and that's why I did it. And that's when I discovered that they never went. And then 9/11 happened. So, and there you go. I've been down that rabbit hole ever since. Now, I'm now a flat earther, can you believe, on this server from 2015. So I just kept doing the moon landing research all that time, okay? So I've got a lot of material. And then India gave me some material about a week ago. And some of the stuff, most of the stuff I knew, but there's some new information that I didn't know that I've gleaned. There's a lot of new information. That's the point I'm saying. A lot of new information. And I'm really enjoying it. Oh, for example, if the cameras can't work in a vacuum. Oh, and India told me that one actually, yeah. Cameras can't, the negatives wouldn't work. Yeah, that was a brilliant one. That was, that one stuck with me immediately. I thought, right. Because I'm into photography, you see. So
Well,
yeah, there you go.
supposedly the moon has an atmosphere, right? That's what they said, that the moon has an atmosphere.
No, it has 1/6 of Earth's gravity, but no atmosphere. It's a vacuum, but it has Earth's 1/6 of Earth's supposed gravity because there is no gravity actually.
So no atmosphere, just gravity.
No atmosphere, just a temperature variation, and that would be minus 560 degrees and then plus 124 degrees Celsius. Temperature variations. And when it gets to minus numbers, the camera should not be able to work. The motors
Nobody could have been able to take the pictures of them taking off, right? So, I mean,
there you
who
go.
took the picture?
There you go. Right. The mechanisms inside the Hasselblad camera would cease to operate because the temperature's too cold. That's what the experts have said. Minus 53 minus 100 degrees. You're not making the Hasselblad. It'd be too cold.
If you see the video that they say that they filmed,
yeah. The actual negative itself wouldn't roll. It would crack and shatter at those temperatures, minus temperatures. Yeah, and
yeah, it's cellulite film, right? It's cellophane.
Yeah. You got it. That's it. And when you
absolutely, it's not digital. Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, right. It tends to go up, doesn't it? Negative films in the heat. So the question is,
8mm cameras, right?
Yeah, that's how did they get the camera and the film from the heat of the sun and the cold temperatures? How did they manage to do that? Not to mention the cosmic ray particles and the radiation. So yeah,
They wrapped it in the same
definitely
stuff
what
they
belongs.
used the suits for.
What? Their imagination?
There you go. There you go. If you look
Kid was
at
protected by our
the most
imagination.
recent, yeah, exactly that. What it's all about. If you look at the most recent presentation from NASA regarding their new suits made by a company called Axiom, that's the name of the company. During their presentation, a young kid, about 16, 18-year-old, stands up, really nervous, and asks the question, how do the suits protect the astronauts from the radiation? And he sat back down. The guy who's doing the presentation goes, a good question. Yes, the radiation can cause a lot of problems for living organisms. So they have to transverse celestial body to that very, very quickly, he said. So let's say they're going to the moon. When they land on the moon itself is going to block the radiation when they're on the surface from underneath, right? And then the other failing, they go underground. So the suits do not, and those $3 a pop. Okay? That's the new suits for the Artemis mission I'm talking about. There's the one they went $3.2 billion, and they not protect them from radiation. They go. So we know they're not going. They just lied. And that's in their latest presentation, which was in March this year. I watched it. March this year. Do not protect them. Cannot protect them.
You're roboting a little bit, Indio. Based on my Jindio, based on my Indio radar, we have one non-Indio in here. Whisper Jack.
Yo. Yes, yeah. Do excuse my Wi-Fi. It's playing up again. Connectivity problems again. I'm in a. The telecommunications are above my head, and I'm soaked by the neighbours. I'm just, precariously hanging on here. This is why my connectivity is always a problem. Yeah, we know they didn't go. Their suits. They've moved from the chest to the side of the head now. So it's in now. And it's got across the helmet. Their new suit look all good, but they're not going to the moon. You know that. Waste of taxpayers' money.
What do you think about that, Jack?
Which part?
Well, where he says we're not going to the moon.
That's probably true.
Yeah, no, he's not confident. He's not confident in that. He said,
no, I'm confident.
He's not confident at all. He knows that what we bring to him is compelling and damning.
No, I'm on board with it. I'm fully on board with it.
Yeah, there's no way we can't go. Rockets don't work in a vacuum anyway. Yeah, that's provable. We can do that and replicate that down here on Earth, and the fuels don't light up. No forward propulsion. And
I mean, even the videos of the rockets are kind of laughable.
Yeah.
The best one is when Starlink or the Elon Musk one where it lands and it just looks like it's just in reverse. It's just a video played in reverse.
Exactly that, and it looks like a cartoon as well. It's a cartoon thing as well.
It's
CGI.
ridiculous.
Yeah, it's like out of a game console kind of a game. And
it just gently settles back down.
Yeah, that's impossible. That's impossible. Totally impossible. When I look at the image when it's on its way back, it looks like I'm looking at a game on TV. A game. Even the dust is fake. You know when it lands and it kicks up some dust. That dust
Yeah.
is like what you see from a gaming. Can't get the words out now. When you play games on TV, like a Sony PlayStation game thing.
When they launched that car into space, I mean, that was ridiculous.
That was an absurdity. The Tesla, yeah, absurd. And you notice we've got no feedback on what's happened to that car either. You know,
Right.
no updates.
Perfect footage,
nothing.
perfectly crisp, clear footage for a day or two.
Yeah. It was supposed to be on its way to the moon, on a crash course to Mars, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was embarrassing.
It was. That was. I couldn't believe that everybody, like most people, bought into that.
I think they kind of hit it because every time I ask anyone about it, they're like, "No, that didn't happen," and I'll show them the video, and they're like in disbelief that, it's just so dumb.
Yeah, even Elon Musk had to do some damage control. You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Yeah, I mean, why are we launching cars in space anyways? Even if it were possible, it's just stupid. The whole concept is just.
Yeah, right. And you know when Elon Musk did that, apparently NASA was totally furious that he did that. Because he did it without saying anything to NASA that he was going to do that. And NASA was furious that he actually did that because obviously he's hamming it up, isn't he?
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, he's hamming up the story, yeah. So, yeah, it's embarrassing. Totally embarrassing, that is. I'm so glad that I followed, the road of trying to find the truth and the meaning of your lives and my lives and that. And I thought, to discover that the moon landings were a hoax was heartbreaking. But the biggest shock was that it was flat all along. The Earth was flat all along. Fuck. That was just, wow. Yeah, an emotional roller coaster ride there, all in one, man. The shock of realizing it was flat all along. The fact that I've been in the army and I'd experienced so much and hadn't joined the bloody dots. Yeah, giving it the big one, the big mouth. Yeah, I can survive in the jungle, no problem, but I missed all the clues to the planet Earth. What an idiot I was. Okay, and then the realization that wow, it's flat. I was like a helium balloon. So yeah, man, this is amazing. Who and what designed this Earth? Sorry.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I feel like it's kind of relieving, personally.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I was relieved. That was the third experience. So the first was anger at myself, and anger at the education I received and my inability to not check when I should have done. Yeah. But then the last emotional was, relief. Because it's true, it's flat. There is no ball. And then suddenly you realize that no asteroids are going to come and end Earth. Earth is not a ball. Oh, the dinosaurs never existed. So it all starts to fall into place, doesn't it?
Right.
Through that relief. It's just one relief after another. A domino of reliefs, if you will, is what I experienced. Yeah. Yeah. And that all came from furthering the investigation, of course. Eric Dubé's Dinosaur Never Existed. And the funny thing about the dinosaur never existing was back in 2013. So Jin's not a flat earther here, because I became a flat earther in 2015. But in 2013, Japan reckoned that they had some remains of a miniature T-Rex. Now, this is in 2013, and I said, hang on a second, that can't be true. Japan is a volcanic island. How did those dinosaurs get there? How did the T-Rex get there? It's all forest. What would it have lived on? Now, that doesn't make any sense. Something's not right. That's what I said. Yeah. Yeah. So I thought, no, I don't believe in the miniature T-Rex from Japan. They're lying. Okay? 2 years later, or even 3 years later, I'm discovering that they
Did everyone else just lose him too?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, the satellite is going through a tunnel.
Mic check.
You good?
For sure. I'm on my way to the gym.
Yeah, I'll let
Hey,
Jim
Jim.
talk now. He's like motivated.
Yeah, is he still there? Have you seen the Urbano
Good shit.
Monte map from 1587?
Yeah, that would be during the 1970s.
Oh, Jim. Like crap.
Yeah.
Someone say dinosaurs.
Yeah, I said dinosaurs. Yeah, dinosaurs never existed. I know.
Dude, you know what? I would always ask my friends, like back in the day, I'd be like, "Hey man, like, what do you think would be more plausible, dinosaurs or like giants?" They're like, "Well, you're fucking stupid if you think giants were real." I'm like, "Well, what the fuck? Like, in what world is it like more plausible to think of like like, oh yeah, those things, those dinosaurs are real, but like a giant person, yeah, no way. That's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
unfathomable."
Amazing disconnect there. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
it's
the thing
weird.
is, the experts in the anatomy, animal anatomy and physiology have stated that nature wouldn't create these animals with such long necks or such heavy mass. The mass alone they'd be crushing themselves, crushing their bones. They'd crush themselves under their own weight. The
Yeah, it's like how
T-Rex
do they
couldn't get back
reproduce?
up. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're supposedly cold-blooded, right? But with long
Yeah.
legs and cold-blooded, that would make no sense.
Yeah, exactly. And the T-Rex, if it fell over, couldn't right itself, and those little hands had no use. What would be the use of those little hands? Yeah.
That is true. What the fuck?
Ridiculous.
You got to make up the whole story from whole cloth because nobody ever seen, heard, or anything of it. There's no history of anything like that, and so the whole story is made from whole cloth.
Or the ones like what are the ones the iguanodons that just have their thumb as just a spike?
There you go. Yeah.
He's
And
got
then we have Jake Gibson. And then we have Jake Gibson, flat earth arsehole, the flat earth arsehole. Jake Gibson, he said, how would they reproduce? And then he tried to show us with two dinosaurs and that. That was really funny.
Yeah, they don't fit together.
Yeah, they didn't
Very
fit together
well.
yet. It was just brilliant. So there you
Break
go.
everyone's
Eric
hips.
Dubay, Jake Gibson, when he was good. I mean, I don't follow him now, but when he was kicking it a little bit with the flat earth thing, he was doing a good job. He's gone a bit crazy now, but there you go.
I always thought about
It's like anyone
where
with a platform,
dragons
I feel like sometimes.
came from. The lore of dragons. How it's in almost every culture. They have some
Yeah.
type of depiction of a dragon. Always been curious about that.
Yeah, so was I. Yeah, I was as well.
Well,
And
the
then-
smart
and
people
that's
left
their
on the
power.
dragons. All of the smart people left on the dragons. They went to the parts that we can't go to, and that's where they are now. We were the barbarians that they left behind, and we're the offspring of those guys. The smart people took the unicorns, the dragons, and all the other stuff that everybody wrote about, man.
Yeah, I like how sea serpents and dragons are totally fake, but dinosaurs are 100% real.
Yeah. Now, according to Eric Dubay's documentary, which is like, 35 minutes, 40 minutes long, there's a Chinese company called Zigong Ocean Arts Limited, and they make a proud statement that they make 62% of the exhibits that we see around the world. 62%. Zigong Ocean Arts Limited, a Chinese company. There you go, and been doing it for years. Yeah. So they're the ones responsible for the things that we see in the museums. And they use like crushed, different
Most of
types
them,
of
yeah.
bone.
Yeah,
Crushed.
some of them are fake. Yeah, or most of them are fake, right?
Yeah, most of them are fake. You're not looking at real bone. You're looking at mixed, powdered
But
bone,
even if they were real
oxygenated,
bones,
and molded.
let's say they were real bones, they wouldn't have them out for the public to be able to destroy them like that. So even if they had the real bones, they wouldn't be on display. But there are no real bones to put on display.
That's right.
You mean the ones in the airports aren't real?
No, they're not real, man.
Not at all.
Yeah, Eric Dubay stated that no real reporter has ever touched a real bone. When they ask to see them, they say no, they're hidden away in a safe somewhere. So all we see is replica
God knows
bones.
what they're doing, yeah.
Yeah. And then National Geographic had to apologize to the viewers because they said that they'd found someone had presented them with the missing link the transition from dinosaur to birds. And it turned out that the Chinese guy who offered that up, it was mixed bones from different animals, different bird species, and it was had to dies. So document. Apologies.
You're all good.
Yeah, man. Yeah, but anyway, guys, I'm going to go off and do my exercise now. So enjoy your.
Take it easy, brother.
Later.
It's always a blessing when you tap in, Jen.
Yeah, thanks, Indio. Yeah, cheers, guys.
Cheers, mate.
Later,
I will be back, promise.
Oh, this is strange. Got 5-0 pulling up in Home Depot. Ooh, 2 undercovers.
Oh no.
Man, this is crazy. I don't know about you guys, but in Vegas, they got SUVs, minivans, Toyotas, fucking everything, every vehicle you can think of.
Throw that kilo out, Beasticles.
Nah, bro, it's my weights. My backpack.
It's in his rucksack.
Nah, I'm good. Good thing I look like cream cheese, bro. They leave me alone.
I like how there was that like story a while ago about San Francisco authorizing or that bill for San Francisco to authorize AI to just kill someone for the police. Did you guys ever hear about that? Goofy ass shit.
Nah, but it's gonna be hard to talk with all this background noise for a second until I get to the gym. So, listen.
Yo, what's happening?
I'm gonna probably tap out, go into the politics server, see what the hell's going on there. Get some entertainment in my ears.
All right, man. Go get him, man. It's a fucking
It
shark
was a
tank
pleasure,
over there, man.
everybody. See you
Look,
later.
man.
I
Later.
know. Hey, later.
Dude, that server over there, it's a bit of a wild one, man. Careful. Somebody will say,
Hey, wait a second. I saw a dude pop in.
are all the
I had
planets
to say
round?
hi to Bro first. What's up, man? How was the flat Earth dinner?
That was great, man. It was absolutely fantastic.
That's what's up, man.
I recommend it.
Man, it's hard to hear. Fuck. What'd you say?
Hold on a second. I'll be right there.
Okay.
Hold on. Doing 110 kilometers an hour. There we go. Can you hear me now? Is
Yeah.
that better? Oh,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
great, man.
It's just hard to hear in general because I'm walking by a highway.
Exactly. Yeah, it's kind of hard. I'm going fast. No, it was great. It was small, but it was fun. Always nice to hang out with people you can bring up any subject with, and they don't go, "What are you? Are you crazy?"
You need to make sure that you let Luluka know the next time that you do that, so she can mosey on with you guys.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Um, well, we got the big meetup coming up. I guess it's a conference. I don't know. conference meetup. I don't know. Las Vegas. Vegas, baby. Woo!
Yeah, you're gonna be in.
You guys been enjoying some football there in Vegas?
I don't know, man. Is there football in Vegas? I don't know.
Well, sometimes. When
I
the
don't know
Raiders
anything.
play at home.
The Raiders. All right. Nah, man. I watch too much of that, but occasionally I'll catch something. Usually I'm at some kind of restaurant or bar or something, and they'll have some football on.
Balling.
It's kind of hard not to watch it when they got 47 televisions with nothing but football on.
Yeah.
It's a bit annoying, actually. Kind of hard to keep people's focus on conversations, at least deep
Right.
conversations. It's usually just fluffy. Oh, that guy, he was tackled from
You
the
see him
horse.
throw that ball.
He threw it. Oh, it's a touchdown. Amazing. Oh,
It's a
just amazing. It was just amazing.
He's just like he's just finished smoking like 10 cartons of cigarettes.
Yes, I'm smoking since. No, So what's going on, man? Anybody found any curvature or?
Nah, man,
something?
it looks flat to me.
Yeah, it's too late for that. They're never going to find the curvature at this rate if they never found it to begin with.
Yeah.
The only curvature I see is the lovely ladies at the gym.
There you go.
Damn. I'm out with heat tonight.
So, all the folks that that are variations of Indio's name.
Yeah, what's going on? How did this happen? Yeah, I was wondering what the 007's about.
Because of Indio.
Ah.
He's deafened now, but he wasn't here pretty active today.
That is not correct.
Okay.
My name is India. Oh no, 007.
No.
What about
No,
Dude
no.
Indio 007? and God
007 dude.
or God Rock Indio 007. Like everybody's
Crazy, man.
Or
Yeah, Indio's probably actually creeped out. He's like, I don't like this.
We're gonna make them super powerful if we give them too much worship, guys. We gotta be careful.
and Grim Dio.
Let's not. Just joking, of course.
Grim Dio.
Got some
You
too.
like 007.
Mike Power Swan, you're Mindio Power Swan 007 now.
So Flat Earth Professor, dude. Quantum Erasers in the other server. And you're here. So
There you go.
that theory goes out the window. Boom.
It's been debunked. Debunked. He's over on politics.
I think so.
Yeah,
Politics
he
has
is.
sucked lately. Not like that channel. I'm just saying in general.
That shit is there's a lot going on over there, man.
I don't see how everybody can do it all the time, but I still might get on there in a little bit.
Diane Feinstein passed away the other day.
I heard that.
That's crazy.
There you go.
Like 90.
All right.
Yeah, see, I go to the politics server when I go to the gym because it's hard to talk. Like when I'm out of breath and shit. So I just listen in.
Yeah, it's hard to get a word in over there, man. You gotta. I just joined it yesterday, so I only looked at what was going on in there, and I was like, oh shit, man.
I'm interested.
It's wild.
Is there a link in this Discord to it?
I think there is.
You probably find it in Partners or something like that.
For sure, I'll check it out.
Anyway, I'm about to enter. I'll catch you peeps later. I'll be in the politics
All
room
right.
listening.
Cheers,
Later,
brother.
y'all.
Cheers.
Oh wow.
Yeah, man. Feel it. You're at the
What you
gym
got?
right now? What are you doing?
I'm driving 100 kilometers an hour.
To the gym?
No, I'm driving home
Oh, okay. From the gym.
from a flat earth dinner party.
Oh, okay. That was like a real thing?
It was a real thing.
Oh, that's dope. How'd that go? Was it good?
Yeah, it was pretty fun.
Well,
You
it
guys
sure wasn't. It sure wasn't a fake real thing. Man, God,
got
question that was. Yeah.
real thing?
It was a real thing, man.
Like an actual
Great.
dinner party? That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it was kind of small but intimate. Some great flat earthers there. I had a michelada, man. You guys know what those are?
Nah.
Kind of beer and some spicy tomato juice.
Oh, okay.
Pretty yummy, man.
Yeah, that's pretty decent.
Yeah, it was almost like a meal. It was good.
Good times, man.
I just discovered those things this year. Like, pretty yummy.
Yeah. Not bad, not bad. No,
Not
they had
bad.
a name. I didn't know how they had that name for them.
Yeah, it's a Mexican drink. Mexican
Mm-hmm.
beer style drink thing, man. Spicy.
Yeah, that chili stuff is always spicy.
Good stuff.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Orale, ese. I am Mexican. I'm like second generation though, so
Awesome.
not like
Love the
most.
Mexican culture. Love it.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
Pretty dope, man.
Yeah, it's fun.
Work hard, play hard, man.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
we're gonna make some tamales soon, dude. Okay.
You freaking eat hard too.
Hell
Yeah, they eat hard. Yep.
yeah. Gonna do some tamales this fucking November.
Yeah.
Whole bunch of them.
Love a good tamale, man. Mm.
We had tostadas
Oh yeah, tostadas are
this
good.
night. Yep.
I had chicken cordon bleu tonight. Wasn't bad.
Cordon bleu.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad.
All right. Gotta eat, man. Gotta eat.
Yeah, it's hard not to eat like fucking turd burger sometimes. I used to like eat a whole box of cereal in a night.
That's not
When I was
good.
a kid, yeah, dude. Oh, how was I doing that to myself?
Dude, that's horrible.
I was on the toilet like all night and morning.
Yeah, that's not healthy.
Not at all.
A little fiber.
Yeah,
Make sure you throw a little fiber in your diet.
Yeah, dude, there's a lot of fiber there.
Sugar.
Not too much though.
A lot of Honey Nut Cheerios.
When you eat too much fiber, because then it can make you cramp.
All backed up. Hella cheese too. Oh my god. Pretty sure I'm lactose intolerant.
Try raw milk. I heard it's really good if you're lactose intolerant.
How raw are we talking? Right off the nipple?
Yeah, can I just go like just get in there?
Just get up on the tit, man.
Get
Let's
up on
go.
Bessie outside there.
Anyway, try it, man. I heard it fixes that problem, bacteria and stuff in the milk. Yeah, I heard that. You try it. I don't know.
All the
Not
delicious
a doctor.
plus.
I can buy raw milk at my one of my health food stores here. They sell it.
Where are you at?
It's legal in California. It's not legal in all states.
Oh, okay, I'm in California.
Yeah, it's legal here. Yeah, find one of those fancy health food places. It's like $10 a gallon.
Oh shit. Well, I mean, not that. Considering that milk is already like $6 to $7 a gallon, like, I mean, like, it's not that bad, honestly.
That's not gonna
Maybe
put you in
like
the
10 years
poorhouse.
ago, I would have been upset. That's awesome. Yeah, dude, everyone was like fucking like $3 a gallon or some shit.
Fuck, man. We're paying almost $7 a
Same with
gallon
gas.
for gas.
Yeah, exactly. What the fuck, dude?
Fuck.
Yeah, that was like a quick transition too for me. Like, I didn't even realize it. I was just like filling up one day. I'm like, damn, this is like $5.99 right here at this gas station. What the fuck?
Yep.
I was like,
Yeah,
I'm
it's
almost
pretty
on empty.
expensive.
I'll drive to the Shell. Like 25 cents cheaper.
Need one of those smart cars, man. Gets like 50 miles to the gallon. Or
I don't want an electric car.
no, these are gas. It's a gas car. It's just
Oh,
really small.
the small ones,
A
like the
little
little
teeny car.
little toasters.
Yeah, they're kind of cute. But
Fucking Teslas.
no electric for me, man. Can't do it.
Yeah, no, right. They have like I think there's like only like one place in like the whole county I live in that has like a place with Tesla chargers, and it's like a restaurant.
Real.
Yeah,
Yeah, we got them right
it's
here
in the
by my
parking lot.
Target. There's a whole row of those fucking things, and then
So crazy.
there's like this over by In and Out. There's one. Yeah, there's a bunch of them around where I live. But where I live,
I
man,
love
it's like
In-N-Out.
probably I don't know.
Are you NorCal?
No, I'm in the South,
Ah, yeah, I'm in the North.
but there's Teslas everywhere now, man. They're all over the place.
Yeah,
Taking over, man. They're taking over.
tough being SoCal though. Fuck. I have family down in LA though.
It's all right. It's fucked everywhere, but you know, what are you gonna do? But I don't know. Nothing's easy. Yeah, running a farm isn't easy, or you know, living in the city's not easy either. Man. Uh,
It's not at
maybe
all.
someone.
I live out in Sticks, dog, away from all that bullshit. I used to live in the Bay Area though. Breaking news: Senator Dianne finds away at 90. It happened like 2 days ago. This is an old post.
You guys check out the full moon last
Night
night before.
it looks pretty crazy right now from my window.
Popping in and outs over here, man. Kind of hard.
Jobs. Okay.
Who's all in here, man? Shout them out. I can't. I'm driving. Shout out to
myself,
Indio and Indio and Indio and Indio
Indio
and
and
Indio.
Grim
Oh,
Indio and
Indio.
Indio and
Grindio.
Mindio, Power Swan,
Flat.
and
Flatio.
India. Oh no! Oh no!
Indio. Oh no.
He left.
Uh,
Indio, no, no.
Indio no homo.
Indio. Hey, there's Indio.
Indio no homo.
President Orion's back.
Uh,
Indio's back. Go. Yeah, that's pretty much it though.
Yeah, I'm chilling though.
There's 8 of us. I can't count.
With my clones.
For sure.
freaking clones, man. What happened? Larry.
Did you guys see that good picture of Tim Ballard?
No, I'm driving. Is it in the voice?
Oh no,
text?
no one ever linked it. I was just wondering. So I saw this terrible picture of him. He's got like fake tattoos and he's like in his underwear. Ballard put the image out himself on Adam Carolla's podcast, and it has come back to haunt him. The image was also sent to the women he groomed. Yeah, that guy. Oh God. Ugh. I'm looking at the picture right now. It's nasty. Crazy, dude. Damn, it's really over, Ballard Bros. That's the politics stuff. Very interesting. That whole Sound of Freedom guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you had to watch that? I saw.
I've never seen it. I'm not gonna watch it.
I don't know.
I'm not
I don't know
watching
anything about it other than it's a documentary or is it a movie? I don't know.
It's
I'm not even sure.
it's like a
But
movie, but it's like a retelling of like a story of this guy's actual life. This undercover who was involved in like a human trafficking sting in South America or something. And his character, Tim Ballard's character, is played by Jim Caviezel, who was also Jesus in Passion of the Christ.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
I heard it was really popular, and anytime something's really popular, I'm immediately suspicious.
I'm instantly skeptical.
And that's
yeah,
all.
exactly. I generally don't
that's
do it.
just
I
kind
don't
of
do
my.
stuff. Or like that Oliver Anthony guy.
Exactly, same thing, man. Where one guy is little truth song is like the #1 song in the country, and I'm like, wait a minute, man.
They're like
fucking,
psyoping people, like hard psyoping people right now.
And I'm like, what? I don't get it, man. I mean, like, yeah, okay, it's a decent little song, but #1, dude, there's better songs out there, man, with truth and flat earth and all kinds of crazy truth shit, man. I've been running a music channel on my YouTube channel for fucking 6 years, and I play all kinds of truth shit, man. It's way better than his shit, man. And I'm like, really? What?
Yeah, that's
So
what
if
you're
it's
gonna.
too
That's what you're
popular,
gonna plot behind. Well, it's just interesting, like the certain demographics of people that they're trying to target with these kinds of things that are like,
yeah,
almost like truth bombs, but aren't really like truth bombs for the people that are really like in on the know, you know?
right.
I don't know how to
Exactly.
put that any better
I
than
mean,
how I did, but you get what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, I mean, there's so much, but when it's so popular and you're like, well, that seems weird. Why is this movie Sound of Freedom or whatever more popular than a fucking, what was it, like a Tom Cruise movie or one of the big
whatever the
fucking
big movies came
blockbusters?
over.
And I'm like, wait a minute, that movie's bigger than that one? There's something wrong, man.
It just reveals so much, and it's like, I don't know. It's like you can parade it as like raising awareness, quote unquote, raising awareness, but it's like
right,
people and the same people and same groups are still profiting from it, and you're almost glorifying it in the movie. And then it's like you're not changing anything by like being, I watched the movie. Yeah, that stuff's crazy. I never knew that was happening. It's like, come on, man. Like it's been going on for a while, bro.
Yeah, where you been, man? I knew
Yeah.
about that shit fucking, 8 years ago. What the hell? It's like,
Yeah. Yeah,
you
exactly.
guys are just now finding out about that? Oh, okay.
And then
Guess
it's
you've
like,
been living under
and
a
then
rock.
and then for them, it's mainly like that's like the case closed. Like the book is closed now. Okay, that was
Right.
the revelation. Okay, we're closing it now, and they'll never dwell back into that or like think about that or look into any of the affiliated parties or anything like that.
Right. Nobody's going to jail.
Yeah.
Nobody's.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Nobody at NASA's going to jail for lying to us about the shape of the Earth, man.
I really don't think people can handle that very well. Dude, I make like all my friends so pissed off at me and think I'm an actual retard when I like start just kind of like just playing dumb and like debating them because I never really want to like try to get heated with them because they are my friends. But I just like go along the lines and just kind of like troll them with certain things. And like sometimes I'll get like
Oh,
one or two of them like on a certain thought process with like something I'll say, and then like the other ones will like know what I'm doing and get frustrated with me because I'm like baiting them into like my
yeah.
line of
Yeah.
thinking.
Hmm.
It's like
I've done that a
you
few
can't
times.
get mad at me for like bringing up something that's gonna that's thought provoking for someone.
Gonna trigger you a little bit, but don't get mad at me, man.
Fuck.
Ugh.
Yeah, shit's always
You're the one that thinks you're spinning on a ball that you know nothing about. Like you
yeah.
don't know the first thing about your spinny ball, but you're like, well, of course it's spinning.
It's like gospel for them. It's that, but they can't like recall anything.
They don't know nothing. They don't know anything. They
Mhm.
couldn't tell you like what kind of clouds are in the sky, much less circumference or radius or some kind of
Oh.
nothing. They know nothing, man. I always say I don't want to do it, but I might have to make you look really, really stupid.
Mhm.
Sorry,
Yeah, it's
and
blows my
I'll
mind too.
just smoke your ass, man. I will smoke your ass because you don't know the first thing about your fucking spinning ball thing, man.
It's like
Nothing.
we end up knowing more about the proposed model than them. That's
That's right,
always a thing
and that's
people
all
are
right.
saying.
I always I get a new guy in here and he's looking into it and he's kind of looking around. He's like, "Dude, you got to go learn the globe model and then come back. Then you'll be ready to talk to us. But you got to learn all that shit, man. It's gonna take you a few months, but you got to know it inside and out, and then you're ready to talk to us. Really,
Like if you really want to make arguments, then points.
just
Not
if you
even.
want to realize what kind of trickery they pulled, man, you got to learn what tricks they pulled, man. They pulled some big tricks. They're magicians, man. NASA is it's a fucking magic show.
Yeah, so I've like almost lost like
Hey, I gotta
pretty
go,
much
but
lost any semblance of faith in
I'll be
politics.
back. Maybe I'll be back in a little bit. I'll be back.
That's good.
It's one of the best kept secrets of space science. For transporting ambitious and hefty scientific experiments to near space. Though they're not as flashy or headline-grabbing as rockets. For the quickest and most cost-effective trip to near space, they are the time-honored gold standard.
Satellite missions can take 5 to 7 years and millions of dollars to develop, where scientific balloon instruments can be developed on a shorter time frame and much lower cost.
From atmospheric studies to the origins of the universe, they have been the vehicle of choice for some major scientific discoveries. And new super-pressure technology, along with sub-arc-second pointing capability, put scientific balloon performance on par with satellites for certain types of science. An Austrian prince named Victor Hess is a key figure in understanding where scientific balloons have come from and how they're evolving. Hess loved hot air balloons and physics. In the early 20th century, he combined his two passions in making a series of daring high-altitude flights above 17,000 feet. The aim was to measure high-energy particles in the atmosphere. His discovery of cosmic rays landed him the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1936. He was also the pilot of the first scientific balloon. Fast forward to the end of World War II and a man named Otto Winzen. He devised a way of sealing thin polyethylene film with load-bearing tape. His helium-filled balloons made it possible to fly very large and heavy payloads.
He got a patent on that in 1950, and those early balloons were so large they didn't have any way to launch them, except they actually launched them from aircraft carriers.
Modern scientific ballooning was born. The first spacesuits and other pioneering technologies designed for the space program were flown and tested on high-altitude scientific balloons. With the modern space program now at the forefront, Winzen's balloon became a workhorse for carrying large scientific payloads to the edge of space. These balloon-based experiments began to train generations of young scientists, including one named John Mather. Mather's early experience on scientific balloons would help pave the way for his groundbreaking work on COBE, the Cosmic Background Explorer satellite. COBE's measurements of cosmic microwave background radiation would help to seal the Big Bang Theory and ultimately win Mather and his colleague George Smoot the 2006 Nobel Prize.
Just thought that it was interesting. At the beginning, they say it very well keep the secret. These satellite balloons.
Space is a war-fighting domain, just like the land, the air, and sea. We have the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Space Force. My new national strategy could be Space Force, space, space, or space force. 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 We're doing a tremendous amount of work in space. I said maybe we need a new force. We'll call it the Space Force. And I was not really serious. And then I said, what a great idea. Tremendous. Tremendous. Space Force, space, space, or space force. 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 I say that you can't use hairspray because hairspray is going to affect the ozone. They say it. I say no way. My apartment is all sealed. You're telling me that affects the ozone layer. I want to put a little spray. Space Force, space, space, or space force. Space Force, space, space, or space force. Space Force, space, space, or space force. Space Force, space, space, or space force.
Songify this.
Before you have to up and go, make sure to watch another episode. And you can get the track too, if that's something that you'd like to do.
Have a great day and a great life. Remember, you can get behind the scenes and other goodies at Patreon.
Hamburger prices. Can't Cripple say anything. Hamburger prices.
The countdown has begun.
Dreaming artificial gravity. We defy the law of entropy. Reaching terminal velocity. Ready to make the jump to hyperspeed. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. Lost in augmented reality. Imagination on an odyssey. Animating worlds that we believe. We can expand beyond humanity. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations.
NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check-in 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted.
Deck.
And you receive because there could be some kind of variance or interference that you're not aware of, right?
No, I mean, in this world where we live, the physical world, that we can kind of more solidly verify because there's way more variables that we can kind of confirm. It's like way more solid. We can experiment. We can vary the variables, right? We can have an independent variable. We can actually manipulate.
Yeah, but where does that stop? Like you go a little bit higher on a mountain, suddenly there's less air density, so now there's slightly less variance. You go a little bit higher, now there's no air at all.
I wouldn't count that as an independent variable.
Why not?
Because it's not really something you physically manipulate yourself. It's just
an independent variable is just something that you are changing within your experiment to figure out what changes when you change that, right? And you can change it by either moving your location so that the ambient
natural phenomenon. So you're trying to actually see something that's in the real world, and you can confirm that it's independent, right? And then you do that. Then you can manipulate it. But before that, it's anybody's guess.
Independent variable. From my understanding, if you're conducting an experiment, the independent variable is just something that you can change whilst keeping the rest the same to see.
Yes, but you have to be confident in its ability to be independent, right? That it's changeable.
Yeah. So if you have a tool that can measure that specific variable, and you go to a place that
you can't do that in the sky because you can't verify for sure that things are you can actually adjust those things.
You don't have to. You physically have the ability to adjust it using some means. You don't have to do that. You can just make sure that variable is different when you conduct the experiment, right?
The difference is that in the world that we do live in, we can measure the air that we breathe in.
We can
measure the oxygen and all this, but we can't measure it in the sky that far up.
Yeah, we can. We can go up there and check. People do it all the time. Weather balloons or manned missions up a mountain.
Sure, that high up, yes, but even higher, where the assumed space is.
Sure. I mean, you take a balloon and you go as high as you possibly can with the density of the gas you've got in the balloon, and that gets pretty fucking high up. And then if you want to go higher than that,
you won't go to Jupiter with your balloon.
You won't go to Jupiter. That's true. That's true.
That's what we're trying
to. You need some other technology, such as some kind of solid fueled, liquid fueled rocket to blast your way out. Fair enough.
And you're assuming that it's a place you can go to in the first place. You're assuming it's a place you can actually land on.
You are making that assumption, and some would argue that people have made that assumption and then checked, and that assumption turned out to be true because their data came back.
Yes.
But you choose not to trust that. That's fair.
Yeah, that's what I say. I try not to base my things on trust, but
yeah, and that's up to you how much you decide is worth trusting, etc. I just it feels like there's a lot of how do you say trust the fact that this Discord app is working without the back end of knowledge and technical development and this, that, and half the technology comes from NASA's space agencies and that's forwarded civilian tech, blah blah blah. All that is documented, recorded, historical and scientific knowledge that you can trace back and see, well, this developed from that, and then that developed from this, and this developed from that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If you can trace that back, I don't see where.
Nobody's arguing that you can't develop things on the Earth. You can still have technology on the Earth, so it doesn't mean
it stops working once it leaves the Earth. I don't get it.
Okay, but first you have to say that something left the Earth. I mean, but that's actually a claim, so you have to prove it.
Sure, but if we have a rocket and that rocket goes up while within the bounds of the Earth and the sky, do we assume that it stops going up once it crosses that boundary?
I mean,
and if we can maintain radio communication with that rocket and see it and bounce radar off it the whole way up, and then we can continue doing that past where we can see, we can assume, okay, we can't see it anymore, but the radar's still working. There's no reason it would suddenly stop working or it's now imaginary or something, we can continue to do that until it goes past our vision.
I would
Pardon?
prefer not to assume those things. I would prefer just to know that. So that doesn't mean that technology can still exist on the Earth that we have. So just because there's...
Yeah, but where is the bound between know and assume? Like, if you use any kind of technology, you're assuming it works, right?
I'm not assuming it works. I know it works. I have a phone. I'm using it right now. I know this shit works.
Exactly. So if I have a radar that I know works, and then it keeps working for higher and higher up, it's the same thing. Then nothing's changed.
This is like such a jump in conclusion, going from phones work, therefore you can go to space.
This is not the argument I'm making. You're deliberately misrepresenting it. What I'm saying is, if you have a radar device that works on Earth, you can point it at something and it says 30 meters, 50 meters, or it makes a scan of that thing, which we definitely can do with sonar or radar or whatever you want to do.
Okay,
and
but
then you point
have
it
no
up,
idea what you're measuring. You have no idea which thing you measure to build upon it, right?
No, you do. You can have an idea for sure. You can point it at something and then you stand in front of it, suddenly the number changes to the distance that you are away from it, and you go, oh, this is measuring the distance.
You don't know the distance, though. You don't know the distance, how far it is. So you don't know if you measured the thing in between or the thing that's actually there. You don't know. You're just making up.
You do know. I feel like you're deliberately limiting your amount of RAM or memory to be able to keep multiple things in your mind. But the point is that...
What are you measuring? What are you measuring?
What are you measuring?
He's measuring things in the sky. He doesn't know how far they are.
You're measuring the time it takes for a sound wave or a electromagnetic wave to extend out and then bounce from a physical object that it can bounce off of and come back. And if you time that and you know the speed of that thing, then you can measure the time it takes.
How are you doing this?
You don't know the medium. You don't know the medium which through it travels through. So you don't know how it alters those things.
We breathe the medium. And we know that the rate at which that medium changes by
you don't know what medium is in the space part. You don't know what medium is there, so you don't know if it's going to travel.
And who's doing this?
It's
Can you explain how you're doing it and who's doing it?
This is a hypothetical situation. I haven't done this, so
why are you
just
using
to
a
be clear.
hypothetical?
Because hypotheticals are very useful ways to construct scenarios in which you can explore ideas.
Hypotheticals prove? What do hypotheticals prove?
They can prove anything depending on what the hypothetical is, for sure.
Because you're using a hypothetical.
They work with ideas, for sure.
It's not a real life situation, is it?
Well, what do you think a hypothesis is? I mean, obviously that doesn't prove anything, but it outlines it. Yes, of course it is. It's in the name, hypothesis. Ooh. It means something that isn't tested or verified yet, but is
You're just making it up. Hypothesis is something you've observed and you're trying to work out.
There's a reason they both start with hypo. Hypothetical means involving or being based on a suggested idea or theory.
A definition of hypo.
I've googled hypothetical, and the definition that's come up from Merriam-Webster Dictionary says involving or being based on a suggested idea or theory, being or involving a hypothesis. That is its definition. So that's what it is.
What's the hypothesis for rockets flying into space?
So the hypothesis is that the Earth has a force that acts downwards on all things. In order to overcome that, so you don't come back down, you need to eject and generate enough force to have enough velocity to escape that without being pulled down. And it takes a lot of fucking juice to do that.
Don't you? You know that's not
a lot of juice to do that. Have you tried jumping in the air?
I have tried jumping in the air. I haven't tried jumping out of orbit, though.
Oh, okay. So you're talking about hypotheticals, right, bro?
We were talking briefly about hypotheticals and their relationship to hypothesis and how they're basically the same fucking word, but yeah.
Okay. So...
Okay, do you know what a hypothesis is then?
Yes, I do.
What's a scientific hypothesis?
A hypothesis is a supposition or proposed explanation made on the basis of limited evidence as a starting point for further investigation.
So how is that basically the same word as a hypothetical?
Because a hypothetical, by definition, is a something that is being or involved in a hypothesis. That is what that word means. You can look this up for yourself. Yeah, dude. I'm looking at it.
Hypothetical is not the
I'm
same
not
as
engaging in this. If you can't be bothered Googling the definition of a word, then
I need to Google
whatever.
it, man.
Obviously, I
No
just
need
joined.
to. No, you're right all the time. Except I'm
But-
looking
Not the
at it
same
right
word.
now,
You
dude.
said it's basically
Hey.
the same word.
What?
You said it's basically the same word. It's not the same
I
word.
did say that, and it is basically the same word. One's like an adjective,
claiming that we're
one
on a
is
ball?
a noun, but
Are you
am
claiming
I
that?
claiming we're on a ball?
Yes.
Not right now. I could make that claim, but I think that's probably not a good idea, given the
For
current
rockets to go to
Definitely not a
space,
good idea.
you'd need for your rockets to go to space, you'd need a radius, which your ball needs a radius, wouldn't it?
All balls have a radius. That's correct.
Okay, so you are claiming a ball then.
Okay.
No, I mean, if it was flat, you'd still probably need a rocket to get off of it to overcome the anomalous acceleration that we all experience. You'd have to generate enough.
You live on a globe, don't you? Not a flat surface.
It doesn't matter if I live on a flat or a globe, because if there's
Yes,
still
it
an
does.
accelerating force acting on me downwards, right? Which I assume there is in both circumstances, because in a flat Earth or a globe Earth, I still jump up and come back down, right? So there is some kind of force
Up,
coming
down,
down.
down. You only need
whatever.
You only
Sure.
Yep. So
They mean different things
do
with a
you
globe
live on
and a flat, but the point is that even if
live on
it doesn't
a
matter
ball
if you're on
or
a.
not? You live on a ball?
What question are you asking?
My question
live
is:
on a ball
Are you
or
on the
not?
fence? Are you on the fence about this?
Do you live on a ball or not?
In some ways, maybe, in the sense of like, if I truly believed the Earth was flat, maybe my experience
dude.
of reality would be totally different, but I don't believe
Dude,
it,
Do you
unfortunately.
live on a ball or not?
Yeah. Well,
I
that's
believe I live on a ball.
okay. Why?
Okay, there you go. So, what's the radius of your ball?
Off memory, something in the mid 8,000 kilometers, but I can Google it.
More like 6,000 kilometers, but who measured that?
That's true, sorry. 6,378.
Who
Who measured that? People have taken various measurements throughout history, but I think our latest
Measurements,
ones
not
probably used.
Measurement.
It's 3959 in kilometers.
Sure.
It's what?
Obviously, measurements involve calculations that's inherent to the mathematics of a measurement. I would hope you would agree.
So, can you name someone who's measured it?
No, I can't. I'd have to Google that.
So you've got a belief?
Yes, I said that already. I believe the Earth is a globe. That's true.
Do you know how they got the R value of the radius of the Earth? And that would be the transit of Venus over the sun.
Maybe. Is that one of the methods they can use? I'm sure there's multiple different methods to measure the radius.
That's incorrect, though, isn't it? That's how they got the sun. That's how
That
they
would
got
make
the
a lot more
distance to the
sense.
sun. Yeah. Do you know?
But
how
yeah,
they got the
you
R
can.
value of your ball?
Sorry, are you asking me?
Do you know how you got the R value of your ball that you live on?
I Googled it. That's how I got the value. How the people.
So how did they get the value?
Google probably got it off scanning a website. That website probably got it from citing some scientific
Do you know who measured
report.
the radius of the Earth?
No, I don't know their names. I've already said that.
Do you know how they measured it?
No, but I know there's multiple different measurements. You could use whichever one you
live on
like.
a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, and you don't know how
the
they
size
came up.
of Venus during its transit over the sun. That's how they
assumed
got
the
the R
size of-
value of
They
our
assumed the
round
size-
Earth.
They assumed
They've
the size
used
of
many
Venus
different
was
methods to
same
get the
size
radius.
as- Oh my god! They assumed that Venus was the same size as the Earth. That's how they got the distance to the sun. You're wrong, mate.
You talking to me or this other guy?
No, I'm talking to Spring Corps.
Go for it. Prove me wrong. You're just Googling things and then saying, like...
Okay, back to it. So, do you know how they got it?
You asked me the same question a million times, dude.
Okay, so you live in a belief that you live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of outer
Yes.
space. Tell
That's
me why
true.
it's not a belief.
I've told you already. I believe that, and there's no claim otherwise. I
Okay.
believe we live
Why,
on a globe.
how
There's
have you
no.
confirmed?
So it's
How
like a
have you
religious
confirmed that you live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space?
I haven't done the necessary science myself, but for better or worse, I trust my scientific
Hey.
institutions with certain facts
Oh,
that I
great.
live
The
off
priests.
of.
So you're in a religion.
Yeah.
If you want to call it that, sure. Yeah.
It is. That's what
Hey,
it
that's-
is. Do you know what the definition of religion is?
Hit me.
Oh, it's having a blind faith belief in something that has no proof.
That doesn't sound dictionary based, but the belief in and
Well,
worship of a
because it needs to be
superhuman, superhuman
when it has-
power or powers, especially a god or gods. I don't know if that's probably not quite right, but maybe a particular system of faith and worship that might fit it a bit better.
Yeah, there you go. Faith and worship.
Right.
You worship the ball. Your
I
gods
wouldn't say
are.
worship
your-
it. I mean, depends what you mean by
your
worship. I
gods
don't
are-
go
your
around,
gods are scientists,
bowing or anything.
And you have a faith-based belief in a ball. Isn't that amazing?
You're defending the thing that you believe in, so you're worshiping it because you're defending it. You don't even know what it is. You're just defending it. Why?
If defense is worship, fair enough.
And blind belief at the same time.
Well, yeah, defense is worship when you're believing something without having evidence of why you believe that. Like, there's no.
I have evidence. I understand that you guys, your like burden of proof for that evidence is a different level of mine or has different things. That's fair enough, but I still personally consider it evidence. That's
Well, here's the thing. We
fine
know
for me.
it's
No,
flat.
it's not evidence. It's belief, bro.
Yeah, we
It's not
know it's
evidence,
flat.
It's belief. Yeah, go
So,
ahead.
so how do you separate knowledge and belief in your mind?
Listen. Go outside. Like, go outside. Look, we are not moving.
Can
we
you
are
answer my question?
motionless,
How do
okay?
you
But
separate
you
knowledge and
believe-
belief in your mind?
You believe that we are on a spinning ball, tilting, wobbling in the fucking vacuum of space. But when you go outside, we are not moving, bro. Motionless. And water, bro. Water. Listen. Okay. If you put water in a cup, I say this so many times. If you put water in a cup, right, the cup become the container, and water is flat, is level when it at rest. You move the same water into a swimming pool. Guess what? The shore around it is the container, and water is flat and level. Now we put the
You're
same
dead right
water
so far.
no, listen. When we put the same water in a lake, right? The shore around it, it's the container, and water is flat, is level when it's at rest, right? Now you put the same
Yep.
fucking water in the ocean. What's gonna happen? It turn into a ball?
No. If you take a similar size measurement, if you take a cup size like circumference of the ocean, it will definitely appear as flat as the cup does. No disagreements there.
So
But when you start
So
zooming
where
out
did
to
you get the
like
ball from?
thousands and thousands of kilometers, a curvature starts to appear because it's a matter of scale. But
So there's
Yeah.
bumps in the ocean, water bumps.
there
what
was
you're
actually,
saying?
they're called tides. But yeah,
Okay. Could you?
yeah,
show
that's what a
us
tide
water
is.
bumps?
It's just a bump. Yeah, dude, like watch the water rise up and down. It's a bump. That's how that works.
I don't
It's
know about
very
you, but
fascinating.
when I
actually.
look at the beach, I see waves that are crashing on the shore of the container, right?
Yeah. But you'll
Because
also notice over like an 8-hour period that flat level will rise and fall. And if you zoom out enough, you can see the actual gradient of that rising and fall. And you'll notice that coincides with the moon. And then you realize, oh, they're tides and the gravity is being shifted and they're actually little balls. It's very interesting how water moves.
well, keep it simple, right? Does water always find level?
As best it can with the forces it's being subjected to, yeah.
It's always going to try and find level, right? No matter what container it's in, water always tries to find the equilibrium, right?
Yeah, a balance of forces and equilibrium for sure.
Okay. So one fact that we have to both agree on is that the Earth is 72% covered in water, right?
Yes, by surface, by just, that doesn't account for volume, but yeah, sure.
Let's just
I'll
say
go with 72.
Yeah, 72%, right? So if water
Surface
always
area,
finds
to be
level-
specific.
Yeah,
Not
if
volume.
water,
yeah.
if
yeah,
water
yeah, yeah.
always finds level, and 72% of the Earth is covered in water, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then how are we on any type of spheroid or sphere? Doesn't make sense.
It does make sense. I mean,
So
it's
water can stick
not-
to a ball.
Yeah, in
Water-
the same way a raindrop is a sphere. It's like it's a
raindrop?
distribution of
Talking about
forces. Yeah.
the convexity of water. Is that what you're talking about?
I'm talking about the tendency for water to form an equilibrium with the forces it's being subjected to. In a raindrop, there's like van der Waals forces on the outside and hydrogen bonds and all this shit that contain the water in a sphere. And in the same manner, and that's the most balanced force. Obviously, when it's falling, it starts to elongate as there's different accelerations and blah, blah, blah. In the same way, on the Earth's surface, the water will take the shape of a container. If it was flat, it would be flat, sure. If it was a sphere, it would be spherical. But
what do they
depends on the shape of
call-
the container. Again, this is begging the question.
Well, what do they call it? They call it sea level, don't they?
They do. There is a name for it, sea level, and that is
not
the
sea earth.
relative.
Because it's flat.
Yeah, you can use like the terminology to prove your point, but it doesn't really
No, but it's true
mean
though,
anything.
because it's sea level.
That is true. It is called
70
sea level.
Why?
It is the level, the height. Why? Because it's a very useful measurement when talking about ships and distance to the bottom of the
Because
sea
the
and the
ocean
distance.
is flat over a stretch of like a span. Like when you have water in a container, right? Like what would contain the
Yeah.
oceans? Why are the oceans
The sides of it.
right? The shores or
Sure, the long sloping continental shelves or whatever you want
right.
to say.
It's
Yeah.
being contained, right? That's why waves are crashing because it's like water in a bathtub sloshing around. If you think about it like that.
Somewhat. Waves are kind of there's wind and shit, but yeah, fair enough.
Right. So 72% of the Earth is covered in water.
Hmm.
Flat, sea level, water.
Yeah, I mean you're throwing in flat, as in implying that that's the container. But if you want to say that, sure.
Yeah,
It
because
looks flat. Yeah.
if it's 72% of the Earth's surface is covered in water, that means 72% at least is flat, right? So how can you shape that into a ball? That doesn't
In
make
the same way, a raindrop is shaped into a ball. Just because, listen, what you're saying is the same thing as saying a raindrop surface is 100% water. So why isn't a raindrop flat? It's because there's other shit happening. That's why.
Well, okay, so you're talking about raindrop, right? So what would happen when the raindrop drop on the ground or drop in whatever? What do you think is gonna happen, right? Let's say 1,000 raindrop drop in the same spot. What do you think is gonna happen? It's gonna rush to every direction to find its level.
Well, it's gonna hit the ground, and then all the momentum
Exactly.
from each of those raindrops are gonna splatter. What do you think happens if a hypothetical spherical Earth hits a big fat wall? It's gonna do the exact same thing. It's gonna splatter like a raindrop.
Yeah, well, because you think that we're living on a ball. That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's exactly why. You got me.
Well, the only the only ball really exists in your imagination and where you see from NASA picture, photo, whatever you want to call videos. But in actuality, bro, you go outside, water is fucking flat. Water is flat with the
Right,
same
dude, I
dimension that
understand-
they gave us, the
I
radius
understand that-
3959. There's no curvature. Drop over distance, my friend. You live in fantasy. Hello.
Okay, man. Yeah, like you can insult and say I'm fan whatever,
No, I'm not
but it's not
insulting.
going to
I'm
change my
telling you-
mind.
I'm telling you real shit. Well, it's
You're
free,
telling me
man.
what you believe, and
so
I
what are you
appreciate
here
that,
for?
but it's
You
not
here to
changing
challenge
anything.
Deck.
I'm just here to chat. Yeah, but I'm here to understand your positions, why you believe it, and I'm hoping that you would take the same position for me as well.
It's not a belief, bro. We know fucking water does
We
does
know
not
it's
curve
flat.
into a ball,
That's the
bro.
difference.
You believe, bro. You just admitted earlier that your whole fucking shit is based on belief, and you want to point at us that we believe. No, fool, you believe in that shit, bro.
Yeah,
No one's actually like told me what the difference in their personal definitions between belief and knowledge is. How you separate those two things. I would like to hear that.
Timbo said it pretty well earlier, right, Timbo?
Kembo, he just said go outside. It's flat. That's all I heard. I'm not sure really.
I'll reiterate what he said as best I can. But belief in something, the difference between knowing something and believing something is belief is having faith in a subject without having any evidence to back up that belief. That's why it's called a belief. That's why it's religious. Because you're not using evidence to back up your belief. You're using a feeling. You're using subjective
Well,
evidence.
listen, on the dictionary, what belief is saying is an acceptance that something exists or is true, and then it says especially one without proof. So it means that yes, a belief without no, but listen, a belief, right, can be without proof, but it can also be with proof. The core crux of it is that it's something that you accept as true or existing, right? That's the core of it. Whether there's evidence or not, the point is that you believe it, or that you accept it to be true and that it exists. That's the definition of belief, or the one that I use at least.
Well, let me ask him a question.
Hold on, let me clear that up, Kel. One sec. You can't believe something and know it. Yeah, you either know something or you believe it, but you can't believe something.
Why not? No, they're not antonyms. No, so no. The verb in the dictionary says be aware of through observation, inquiry, or information. Okay, and then a belief is an acceptance that something exists or is true. So I don't see any reason why you can't both believe and know something to be true. They're very similar words in definition.
No, forget. It's a contradiction. If you know something to be true, no, let me finish. If you know something to be true, yeah, I don't believe I'm speaking to you now. I know I'm speaking to you now 100%, okay? There's no belief here. What are
you defining as belief?
So belief is, well, as explained to you several times, is a faith. Okay, it's a faith.
That's what your definition of belief is. Okay, sure, we can use that one. But the one in the dictionary is different.
Everybody has the same understanding here.
No, that is wrong.
To know something is to have some sort of direct experience. Okay, where you know 100%. Right? I know 100% I'm talking to you now, Dec, and I can't believe it because I know it. You can't hold both positions at the same time.
You can. I don't know why you think you can't, but if you look at the definitions of the exact words and their meanings, they're not contradictory in nature. They just aren't. You can look at the words and see for yourself, they're not contradictory. If you want to make your own definition, then they might very well be contradictory. But in my mind and in the English dictionary's mind, that I can both believe and know something. Right?
No, you're even quoting the dictionary wrong. To have a knowing is not the same as a belief, and if you think that it is, then you need to scratch up a little bit. You need to, tighten up a little bit with your definitions.
I'm reading them to you right now. How much more scratched up can I be? Okay. I mean,
you're holding a contradictory position, okay? To have a belief is a faith. To have a faith, is not to know something, it is to believe, okay? But to know something includes direct experience of some sort. Hence why we do not like to believe that the stars are anything more than what we can see they are as lights in the sky. You believe that they are something else, but we know you can't prove that. So there is a difference, and science is a good marker for this, because when you've got a method like the scientific method, that can take you from belief, i.e. a hypothesis, to knowing. And this is the main difference between you and us here. We understand you can know something, and science does prove things. You seem to think it's every opinion for themselves, and that's not how we work here.
That's not what I'm saying, and that's fine if we can hold different beliefs. That's not a reason to arc up, all right? That's cool. If that's the way you do things here, fair enough. And I'm happy to adopt your personal definition of belief and know, then, in that case.
Not a personal definition. It's not a personal definition.
If it's not in... Bro, the actual dictionary, the Oxford Dictionary, is different to what you're saying the word means. Therefore, it's a different definition.
Makes a distinction between the word believe and the word knowledge. Otherwise, we wouldn't have two separate words to detail the difference.
It makes a distinction between grab and hold. It doesn't mean that they mean different things necessarily. They're just two different words.
So are they synonymous? They can be, depending on how you use it.
personally,
okay,
I've
so
been
it's the
using it
context.
quite synonymously.
So
It
we're
is
talking about
contextual for
context?
sure. Yeah, it is contextual for
Right.
sure. So, but obviously, in this context, we are separating belief in terms of like something without evidence. So that's
right.
If that's what we want to accept as the definition of belief, then I'll say I don't actually believe
So
the
that's
Earth is round. Then I know.
So that can.
in that
so,
case.
so it's not
Oh,
a
so you know
personal definition. So it's not our personal definition, correct? It's in that context that it's being used, right?
Well, yeah,
Because
it's
it can
the
be.
contextual
right?
definition
it's built to be
of
used
this.
in that context. It's built to be used in that context.
No,
Just the most important thing is that we
it's
can
not
come
built
to
to
an
be used in
agreement
any
how we
context. It just
understand
is. But what did you say? Sorry, Flying?
As long as we can come to an agreement how he sees the word, that's all that matters. If he can say
Yeah,
that,
exactly. So I'm happy to accept that. I'll use belief now to mean without evidence. Okay, so in that case, or at least believe. I mean, for me personally, when I say I believe something, what I mean is that like when I talk honestly and what I truly think is reality, that's what I mean by believe. So like when I say I believe my hair is blonde, what I mean is my true, actual, my best to my knowledge ability to describe the world, I believe it's blonde. And in the same way, I believe the Earth is
that would be something that's based
sphere.
on experience,
But
right?
but it sounds like you
can verify. That's something that's verifiable.
No, he's still using.
Listen. I'm just talking about definitions right now. We don't have to go into verification all that. But point being is that what I use belief meaning as in I know it and feel it and accept it to be true in my mind. I act as if this fact is true. That's what I mean by belief. So when I say that, I mean I believe the Earth is round. But if we're talking about know in terms of having evidence
where's
that
the
you
evidence?
personally feel is
Where's
enough
the evidence which supports your belief of having knowledge that the Earth is round?
Why do you believe the Earth is round?
Many reasons, right?
Okay.
I mean, the fact that
one.
Fallacies
name
is the
a
reason.
single one. I'm sure you can pick to holes any single one I use, right? Using your own methodology. But if I can just throw out like a number of them, right? So like, obviously we have pictures and satellite observations. They get pretty iffy and, you know, could all be graphical, whatever. We have like mathematical observations. We have observations of different planetary objects using telescopes that are purely mechanical.
What is
There's no
something
electronic
that we can do for
involved.
ourselves? What is that? We're looking for something that we can do ourselves to verify it for ourselves.
Okay, I mean, to me, and your burden of proof may be different, for better or worse, but to me, if I can go out, buy a telescope that's purely mechanical, doesn't have any electronic things that could maybe affect the image and generate things, right, that aren't there, whatever. If I can buy a telescope, point it at a different planet, and see that it acts as if it's a sphere, it spins, its face changes.
Whoa, slow down. Why are we looking at the sky? We're trying to determine the surface quality of what we're living on.
Yeah. So a good way to determine things that aren't directly observable, right, in terms of scale and things like this, is to look at similar objects and then extrapolate that information. Obviously, you don't.
So looks like a good enough standard for you?
Not usually, but looks like flat seems to be a good enough standard for you guys. So I'm using that one. But if that's
let's just clear this up. Let's just clear this up before we go any further, okay? You seem to think that we have our own personal definitions for stuff, okay? We have scientific
Everyone
method,
does.
okay? No, listen, no, this is where you're wrong, right? We have something called the scientific method, okay?
We do.
Yeah. Now that differentiates. That will help you to find the cause to phenomena, okay? So we don't have to believe things, yeah? If it is if it happens in nature, if it's an observable phenomena, then we can use science. So we don't have to pre-assume, we don't have to we don't have to make assumptions or have beliefs, yeah? We can take
assumptions happen in science all the time, but sure.
No, if there are assumptions, right? If your conclusion if you're making assumptions, what you're doing is pseudoscience, which is fine.
No,
but what I'm telling
if your assumptions are too big for the conclusion, then yeah, fair enough. But like normal science makes assumptions all the time for the purpose of the experiment, for sure. Like you assume ideal conditions, you assume this.
You can't pre-assume a globe when the question is a globe. You can't pre-assume the planets are spheres.
That's fair enough. Yeah,
when
fair.
when what is in question is the actual sphericity of the lights in the sky. So what I'm saying is you are jumping into these mistakes and you are scattergunning all over the place because you're not keeping it to the scientific standards. It is not our standards.
Okay,
it needs to be observable and repeatable within nature. We can call it science, and then it goes,
100%.
it leaves belief and enters the realm of knowing. And that's the difference.
Sure. So let's say that, well, like, let's create a hypothetical experiment in which we're using the scientific method to determine the shape of a light in the sky, and one that happens to cross very regularly and in the same way across our sky for hundreds of years.
You've made a mistake. How the hell are you going to be able to manipulate any independent variables in the sky? Listen, you can't do space. You can't do science on lights in the sky, which is why we will tell you again and again: the lights in the sky are no way to prove the ground that you're walking on.
Right.
Because there is no science involved here. This is all pseudoscience based on your assumptions. Based on your assumptions of what the lights in the sky are. The lights in the sky are not. You cannot do any science here. So just recognize that.
I will not recognise that because I completely disagree.
To the surface quality of what you're living on.
We haven't even drawn any conclusions to what we're living on at all. I'm just talking about...
You're pre-assuming the lights are planets. You're pre-assuming the lights are planets, and then you're comparing
I'm just
to the
saying they're lights. Right. So far, I'm just saying I see some lights up in the sky. I want to know what they are. Are we good so far?
That's great and dandy, but that wasn't the question, man. The question was,
I'm getting there. I'll get there.
Why do you believe that you were on a globe? That's the simple question. Why do you believe? What would you do? Your top three reasons why you believe you're on a globe. Keep it simple.
Because of, well, listen, everything I say, you're going to say it's not scientific, even though I believe it's scientific. And then you're going to ask, well, why do you believe it's scientific?
Well, hold on.
Say, well, I believe it's scientific as well.
You're assuming what we're going to do. We're giving
I'm
you
making a very valid assumption because every time I've tried to do it thus far, you've done this. I doubt you're not going to do it this time. But
okay,
sure, I'll try.
I'll mute myself. I'll ask the question one more time, and I'm going to mute myself.
Okay,
why do you believe that you were on a globe? Your top 3 reasons.
So here's a big one, right? And I'm going to go on the planet thing, and if you'll let me finish, just so you can see my whole point in entirety, and then you can say where it falls down or where the fundamentals are wrong or whatever. But I believe that you can conduct scientific inquiry and observations on basically anything, right? You don't, like, I think your understanding of independent variable is a little confused, but my understanding is that there can be things in nature that as long as you measure a certain variable to be different at different times or whatever, then you can count that as an experiment where the independent variable is the thing that has changed, whether it be the sea level or the level of light or the angle of the sun in the sky or the wind speed, whatever the variable might be, right? As long as that variable that you're measuring is changing, then you can say, okay, that's my independent variable. And obviously this is going to have different things because depending on the environment, your controlled variables are going to be difficult to control, etc. But whatever, I digress. So let's say we can conduct scientific inquiry.
Yeah. Let's start with number 1. Go ahead.
So scientific inquiry, I see a light in the sky, and I notice that it moves in the exact same way relative to all the other lights. They seem to stay the exact same position. This one moves. I go, what the hell? Moves in the same way. So then I build a device that can take in light and then magnify that image so I can look further. And I point it there and I go, oh shit, it's not just like a little tiny light generation. It's actually like what looks to be a circle in the sky that has colors and it has a shape and whatever. And then I build a better one and then suddenly it's a lot more clearer. I can see detailed colors. I can see other circles cross in front of that, etc. And I can now,
real quick,
if I can finish, and then you can ask at the end. And then after I do that, and I make lots of observations, detailed, with my very detailed light magnifying device, I can then track the positions and see where they go relative to me all the time. And I plot these things out, and I notice they repeat every single year. Interesting. So then I look at these different things, understand how these movements can rectify against each other, and realize, oh, well, if they move relative to each other, and we again assume some forces, which we're obviously going to assume, we can not assume anything, but we don't get very far in science if we don't assume anything at all. But if we assume that the forces acting on all these things are the same, and there's not just random things acting on random other things, which wouldn't make sense because there's patterns that we can clearly see, which usually indicates some kind of underlying common variable across them all, we develop some laws that these things tend to follow, etc.
Is what does anything in the sky have to do with the measurable, observable Earth that we're living on? What does anything have to do with? Like, it has nothing to do with Earth, man. We're trying to
so
we can make Earth is flat. How do you know it's round?
So we can make two assumptions. We can either make the assumption that the Earth is separate from the sky and the lights in the sky and everything. We can assume that they're separate. Or we can make the assumption that there are a continuous kind of continuum and there's nothing really separating it, right? Those are both assumptions we can make, and those will lead us on two different paths.
We're not making assumptions here, my dude.
You always have to make an assumption. You always do. Yeah, it's inescapable.
You know what an assumption is? It's a hypothesis.
No, it's a fact taken to be true.
That's not a fact. When you assume something to be true, you're assuming without evidence. You know what that's called? It's called a hypothesis until you prove it with evidence.
That's not called a hypothesis. Is different from a belief. A hypothesis is an outline of what you think is going to happen that you haven't verified yet, right? So that's
you haven't verified that.
An assumption is something that you accept as true without question or proof. You have to do that as humans. You can't operate having 100% scientific inquiry and method over every single fact in your brain. It's not a thing that happens.
Let's simplify the conversation, please. Like, seriously.
Can you not follow or what?
Oh, I can follow pretty easly.
Then why do we need to simplify it?
Because that's not... You're beating around the bush to the question that I asked, which was...
Why
give us a reason or some type of measurable experiment or some type of anything, any reason that you believe that you're on a ball. Like, why do you believe you're on a ball? Give me the number 1, number 2, and number 3 reasons. It's very simple. There's got to be something there, right? There's so many things you can point to, but you're not pointing to one of them.
I've pointed to several, but I was currently pointing to the planet thing. Yeah. So the point is, you can make the assumption that either the Earth is separated from the sky and the heavens and the lights, or you can assume they're continuous. If you make the assumption that they're continuous, which I'm going to do, then we assume that the Earth is probably very similar to other things that we see outside. It makes no sense to assume that the Earth has a completely separate set of laws and rules. And why? Listen, I'll tell you why, instead of just repeating it. When we talk about rules and like laws of nature in science, the point of them is that they are continuous, they act on everything without discrimination. So the idea that the Earth would somehow be different and above or separate from all the rest of the laws that govern everything else we observe,
but that's what you observe.
To me doesn't make any sense.
But that's what you observe. That's what you experience.
It isn't what I observe, not at all.
Yeah, it is. It is what you observe and experience. You do not see a similarity.
The observance of it being flat?
Yeah, you don't see any observable similarities.
Sure, I do.
It's it's illogical.
Show me a tree on Mars.
Okay, there's no trees on Mars. Good one. You got me.
Well,
they have rocks. They have forces that
you don't see that. You do not. No, you don't. You don't observe that. You don't observe that.
Yeah, I can look with my telescope, see moons
and
rotating around around Mars.
See rocks. You do not see rocks.
You do not see rotation.
Hey, dude, when
you can see the movement of objects on there.
When you look in your telescope at Mars, what do you see?
A red planet.
Don't lie to me.
A red planet. Okay.
Red planet. So, do you see rocks?
my telescope isn't quite that good.
So you just said you see rocks when you look at Mars. T-Dub said,
Right.
what do you observe? And you said rocks.
Okay,
Where
well,
are the rocks?
let me be more specific. I don't observe any rocks with my telescope. You're right.
See
I
a
observe
red light in the sky, yeah?
observe
Be
a
honest,
circle.
I've got one. I've got a telescope.
Okay, our telescopes might be
What do you see?
different.
What do you
Sure,
see in the
cool,
sky?
man.
A red light, correct?
Red object. It's definitely very objective in my telescope.
Okay, so is that object spherical?
It sure looks like a circle.
It looks like a circle.
A circle.
Great.
Right.
But
So
sure.
is
But
that
I don't really encounter many. I don't encounter many objects in my day to day that is a 2D plane. Doesn't happen very often unless it's like
2D
paper or
doesn't exist,
something like
mate.
this.
Get into reality. 2D does not exist. All right?
Yeah, 100% agree. Yeah, I agree.
Great. So why are you bringing up 2D?
Well, it was more colloquial. I was saying it like it's more flat than it is deep, but we can.
Okay.
Sure,
so
it's
you look
3D,
up in
but
the sky,
its depth dimension
in
is
the
much
sky,
much
you
much
see
much
a
smaller than its length and width.
see a red
Is what I
light.
meant.
You look up in the sky, you see a red light, and it looks like a circle.
And
A red circular object, 3D object.
How do you know it's 3D? You're looking through a uni lens.
right.
You just have a fucking rage that everything is 3D and there's no such thing as 2D.
No. Yes.
Yeah,
How do you
but
know it's
2D
3D? Yeah.
Yeah, so if I'm looking at something, right, then
Telescope,
I know
right.
it exists in three dimensional.
But
Three
you don't know
dimensions.
it's physical, do you?
I'm looking at it.
Yep. How do you know that's something you can land on?
I don't yet.
Okay.
Okay. So why are you saying it's got rocks on it?
Progress. This is great progress.
Okay, well, I will rescind the rock comment. We don't know enough about
Okay.
Mars with our
So-
telescope yet to understand the rocks. Sure.
Everything-
Or lack thereof.
Okay.
Everything that you see in space is from a third-hand party that you cannot get any evidence by yourself to confirm.
Are you
that
you're
any of
assuming
these
stuff?
things
I've got my
exist.
telescope and I can see it, right? I know
You
it's
see
there.
a red light. That's what you see. A red.
Exactly. You just
light.
admitted it.
Red, not a light. It's not a light anymore. If it's a light with my naked eyes, it's a point, right? With a telescope, it
Well, it
is
does
a
look like a
thing
light.
that has dimensions
Bro.
and is circular. It does have light
Can't
reflecting
see
off of it,
dimensions.
obviously.
Are you talking about three
Of
dimensions?
course, you can
can't-
see.
You can't see
I can see-
dimensions with a telescope.
Right.
Yes, you can. You can see two of them.
One lens.
It's one lens. Yeah.
What, you're seeing one dimension with a telescope?
So check it out.
Close
when
your
you
eye. Close your eye. Close one eye.
Yeah.
Do you
Close
see
one
three
eye.
dimensions with one eye?
No, I see two dimensions. Is what I'm saying. I see two dimensions in a telescope.
That's not what you said.
That is exactly what I said. If you listened
No, it's not
instead
what
of
you
just
said.
raging over. Me, you would have heard that I said I can see dimensions
stupid,
in a
man.
telescope.
Otherwise,
I can
I
see
wouldn't be
two of them.
arguing that
I'm
you
not
said
calling
it
you
was
stupid.
dimensions.
I'm saying you misheard me
I
because
said
you were talking
I'm
over
not
me.
stupid. I said I'm not stupid.
Sure, and you only said I'm not stupid because you assumed that I'm assuming you're stupid. I'm not, right?
Okay. Let's
No,
back
this-
up a
that's
second.
fucking
Yes, let's
childish.
please back up because he's very aggressive. And I don't know why.
Yeah, I am.
I mean-
because you're a fucking moron the whole time.
Oh, you're assuming I'm stupid
the
now.
whole
Listen,
time.
dude, just chill out.
All right, Dick. All right.
Yeah,
Let's go back.
Beastacles.
Whole time.
Beastacles or Beastacles?
Well, whatever you prefer, man. It's okay.
Beastacles is a traditional Greek pronunciation, and it sounds
Sure.
cooler. I'll go with that.
Thanks. Let's get back to the
Alright.
conversation at hand real quick, man. And it's still
So,
the
Deck, I've
conversation.
just muted you, right? So I'm just going to give you a warning. The whole time I've been listening, making dinner, and all as you've done is begged the question and brought up fallacies. All right? You've got no proof of anything, and you can't prove anything that you're saying. So who's the moron?
Well,
there you go.
Yeah.
The
Before we
moron
come-
is the person that forcefully mutes people that they disagree with, I would say, but that's just me.
But did you listen to what I actually said, though?
I
Are
did.
you going to
I
bring
did.
any evidence to the table or not?
I mean,
I've been
he's not
trying
wrong,
to. You
Deck.
just keep getting angry. I'm
No,
trying my
where's
best.
the evidence that you can confirm that you live on a ball?
That's all we're asking from you, brother. Where's
Yeah, I know.
the
I'm
evidence?
trying. I know you're trying to
Where's
stick
the
on his side, Beasticles, but I think you should probably distance yourself from Mr.
what I
Debate
know
Guru
to
over
be
here.
true?
No. From Old Mate over here. Just because you believe the
Okay,
same thing
am
doesn't
I-
mean you have to
am
be
I wrong?
buddies. But yeah, sure.
Am I wrong, though?
He's not wrong. He may have a curt way of saying it, but he's not
I
wrong.
have no doubt that you think I'm wrong.
Am I
no,
wrong?
no. That's not what the question was. Was he wrong about the statement that he said when he had you muted, where he said you brought?
I've come in
no
here, I've brought in
proofs?
conjecture, no proof. Yeah, I understand that he sees none of that as proof. I see it as proof. Two different things.
no
That's
proof.
fine.
There isn't
What
any
proof,
proof.
bro?
No,
You
Deck,
admitted
Deck.
earlier that it was all belief, and what proof are you
Yes.
talking about, bro?
Right.
We've got you
are you slow or
recorded.
something, man?
Yeah. And listen, Deck, we're just trying to demonstrate to you that everything that you're saying is a belief, right? And that there is
I've agreed to that.
But listen, the logical position is to understand that there is no motion, there is no curvature, right? That is the logical position. So the burden of
I
proof
would disagree.
be, no, it is, because all of your senses will tell you we are not.
And I would
moving,
disagree.
we are
That's
not-
okay.
No.
Let him finish, let him
You're wrong.
What are you
You're wrong.
disagreeing about, though? What are you disagreeing about?
I'm disagreeing that it's the logical position to assume there is no curvature and no movement. That's what I'm disagreeing
Okay, so
with.
go. Where is it? Where is it then?
So I think the most logical position, right, is that the Earth is not any different to anything else that we can look at. That's my
illogical.
position.
That's
I don't think that's illogical.
It is
Your
illogical.
I think I feel
your
like it's more
pre-assumption of
logical. It's so listen. You have to
Okay, so
assume either the Earth
you
is
walk-
different to everything else, or the Earth is the same
What do you mean
as everything else.
everything else? You don't even know that those things up there are physical. All right, so you do this. You walk outside, right? You walk to the beach, right? You look out. It looks flat.
It looks flat.
And it
Right. Yeah,
feels
it does.
stationary.
Right.
Yeah. So you.
I'm going to
think that
quote you
it's
from earlier. Is it now the scientific method that when things look the way that's sufficient?
No. Well, that doesn't matter. I can give you laser tests if you want, but like
Yeah,
what,
I can put
what
this
I'm
in a good
saying
way,
is,
Timbo.
okay.
If you,
What's that, mate?
I can put this in a different way that he might understand. Would be that when you're a child, if you were never taught that you were living on a spinning space ball, when you walked outside, you would never have made that assumption on your own.
Right.
You
That's
only
fair.
make that
Yeah, that's
assumption
true.
because you're told.
Right.
That's why it's the logical position.
Yeah, that's why it's logical. Yeah. So you'd need some really good evidence.
To be fully clear, every position you come to is
No.
logical and says you're going to have a reason for believing everything you do. But,
Hey, mate.
yeah.
So, him saying that, how do you come to the conclusion that you live on a ball?
Right.
Because everything outside tells you that it's flat and stationary.
Okay, so I don't think that like saying, well,
Man, just
I'm
answer.
answering your question, dude. If you give me a bit, all right?
He asked you 20 minutes ago to give you 3 best reasons, and you went off into space.
You keep monologuing, dude. So hold on.
I'll
He just
monologue
asked
all the
me.
No.
So he's put it. Listen, he's put it in a different way, and he said that how come, as a child, you would never have thought that the Earth is a sphere when you would take your own observations in and go, "Oh, it's flat." I've got no reason to believe otherwise, right? He just asked me that.
That's a great. Yeah.
Sure. In the same way, a child will look at a phone and assume it's magic. A child will look at a TV, assume that screens just play stuff. But the point is that a child does not have the capacity with their senses that they're naturally born with to understand a lot of what goes on around them. You need to have a base of knowledge that people can build up over time and learn so that...
That's
yeah,
not the
I'm
point.
answering the
When you are-
question.
Wait,
Not
No,
answering
hang on,
the
but
question.
the point is,
Not
the point is
about a
that
phone.
the point is that when you grew up from a child and you were an adult, you would still be looking out over the flat Earth and not assuming that you're on a spinning ball. The only reason you've got that assumption is because you've been told that. So you're believing what the authorities tell us to be true.
Yeah, sure. You can look at it that way.
Belief.
Okay,
An
I have a
alternative.
question now. Wait,
But
I got a
listen,
question.
what you're saying about that is true for any kind of knowledge that is like multi-generational, right? Like if I was a child and no one taught me how to make fire, I would grow to an adult and assume fire just comes from lightning, right? But the thing is, I need to be taught that from someone that's figured it.
No,
And then you
that's not
extrapolate
true
that
because
for
that's not
2,000 years, and suddenly you can't only make fire, you can also make phones, you can make laptops, and you can make rockets, and you can look into space.
Deck,
Right.
let me throw you a bone
Flat
real quick,
is
man.
an observation, man.
Burn me, man,
It's an
burn me.
observation.
I'm gonna throw you a bone because
Yeah.
you're almost there. And what I mean by almost there, I'm saying like
Nowhere near it.
well, the thing is,
I won't be offended by the deliberate talking down, but sure, I'm almost there. Help me along.
what you said earlier, right?
Yeah.
That, or what AJ said earlier about if you were a child and or all the way up to an adult, if you've never been told you were on a spinning ball, right? That then you would trust your senses. Your natural senses tell you that it's flat, there is no curvature. So that means that your only reason for believing that the earth is round is from authoritative sources. Now, having that in mind, do you agree with that, right? It comes from authoritative sources. Okay.
Authoritative in the sense of like the institutional, a lot of people.
Someone that has
not in the sense of the
authority.
enforcing the
Shape-
belief,
shape's
like
not
at
scientific,
threat of
so-
violence or something.
Now, my
Shape's
question
not
for you.
scientific, so
Yeah, but
Timbo, just like let Beasticles go for it this time.
I'm just reiterating that shape is not scientific.
So my question for you, Deck, is have you ever felt that authority figures, such scientists, anybody with credentials, has ever lied to you personally? Have you felt like someone was lying? Politician, president,
Lied?
anybody?
Yes, and also mistakenly told me something that they believed to be true but is actually wrong. Both of those things have happened from authority figures, 100%.
Okay. Now, knowing that, and knowing that humans have the capacity to lie and deceive for their own ends, right?
Yes. Man is evil.
Why do you trust these authoritative figures, right, so wholeheartedly as like a religious belief that you're willing to deny the science about observable, measurable phenomenon and go with the authoritative narrative? When you know that they lied to you, you've seen it. Have you ever thought about that? Like, what if they are actually lying to you?
Of course I have, and I'm sure they lie about a bunch of shit. There's probably aliens, there's probably fucking this and that. God knows what else, yeah.
So my next question is why would they tell you the truth about you being on a spinning ball? Like, why would that be true? Like, why do you believe that's true? If you know that the sources of information you're getting is capable of lying and probably has reason to lie because they don't want what's best for you. They want what's best for them.
Yeah,
Well, the
okay,
fact
but
is
like
that
what
they do
reason?
lie, because I think that everyone would agree that they tell you that the theory of gravity is science and that there's science behind this gravity. Would you agree with that?
There is a lot of science behind the idea of gravity for sure.
No, there's not.
Actually,
well, there's a lot of scientific papers behind it. If you count that as science, then yeah, but sure.
Then let's go through that. Let's go through that.
Yeah, let's
then,
go through that for real.
We can show 100% that it's not science. So, can you define science? What is the definition of science?
All right, let me get a proper one up.
He's going to Google real quick. We're looking at natural science. We're looking at the world.
The science definition: the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation, experimentation, and the testing of theories against the evidence obtained. Are we happy with that?
Beautiful.
Well done.
The dictionary does very well. Yeah.
Let's have a look.
It's actually not correct from someone. Okay, dude. Anyway, AJ, go.
Can everyone let AJ take this? Can you let AJ
Wait a
take
second,
this?
though. Can we just wait? I just want to clarify one thing, that the last statement in that definition is incorrect.
And the testing of
Okay,
theories against the
elaborate.
evidence obtained, you're saying that's wrong?
Yeah, it stops at observation and experiment. That's where it stops.
No,
Well, it
that's
doesn't. Not according to the Oxford Dictionary. I don't know if you're a
Yeah,
much
the Oxford
better
Dictionary
source
is
than
wrong.
that.
A theory, a
Why don't you
theory
look up
is
the
developed.
scientific?
A
T-Dubs
scientific theory is
fucking made his
developed.
decision.
A scientific theory is developed after experimentation.
Yeah, but a scientific theory is inclusive of science as a whole, and scientific theories need to be tested against evidence. No?
No such thing as science as a whole.
okay. We're going off track
Okay,
anyway.
sure.
Let's
Yeah,
do
we're
the
going off
Yeah, we
scientific
are.
method.
Anyway, we
Let's keep the
agree
narrative.
on the science. Most of us do, at least, on the definition of science. Sure.
Go ahead, AJ.
So then, what's the scientific method, and what are the dependent and independent variables?
Okay, going back to year 8 science. Let's get it.
Yep.
So the process in the scientific method, this is from Wikipedia at least, involves making conjectures or hypotheses, hypothetical explanations around your observations and what you observe in nature, getting predictions from that hypotheses, and then testing them against evidence and empirical measurements that you can make.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. And then we also have to have the dependent and independent variables as well.
Sure, that's inclusive
And
within the
control.
experimentation, for sure.
Control variables and a
Okay,
null
so-
hypothesis.
The first issue that I would have is that with the dependent and independent variables, you have to manipulate gravity itself. You have to manipulate the cause, not the effect. So can you show anywhere where someone has actually manipulated the cause, gravity, and not the effect?
So there's no stipulation that you have to change. Well, I mean, sorry. So you're saying that you have to manipulate gravity itself in order to test gravity.
Right.
That's how you would establish that it is
Correct.
the cause of an effect that you've observed in nature.
Right.
So that's the first
Right.
point.
Okay.
And then the second
Right.
point, it's the study of the physical and naturally occurring world. So when we have a look at gravity, gravity was proposed in Einstein's relativity in 1905. And then we have, I forget the guy's name, but something Fritz came in about 1930 and showed that what Einstein had proposed
I
was
don't think
99%
Einstein wasn't it Newton that invented gravity? His whole apple on the head.
No, it's not actually Newton today. It's actually Einsteinian gravity that's actually accepted, which is the bending and warping.
Oh yes, I mean
space-time.
obviously Einsteinian gravity is slightly different to Newtonian gravity, but
So,
Newton came up
what
with the
I'm
idea of
saying
gravity
is-
in the first place.
Okay, so
Do you know the
Einstein,
difference?
when he came up with his theory
Yeah, I
of
do.
relativity,
What's the
when
difference?
Einstein came up with the
One
Hold
is
on,
to do with
Timbo.
space-time continuum, etc., but
Tell me
the
what-
other one is just to do with methods and stuff. Everyone can tell everyone what to do. Don't get offended. Grow up. AJ, keep going.
Okay, so I just lost my train of thought then.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're studying the physical and natural world. So Einstein's relativity was about 1905, and I think it was a dude named Fritz in 1930 that actually showed that Einstein was about 99% incorrect, that the gravity or the whatever he had proposed could not actually hold that universe in place for what it was doing. So this is where they then proposed, instead of throwing that theory out, they've proposed dark matter and dark energy, which now make up 95% of our universe. Now, dark energy and dark matter cannot be seen, cannot be detected. They admit they know very little about it. So how, again, is gravity scientific when, one, there is no independent and dependent variables, but two, there's nothing physical to actually study. You're studying a belief to make
Concept.
gravity work, right? And then thirdly to that, there's another part to that as well, but is that it's the bending and warping of space-time. And again, science is the physical. The space and time is a concept. Time is not physical. So you can't bend a concept.
Time is physical. It's the fourth physical dimension.
No, it's not.
Not
It's
physical.
a concept. It's not
Physical
tangible,
means
not-
physics, means
not
to do with
malleable.
physics. Time is definitely within the realm of
Well,
physics.
physical.
Regardless of whether you believe that or not, we have no dependent and independent variables, and we have dark matter making up 95% of the universe that cannot be seen, cannot be detected, doesn't interact with anything, and we know that science, the definition of science, is observing the physical, manifested, and natural. So therefore, there is no possible way that there is science behind gravity. You have an agreed upon average of the rate that things fall, and then it's begged the question of what causes it.
And affirm the
I
concept.
see. I mean, well, if I can respond to that, I understand that you've recognized the fact that throughout scientific history, if you want to call it that there have been multiple revisions and changes and additions to the understanding of how natural laws work. And so when Newton first came up with gravity, of course he got some shit wrong because he was the first guy to even think about the fact that maybe objects that have mass attract other things with mass, right? It's pretty, novel idea, sure. So then he got...
shit up.
Pardon me?
Now you're just making shit up.
That's
Can you answer what he actually
I'm not.
addressed?
Dude, listen, just because you can't
answer what he
understand
addressed?
what I'm saying doesn't mean I'm not making sense.
Answer what he addressed.
Dude,
Is
he
it
spoke for
science?
like
Is it
10
science?
minutes.
Is it science according to science? Or
AJ,
is
you
it
don't have
not
to get
science?
angry with
Is it-
dickhead over here.
I'm not getting angry. I'm just asking the
Okay,
question. Is
good.
it science or is it pseudoscience? Because according to the definition of science and the scientific method, it has nothing to do with science.
I don't think that's quite true. So listen, obviously science is built to revise itself. People will get things wrong, and the point is that using the scientific
Give a
method...
viable, just give a valid hypothesis for gravity.
Oh, just give it like I'm a fucking physicist that's like
But you're
experimental
arguing
and
for it.
theoretical.
So, should know it.
Your belief.
Dude, I can trust someone that has more expertise than myself that they have something right.
Why?
But you were just explaining.
Right?
And then T-Dub
Because
asked the
I
question
can't-
and you can't do it.
Unless I want to live and forage and build everything myself, build my own phone, build my everything, I have to be able to trust other people with different jobs and roles that I don't
What
have
are you
the time.
trusting? What are you trusting? What are you trusting? What are you trusting? What is it you're trusting?
I'm trusting individual people's ability to understand things that I don't, and then
So what is it that they did? What is it that they did that you are trusting?
Various scientific experiments.
Various.
Like what?
Dude, like thousands and thousands of scientific papers, not only by just Einstein.
You don't even know what you're trusting in. You just have a blind faith.
Like Einstein's general theory of relativity and special
What's
theory
that?
of relativity. That's
What's that?
two names of
Define that.
papers.
Define it.
Define it? Define a scientific paper?
Yeah, define the theory of relativity.
The theory of general relativity is like a multiple 100-page document about the science. Like it's very
So you
complicated.
don't know it.
That's the point of it.
Right.
I'm not saying I know the entire paper word for word off by heart. Of course I don't know it, and it's ridiculous that you would think that I would, right? But there are scientists in the field of physics who have studied this for decades.
Believe this shit. Who have said, "Oh, trust us. We've read it. We understand it. You don't. That's okay.
Yeah.
Just believe us."
Yeah. Just
Okay, and you don't believe them, and I do. That's we can.
think it's ever
be
been
different.
proven?
You don't have to get angry about it.
It's
You think it's ever been
What
proven?
I'd like to do is just rewind a little bit because you've
Sure.
said that you don't agree that
Yeah, go
it's
AJ.
not
Sorry, mate.
science, but we have just
Yeah, I
gone
keep
over
getting
the
distracted
science.
from these guys jumping in. Sorry, it wasn't meant to be between you and I.
No, but we have just gone over the definition of science and the scientific method, and then we can
Yeah,
clearly
yeah.
see that it's not manifest. So in that case, and we can't use
Well,
the
no.
independent
So
and
let me
dependent variables. So how
let
do
me
you
respond what I
believe-
was
Hang on.
trying to respond.
How do you
Okay.
believe that is science?
Sure. So let me try and respond what I was saying before. So yeah, you outlined Newton and then this other guy, Fritz. I think Einstein's middle name is Fritz, but I don't know if it's a different guy. Newton, Einstein,
fucking Kepler, Hubble, whatever, dark energy, etc. But this is a building over multiple decades of understanding. But what you miss is that from Newton, when he first thought about this idea of gravity and mass and stuff, and came up with his not calculations, well, they formulas for calculating different accelerations and movement of different stuff. That worked to a large degree, and people would go, "Oh my god, these calculations actually predict things, and they can they work." So then they use them for a while, and they build a bunch of machinery and technology and stuff that work until they go, "Hold on, this one's not working anymore. This should work, but it's not." And so then someone has to go, "Well, listen, it's worked up until this point. Why isn't it fully explaining it?" And so then they change it a bit, and they come up with different ideas to explain more and more things.
Theory of relativity to them making shit.
We need to go right back to where you began, because again, you said, this science is continuing on. It's growing. They're growing in knowledge. It's progressive, yeah. But the problem is from the beginning, from the scientific definition and from the scientific method, we can clear that it's not even science to begin with. So whatever they're assuming or whatever they're doing still has nothing to do with science, regardless of what they're progressing with. It's not physical. Yeah, it can't be seen. Therefore, it's not science. There is no dependent and independent variables. So therefore, it does not meet the definition of science. So from the beginning.
What do you mean? What exactly doesn't have a dependent and independent variable? Because if you haven't read the actual Principia Mathematica and the actual scientific papers, you're not going to be able to see any experiments and see which ones have variables and not.
Manipulated gravity. How
read it and tell me. But if you're just arguing from ignorance, it doesn't really.
Hold on, Deck. Hold on. Time out. Read it and answer it for me, right? That's what you just said to AJ. We know this shit, dude. We know.
You don't clearly, or you wouldn't ask me.
What's true? No, man. Listen, you're the one that's coming in here with your belief about the globe, about you living on a ball. That's your belief, not ours.
Sure, we're talking about gravity right now, right?
Yes, but do you understand how you're proceeding with this conversation?
Well, listen, my point being is that you're asking me, there's no independent variable, there's no dependent variable. I'm telling you, if you look in the scientific paper, you will find the experiment and you will see all these things
find no
listed,
hypothesis.
right?
There's no hypothesis.
You'll find no hypothesis.
Yeah.
Of course you will. Of course you will.
Why do you say that?
Because you need it for some. Science. People wouldn't accept it as a valid paper if there is no hypothesis, if there is no independent variable, there's no dependent variable. You can laugh. That's how. Okay.
Have you ever been in a
So
situation?
who has manipulated? None of these papers show us that. None of these papers show us that they have manipulated the cause. No one has
none of them are claiming that they manipulated the cause. You're dead right.
That's right. So therefore, if they can't manipulate the cause, there's no independent variable.
You don't understand independent variables, unfortunately.
You don't understand it.
You don't understand it, and you making that claim means absolutely nothing. Jump on the internet, go and have a Google, and find out whether it's the cause or effect that you have to manipulate.
Okay, I'll do it.
Good. Man, eighth
An
grade.
independent variable is a variable you manipulate, control, or vary in an experimental study to explore its effects. Yeah?
And are you varying or manipulating the cause or the effect?
So, listen, the effect is gravity. The
effect is things go down. That's it.
That's a different experiment. Our experiment is what
The
causes
effect
gravity.
is things go down.
Listen,
The cause
just
is
hear me out. Hear me out here. If you want to experiment on this mysterious force that makes things go down, right?
You're making it up.
You can hypothesize. You can hypothesize in your hypothesis that what causes this force is the mass of the objects. Yeah.
Wait, what force?
No,
what
you
force?
can't. What's the observed phenomenon?
Gravity is a force.
The observed phenomenon is there is a force that is making things fall down. Yes or no?
Where?
So
What force?
you're saying the observed
No.
phenomenon is things go down. That's it.
The observed phenomenon
Things-
is I dropped a pen and I observed the pen go down and fall to the ground. Now,
Without
what has
any
caused that
external
to
object
occur?
acting on it is important. So it seems like it's just done it on its own, right?
Oh, you've
But
dropped it.
you're already causing that. You're already calling this gravity, but you're trying to prove gravity.
Yeah, you're already assuming there's a force behind it.
No, so listen, we understood that forces exist before we even thought
Gravity's
about
not a
gravity,
force.
right?
No, Deck.
We don't have to say it is, but what we're saying is that forces exist that make things move. And we understand that
But now you're
if something
conflating
is...
two separate issues. Hang on. Now you're conflating two separate issues because gravity today is not a force. It's the bending and warping of space-time. So if we're discussing gravity, then we're not discussing a force. So there's no point in bringing up.
We're discussing what Newton thought gravity was, are we not?
Newtonian, but we're in Einstein.
We're talking about Einsteinian.
Yeah.
I thought we hadn't
Which
even
is
got
an
to Einstein
actual
yet.
fact.
We're still talking about Newtonian. You said go back to the very start. I thought that's where we were starting
no,
from.
no, I can go
Newtonian
back to the start
gravity
of what
was
you were
thrown
saying.
out the window.
Okay, well, listen, the cause of whatever we want to call gravity, whether it's a force, whether it's a bending of space-time itself, whatever you want to say, the cause of that phenomenon.
We haven't established that to exist.
Can we establish... Okay, well, listen, so let me get it straight. What you're
Okay,
saying
so
is
let's make
the
it real
initial...
simple. Let's make it real
Can
simple.
I try and make
If I
it
drop
more
my
simple
pen-
so that you can say yes or no if I'm right?
Whoa, Deck, let him talk.
Okay, go for it.
No,
Pen.
we'll make it real simple. I'm holding my pen. I drop it. It goes to the floor.
Then go down.
You've now observed something. So from that point now, what do?
We investigate how other things move when they're dropped. I would say is a good starting point.
They all go down. Great.
Hold on. I see what AJ is trying to say.
Yep,
AJ is
they all
saying
go down.
we observe and see the effect, and what we're trying to figure out is the cause. That's what gravity is. It's a hypothesis, a theory about the cause that's never been proven.
Okay, sure. So we're trying to find the cause of why things go down.
Correct.
Yep. Not all
Okay,
things
cool.
go down though.
So here's what happens. You drop it and you go, oh, it goes down. So then you go, I'm going to drop it from slightly higher up. And then you notice, oh, as it falls, the longer it falls for, it goes faster. Right?
Okay,
No, it doesn't.
Interesting.
Terminal velocity.
I dropped a helium balloon.
Yeah, it goes up.
Okay, sure. So it goes faster up until a point. It goes faster up until a point. And it rises quite linearly, and then it kind of plateaus. And you're like, okay, interesting. That's a weird phenomenon. So then you test other things. You test different shapes of objects, and you go, okay, things with a wider surface area
air
fall
resistance.
slower,
Air
and they. Yeah, we're fucking getting there. Just chill out. So then you go, okay, obviously air is like getting in the way of this thing. So now we'll do it in a vacuum chamber. We'll suck all the air out, and now we'll drop stuff there. We'll get air out of the equation. And now we notice
And what
without
happened
air,
there?
things just speed up
Drop some gas
indefinitely.
in a vacuum chamber.
We've just missed a shit ton of steps here. We're starting here at the beginning. So we've witnessed the occurrence. So what is the next step after we witness the occurrence according to the scientific method?
Oh, we can write it down. I mean, we are skipping a few things, but you
Check.
tell me what you would do then. Sure.
Check the live stream chat real quick. Just check it. Look at what Donato just put. What's the first part?
The picture, the scientific evidence of gravity thing.
Mm-hmm. What's A?
A sunset, apparently.
The naturally observed phenomenon. What we observe. What's B?
Yeah, he's observing a sunset. Aren't we?
No, don't
What's
worry
this got
about.
to do with the pen?
No, don't worry about what's in yellow. Just look at the scientific method right there. A. What do? We observe.
Oh,
something.
okay, sure. So, observe phenomenon, hypothesis, independent variable, dependent variable, physical test, results. Okay.
Slow down. We're going step by step here. We observe
I was
something.
just reading it all out. Okay.
We observe something, right? What's the next step?
We hypothesize about why it happened.
Right. Then what's the next step?
Independent variable. We change something about what happened and see what that changes.
Right.
And then the dependent variable is what we're measuring to see.
The control.
No.
The
control is different.
Dependent variable is the thing you observed. The
The controlled is separate, is the things you're maintaining the same so that you can just change the independent variable so that you can observe the dependent variable.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when has gravity been tested?
Okay, well, let's use the pen example, right? So natural observed phenomenon, pen drops.
Yeah, that's a man-made object. Let's try an apple from a tree.
Okay, apple, rock,
from a
sure.
tree. Right.
You understand naturally just means things in nature. We're a part of nature. Everything we make is kind of natural.
Yeah, it means not man-made. It means not man-made.
No, it doesn't. That's not what it means.
Yes, it does. It means
not in science.
Man-made. Yeah,
No.
look up the definition. It means not man-made.
It can. You're thinking about like synthetic versus natural. That's fair, but
hang on. Natural science is the naturally occurring world. However, there are other divisions of science, but we're not looking at those. We're looking at the naturally occurring world.
yeah. So when you drop a man-made object and then something happens to that within the natural world, then the natural laws are underlying. Whatever, semantics. So natural observed phenomenon: a rock falls when it's dropped. The hypothesis: the heavier it feels in my hand, the faster it drops. Do we like that?
Yep.
Oh, I love it. Oof.
Cool. All right. The thing that we want to change: the heaviness of the object
Your
I'm dropping.
hypothesis. No, sorry, I've got to stop you there. Your hypothesis must include your supposition of what's causing the thing to fall.
No, it doesn't. Absolutely not. It doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No.
Well, you don't have to, but I'd like to see how you then equate that to gravity at the end of this.
How could you possibly just come up with a cause for something you've only just observed? That comes way later. You have to do a bunch of experiments to figure out what you're actually observing first.
No, your hypothesis is the supposition of what's causing the effect.
No, you're wrong.
No, I'm right. That's why you have a dependent and independent variable.
No, it's not. The independent variable is to see how things change, or how the results change when you change
the
things.
Independent variable, when varied, is going to cause.
You don't need to know the cause. The assumption is that we can't know the cause until we get more info.
Guess the cause. You're trying to guess what the cause is.
That's
you're
what a
wrong.
hypothesis is. That's what a hypothesis is.
No,
Trying
a
to
hypothesis is just. Listen, we can get the definition of hypothesis again, but a hypothesis is just a prediction. It's a supposition or proposed.
Oh, the
hold
cause
on.
and effect relation.
I am wrong here. Apologies. Explanation made. I'm thinking prediction. I've gone into year 8 science mode. That's my bad. I'm sorry. A supposition or proposed explanation made on the basis of limited evidence as a starting point for further investigation. Okay, fair enough. So without hypothesis of this, we could say, so our prediction, usually there's a prediction in here or somewhere as well, but
the pen is falling. I'm going to assume, my hypothesis is that the pen is going to fall out of my hand because the pen is heavier than air. That's going to be my hypothesis.
Okay, cool. So a density argument.
Right. Density and buoyancy. You don't need gravity to explain that. That's why things go up and why things go down. Because of differences in density and buoyancy. It's that simple. Where does gravity come into play with that?
Well, you can't really separate buoyancy from downward forces. If things didn't fall to the ground, then things wouldn't be buoyant.
If I drop
or differently buoyant
made of iron, if I drop an anvil made of iron in a vat of mercury, is it going to float or is it going to sink?
A good question. Is mercury denser than iron or no?
It will float. That's right.
Okay, it will float. Okay, cool.
Right.
But that is presupposing the idea that it will fall. And in this experiment, we don't want to do that, right?
Because of whatever object that you're testing, right? and whatever medium you're using to test that, basically this is the hypothesis. The
But
hypothesis.
this is circular. Do you understand? Because if we're talking about buoyancy in terms of, well, buoyancy happens because things fall, and the heavier the thing will fall more than the lighter thing. Sure, but that's presupposing the falling. If we're talking about why things fall, you can't bring buoyancy into it because buoyancy presupposes
Why
the
do air
falling.
bubbles float up? Why is it going against so-called gravity? Why do balloons?
It's a great question.
It
And
is.
I would say buoyancy difference in density. But again, that doesn't address the underlying problem with this, is that we can't use buoyancy to explain something
What?
falling because buoyancy itself inherently has things falling built into it.
So then let's continue on with this scientific method and show us where gravity then comes into play.
That's
Okay.
part of the proof right there.
Sure. So, scientific hypothesis. There is a force that acts on the pen and its direction is down. Do we accept that or no? That could be a hypothesis, right?
Well, if that's your hypothesis, yeah, I suppose.
Cool. Okay. So let's make that my hypothesis. There is a force acting on the pen, makes it go down. And let's build into that hypothesis as well that the heavier the thing is, the more the force affects it, and the more it falls. Right? We're cool with that.
So
okay.
weight is the cause? Is your proposed cause?
No, I'm just saying, so the hypothesis is that there is a force acting on the object, and that weight plays into the effect of that force, obviously. Like F equals ma type thing, force
you need
equals...
to have identified, so your independent variable is a force?
No, we haven't identified any variables yet. We're just doing the hypothesis.
You're supposed to be proposing the presumed cause, the supposed cause in your hypothesis.
Yeah, so the explanation is there is a force acting on the pen downwards.
Independent variable. So independent variable is force?
No, because we're not changing.
But you have to, because you're proposing that's what's the cause of the effect that you've just witnessed. So now you need to manipulate that cause to see whether it is that.
But again, independent variable doesn't mean that you don't need to change the cause. You just need it's just a variable.
Correct. You're 100% incorrect, and everybody here listening knows you're 100% incorrect. You have to manipulate the cause, not the effect.
No. So listen, the point is that we don't know the... Listen. We don't know the cause, right, yet? In our process of A, B, C, D, we don't know the cause. We're hypothesizing the cause is a force that the pen is falling. Now, if we're just hypothesizing right now, we don't even know how to control the force. We don't even know if it necessarily exists. The point of the test is to test our
Well, then
hypothesis.
you don't have a viable hypothesis.
No. Just because we can't change the cause. No. Just because you can't change the cause in an experiment.
Well, what are you going to do?
Doesn't mean you can't change other things to explore whether or not that cause is still happening in the same way.
So you're going to affirm the consequent.
What does that mean, sorry? Affirm the consequent?
So you're going to do something else and then assert that there was an unknown, unvariable force behind it.
Like dark matter.
Well, that's our hypothesis, no?
No, but you can't declare something to be true based on an observation. You must test.
That's the point of a hypothesis.
Hold on, wait, Deck.
No, it's
Look at
not.
the chat real quick. Look, Donato's giving you some good stuff there. Just read that real quick, man. Just.
The hypothesis should also contain a prediction about its verifiability. For example, if hypothesis is true, then 1 should happen when 2 is manipulated. Totally. First blank 1 is the dependent variable. First blank 1 should happen when. So the dependent variable, what you're measuring, depends on what you're doing in the second blank. And the second blank 2 is manipulated, is the independent variable, totally. You manipulate it to get a reaction, 100%. Yeah, so nowhere in there does it say it has to be the cause. Nowhere in there does it say it has to be the cause.
Wait. How are you going to manipulate this so-called downward force that you're saying gravity is a downward? Oh, so then you don't have an experiment. You're not.
No, you're misreading what he's just linked. So the first blank is the dependent, what we're measuring. So in this case, we'll say Our hypothesis is there is a force acting on the pen or on the object, let's say, on the rock. And if I use a bigger rock, it will fall faster. Let's say.
Identify the force. Identify the force.
Yeah.
We don't know why?
Because that is your supposed cause. That's your supposition. That's your supposition of what's causing the effect.
If you've never understood this thing before, you've just seen something fall for the first time, and you have no idea why. How could you possibly identify the force? You need to be able to
Why are you so gung ho on gravity? Exactly. Like, why are you so hardcore believing in gravity when
we haven't even made up the term gravity yet? You understand? I'm like putting myself in the mindset of someone who doesn't know anything about or any like theory, wasn't taught anything in school, whatever. We're just assuming that.
Dumb? You're saying we're uneducated?
No, we're assuming we're uneducated. That's different to dumb. But yeah, we're uneducated, unknowledgeable. We are Newton level. No one's talked about gravity before. We just see things fall.
I think you're projecting a little bit, though. Like,
I think I get his effect.
I don't think you know what projection means.
Different sizes of rocks is his independent variable. He's going to vary the size of rocks.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's an independent variable, 100%.
So size.
It's something you're changing to see how that affects the dependent variable, and the dependent variable in this case is the speed at which they fall, let's say, or the velocity.
The independent variable is the speed?
No, the dependent variable.
Oh, so size.
So the independent variable is the size, or let's say the weight of the rock.
You could say weight. You could say weight.
Yeah. Okay, weight's a better expression. So we'll say weight of rock is independent, and then dependent variable is velocity increase or acceleration increase, I guess.
Weight causes velocity or acceleration increase.
Wow.
Well, probably acceleration increase is better rather than velocity.
Okay, so weight causes acceleration increase.
Well, an increase in weight will increase the rate at which the object accelerates.
Right, so you're going to vary the weight. You're going to vary the weight of something.
Yeah. So we'll get a light rock and a heavy rock. And to make sure they're controlled, we'll get let's not make them rocks, let's make it a ball of steel and a ball of titanium, let's say. So that they're the same size, the same volume. So that's a controlled variable. We're making sure that that's not coming into the equation. But we're just changing the weight of it. Make sense so far?
No.
So weight causes acceleration. Right.
Okay. What does it make sense? So we've got a dependent variable, we've got an independent variable, right? And now we just need to do our test, correct? To see if our prediction is true. Our hypothesis.
Okay, what is the test? What is the test?
Okay, so we drop both an iron ball and a titanium ball from the same height, and we them at the same time. Our prediction is that because the titanium is heavier, I think titanium's heavier, maybe it's lighter. Because the iron is heavier, the iron will fall faster than the titanium. And cool. So we're changing the mass, we're measuring the speed at which they hit the ground. Which one hits first?
You've changed the weight. Are you defining
of the object we're dropping? Yeah. Yeah, we're equating them in this instance because we don't even know gravity exists yet, right? So we're just saying, I hold this in my hand, I put it on a scale, this one is more than this one, right? It pushes down on everything. Yeah, we'll say weight.
So weight.
Sure. So we drop those two things from the same height and we measure the results of the test. Now, our prediction was that because one was heavier, it would fall faster. Interestingly, it didn't. So they both hit the ground at the same time. That's our result. And we go, interesting. Our hypothesis was wrong. That is a good observation.
You proved your null hypothesis.
It wasn't a null hypothesis. It was an actual hypothesis.
In a scientific experiment, there must be a null hypothesis.
Oh, apologies. What's the null hypothesis? That it doesn't affect it.
It's the antithesis of your prediction.
Sure. So the null hypothesis was proved to be true. that weight
Right.
doesn't
So weight
affect the rate
doesn't
at which
call
things drop.
acceleration. So weight doesn't call acceleration of a falling object.
An increase in weight doesn't increase the acceleration. Yes. So that's our conclusion from that experiment. Sound good? Yeah? No? Yes? No?
You're doing the experiment, man.
We finished the experiment. We're done. That's our conclusion. So are we happy that that was a valid scientific method and experiment that we just did?
How old are you,
Simplified,
Dak?
I'll say yes. Let's just move on to using.
Someone said yes or no. Is that a good experiment to do, or like a valid one that we can trust the results of?
No.
So why not? Why doesn't that experiment work?
What experiment?
The one we just meticulously described step by step about dropping an iron and a titanium ball. I don't know why you're playing dumb. Dude, just like you know what experiment I'm talking about.
Okay, so now let's then move on to that same.
Why are we moving on? Why are we moving on? Like, tell me yes or no. Is that
gravity? You've proved density and buoyancy. You've proved that something.
we're not proving anything. My question is that a valid scientific experiment? Yes or no?
Okay, so you've proven that weight doesn't call acceleration
Dude,
of
yes
metal.
or no? That's just two options. I want to know, does that experiment sit right with you?
Concede? Is that what you're yelling about? You want us to concede?
There's no concession. I'm asking this experiment that we constructed together and just did,
yes.
that we could replicate. Yes. Okay, cool. So that experiment is fine, valid. We accept the results of it. So just then, what we've established, right, is that if there is a force that is acting on this object, any object, the weight of that object doesn't affect the rate at which it accelerates to the ground. That's a good piece of data when we're trying to investigate this natural phenomenon of things falling, right?
No. What are you conclude? Why are you concluding that? All you've done is just said that weight doesn't.
Well, any information is good information relating to the thing, and I think it's a very innate intuition that we have as humans that heavy thing should fall faster. So it's exactly, we do, and that's interesting. So now we've got to go back, change what we said, or at least we've got to go back and use a different hypothesis that has a different independent variable in order to test different aspects of it.
No, the independent variable is testing the cause again, so it's going to be testing your hypothesis.
Well, no, it's not the cause. We understood that
the independent variable that you're varying is your hypothesis of what you believe is causing the effect. That is the most simple thing to see, read, and understand that you just don't seem to understand.
Yeah, I understand, but the cause we're talking about here is the weight of things.
Changing it and saying that you don't say you understand, because every time you say that, then you change what you're saying. And you try to tell us that it has nothing to do with the cause, but you're going to manipulate the effect, so you don't understand.
No one understand what you're saying. Well, the experiment we just did then was not manipulating any effect. We were measuring the effect, and the effect was how fast they hit the ground.
Rocks, because your hypothesis was that the weight of the rock was going to make it fall faster or quicker. Yeah. And then you manipulated the weight of that rock. You manipulated the rock, the cause, and you found that didn't occur. You proved the null. So now, when you propose your next hypothesis, we need to vary the hypothesis to see if it causes the effect. Are you going to verify the null or not?
So are we trying to figure out why things fall in general or why they accelerate?
Well, he was trying to show us gravity, but he was just starting in the beginning with his showing.
What he was just trying to establish a scientific method. You guys brought it up first. Donovar or whatever his name is posted the thing in with a scientific method A, B, C, D, G. I was asked to go through it, and we did. We created an experiment.
Yeah, so you understand that. You understand that things that fall, that solid objects falling through a medium is what's on the table here, because not everything goes down, not everything falls.
Great point. Very true.
Some things remain at equilibrium. Some things go up. Some things go down. Some things go in all directions. Like gas.
Well, so far
Definitely.
we've only talked about rocks. So this is where we need to move on to the next hypothesis.
Well, we're talking about metal balls or different densities, but yeah.
Balls, not rocks, metal balls. But okay, your metal ball example. Yep, no worries. So now we need to. The whole point of this conversation is for you to show us the science and how gravity, the cause, is varied.
Well, we haven't even named gravity yet, but we're assuming that there's a force acting on it, right?
Yeah, man, we understand this, man. You drag it something shocking, eh?
I have to, because otherwise you don't understand what I'm saying, and then you assume I'm like committing fallacies and frauds and stuff.
I haven't pulled you up on any fallacies. I know exactly what you're saying. Just burn through it, man.
Cool, man. Okay, cool. So anyway, the fact that we can create a scientific experiment like that, where we all accept cause, effect, independent variable, dependent variable, etc. We make a bunch of these different things. We change different independent variables. We change dependent variables. Sometimes we throw it up. Sometimes we add a bit of horizontal velocity to it.
When you're wrong and you're pulled up, you need to stop because, again, you've tried to slip in there about these independent and dependent variables. There's only one thing that we're manipulating, and that's the cause.
Which is the independent variable.
Yes, but that's not what you just actually said.
Okay. Pretty sure I did, but cool. Okay, here we go. Donato. Scientific evidence. So rock falling, scientific hypothesis, more weight, more acceleration. Independent variable, weight, dependent variable, acceleration. Physical test. Yeah. Iron rock, but I know what you're getting with. Blah blah blah. Results failed. Cool. But so now we know from that experiment there is a 9.8 meters per second acceleration downwards, right?
No, we haven't agreed upon average of 9.8 meters per second because some things go up, some things go down, some things remain buoyant, and 9.8 meters per second is not always the case in different locations and different places. It's
sure. I don't know if we included it in the previous experiment, but we did. Well, we should have conducted it in a vacuum, right? So we should have gotten rid of any.
Okay. I let go of some gas in a vacuum. It didn't fall at 9.8 meters per second. So what now?
Good point. Very interesting. How do we measure the... Well, for one, if we did drop carbon dioxide in a vacuum, it would fall at 9.8 meters per second, right?
No. In what state? In what state of matter?
Oh, gas. True. It would expand, fill the volume, I think. Let's figure it out, actually. Carbon dioxide. Got all these results are about greenhouse gases and things.
From my understanding to this point, everything you have is just a belief. You trust what you're told, and no matter what you have seen or been shown, that you are going to somehow continue to defend that belief and do the mental gymnastics required to convince yourself.
Yeah, I could say the same to you, but yeah, is what it is.
All right.
Amen.
Cigarette. Hey, Deck.
Yo. Good sigma.
How old are you?
I am 21 years old, 22 in November.
Okay. You going to college?
How old are you, Beastacles?
I'm 28.
Nice, man.
Well, I'm 43 and my son's nearly your age, so...
Represent. What is your son up to? Is he at uni?
No, he works with me. He's an apprentice.
Ooh, doing what?
We do signage.
Ooh. Like painting it and stuff? Or like do you peel that shit off and stuff like that? Or like actually installing it?
Mainly vinyl and wrapping cars and yeah,
Ooh.
vinyl, all that sort of stuff.
Is that satisfying as fuck?
Deck, are you
Nah,
okay?
it's
Like getting that layer off? Oh, true. Yeah. But if it gets good,
back on
yeah.
topic.
Sorry, Beasticles, what were you saying?
No, let's do what AJ said. Let's get back to the debate, to the conversation.
I thought that's what you were saying.
Well, I was just curious about your age, but okay. So now that you know and you've accepted that what you hold in your mind is a belief, right? Belief.
We've already a belief by your standards is in without evidence. I still don't think it's without evidence, but sure, we have different standards of evidence.
Again, where's your evidence of gravity, of you living on a ball?
We're not going to go over this again. I've given it all. I count that as evidence. I understand that you don't. We have different levels of proof. You need to do it firsthand, be able to measure it with your own devices, etc. You cannot trust other people or institutions to combine and create scientific that thing. That's not in your mind valid enough. That's fair enough. In my mind, it is. That's where we diverge. That is what it is.
Listen, if institutions, so-called institutions, or anybody that is actually using the scientific method to take an observable phenomenon, a natural and observable phenomenon that we experience, right? Form a hypothesis about that, of why that phenomenon was caused, have an independent variable, basically control the cause, and the dependent variable to measure the effect and see if you can repeat that test. That's like fundamentals. You kind of have to have that in a discussion like this. And I'm just like I love all of your guys' patience, including yours too, Deck. Like, but I think
Thanks, man. You're very patient as well.
Well, I'm honestly new here. So, but new in terms of being able to have these kinds of conversations and kind of seeing how they unfold. It's pretty bewildering, or like I don't know what to say. Like I give up. But I hope you have a great rest of your night, Deck. I hope you come back to this.
Yeah, man. I've popped in a few times actually. It's good when it's not just the same people. I've come with like that one guy, Mayhem 100, whatever his name is, Miggy. He doesn't like me very much, but yeah, I do enjoy having these conversations.
You got to understand that it's not that Miggy doesn't like you. It's just that we deal in reality here, and we deal in science, and we deal in the scientific method. And when someone comes in here trying to debate on beliefs, then Miggy is someone who's definitely going to hold you to account and not let you move.
Yeah, he absolutely does that. I'm well aware of that. And he does it without a degree of understanding or letting his boot off the throat of your neck to even get something out. And when I join, he plays air horns and plays like repeats of like things I've made mistakes with in the past. I count that as like a personal kind of thing, but you know, up to you. I wouldn't say he's forgiving, at least. But anyway, I'm glad that you guys take a bit of a different temperament to other people. But I'm also glad that there's a nice wide variety of different personas in this server. But yeah, thanks for having a chat with me. Anyway.
Valve, Flying, you guys want to say something?
I guess I just have one question. I don't know. I've just been mostly listening, but I'm curious, Deck, what would it take for... Maybe this is just such a nonsense question to even ask. What would it take for you to actually see the flat Earth in like a reasonable way? Like to see...
Interesting question.
What would it take for you?
I mean, I can't really say what it took to get me to believe or know that the Earth is round, right? Like, I wouldn't be able to give you a step-by-step of, like, when I was 4 and I was shown this and that and blah, blah, blah.
You don't.
So how I would actually be able to deconstruct all that and then build that up again from a flat Earth perspective would be interesting. I mean, for me to like invalidate the idea that the Earth is a sphere would have to invalidate like all the laws of physics that I know to work and underlie the things that I see every day, right? Like it would completely disrupt my reality, right? So like even the simple idea of like things in space without any force acting on them will be attracted to each other, and that naturally forms spheres, which is why we get planets, stars, fucking black holes, etc., which are all spherical because of the way forces equally distribute equally out in all directions, right? Sure, you know, yeah. I know it's semantics, but what I'm saying is from my perspective.
I just kind of want to hear other opinions.
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
Can you kind of see why it's frustrating when you're asked of like proof of a globe? The first things you go to are lights in the sky, and other people have done science, and those lights in the sky are planets for sure, and what we are on right now is a planet as well. You can see how that's kind of frustrating, right?
I can understand why that becomes an issue for people. All I'm trying to do is answer as truthfully as possible as to what comes first to mind, as to why in my mind I think it's a sphere, and it's because when I think of all these other things, they're all spheres, and I have reasons for understanding why they came to be spheres and blah blah blah. I understand that's all based off of belief, the religious science institution and belief. Yeah, we get it, dude. Yeah, sure. But
Hold on, Dick.
yes, I understand the frustration.
Real quick, with Valve,
what Valve's
question was, is just like why he said, "What would it take?" Right, and what you said was, what would it take for you to go back to when you were 4 and essentially unlearn? Like you're not saying it, but it's you know what I'm talking about. Like you have to unlearn everything.
I think about it in terms of like you build like a Jenga block of ideas in like a belief system as you live throughout your life. Each idea connects and builds off the other as foundations, blah blah blah. In order to think that the Earth is flat and everything I've been told is a lie and all the physics I've been taught is a lie is like pulling the bottom Jenga piece out and then going, oh fuck, right?
Well, the thing is, it's not about the physics part.
You haven't done that. If you'd done that, I'd be having a mental breakdown. But I appreciate it.
It's not even about the physics part per se. It's what you said just before the physics part that told you is a lie. That's the reconciliation that you need, especially if you've been here already, that you really need to focus on. It's not about why would they lie.
When I say that, I mean more everything that I've been taught in the way I think about natural phenomena and how they interact. I understand that most of the shit I hear from media and the government is complete garbage.
How they connect. You don't even know how they connect. You admitted that it's all just a faith that you have in some guy that said something.
I'm saying that because I know that's what you believe, and we don't need to go into the viscera of the conversation. We understand we disagree. We're talking about something else.
You admitted it.
I said it doesn't mean I believe it, okay? I said it for the sake of you guys. But anyway, Beasticles.
You said it because you didn't have a fucking answer.
Like, do you see why they're being curt, though, Deck?
Yeah, because everyone they meet every single day tells them they're a fucking idiot and that they're, of course.
There was only 6 or 7 people today. I just fucking reading through it every 30 minutes. It was pretty funny, actually.
For me, it's frustrating, and it's got nothing to do with people calling me an idiot because I really couldn't give 2 fucks what anyone thinks about me. But
well, that's good. Yeah, that's good.
That's a good
way. It's very frustrating when I'm reading the scientific method and I'm reading about independent variables, and you're just not accepting that, and you're just putting your own spin on it that suits your belief. That's frustrating.
But the thing is, it's just as frustrating for me to hear you guys do the exact same thing. Like, to me, it seems like you read all this stuff and you put your own spin on it in the exact same way that it seems to you I read it and put my own spin on it. That's just how stuff works.
How do we put our spin on it? How do we put a spin on it? What do we put a spin on?
Yeah, there's no spin. We're reading directly from what it says it is. You're arguing with
you guys. Listen, you're currently arguing with the idea that every single human being doesn't put their own spin on every single thing they do, which they absolutely do, including yourself.
What we were just speaking about, because we were talking about reading out the scientific method step by step, and you not accepting that scientific method.
I accepted it, and we created a scientific experiment that we both accepted, so we can understand that we both accept the same scientific method of inquiry.
And then we tried to move on, and you changed again the meaning of that independent and dependent variable, and we still didn't actually get to the whole point or crux of the conversation, which was you were going to show us how we could use this scientific method to prove gravity, well, to confirm gravity, yeah? And we never got there either. So that's what's very frustrating when you continually change what.
Well, that's fair enough. And I'll concede on this that the idea of creating a physical experiment where we can manipulate all the variables involved with it and have complete control over controlled, independent, dependent, etc., isn't going to work.
Well, this is my issue. What are all the variables? Because the variable is, again, your hypothesis. So
yeah, exactly. The variable is dependent on the hypothesis. Exactly. You're right.
No, you're testing the hypothesis.
And therefore the variables are dependent on what you choose to be the hypothesis, because then you have to change the variables that you're measuring.
You said you've been here multiple times, right? With
3 or 4 maybe. Okay. Yeah.
Has there been any conversation that you've had in your 3 to 4 times, anything that made you kind of have a second look at what information you hold dear in your mind, like regardless belief, whatever the definition of belief, however you want to I'm just saying, has there been anything that you're like, maybe these guys are onto something? Anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's a few things that I see going past in the chat that are a random fucking meme with some text over it or whatever, that I'm sure have grains of truth to it. And there's obviously a lot of things that are covered up by the powers that be in order to keep the population under control, and that they keep getting the money and the power and everything, of course.
So Deck, so you understand that you're essentially in a cult, right?
But if you don't understand that Flat Earth is somewhat cult-like as well, we're all in kind of cults of different things, personality, ideas, etc. We're all going to be subject to different things. I would say this Discord in particular is a lot more culty than other places you'll go to, only because if someone speaks out with a different idea, 5 people speak up and say, no, you're wrong, here's why, blah, 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 spamming. That's somewhat culty, all right, in nature, but sure.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Okay, so...
being right is being in a cult. Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, people in a cult would say the same thing, is my point. You can't really tell the difference when you're in it.
And again, you're just assuming all this stuff, I had nothing to do
with it. I'm saying I'm victim to that as well. If I'm in the cult of science, then I'm blind to why it's a cult. And if you're in the cult of Flat Earth, you're blind to why that's a cult as well. I'm just saying.
Hang on. So
why is Flat Earth a cult?
Yeah, why is the truth a cult? And again, I don't believe I'm in any cult because, like I said, I'm 43 years old. I've believed or known this for a very long time. And I came to that conclusion through my own observations being out on the ocean for a long time and seeing different things. I won't go into that, but
please do.
And then further looking into it and doing these things. I've been on Discord here, if you check my profile, for about 6 months, and I really had nothing to do with any flat earth groups prior to this. So, to say that I'm hanging out in this cult of beliefs of flat earthers, I was on my own with everyone telling me I was a fucking dickhead.
I'm sure you are. Yeah.
Well said. And Deck, the same for me. I've been a flat earther since 2014, and it had nothing to do with this room. In fact, every flat earther who comes to this room is very excited to find a place where other flat earthers hang out.
I have no doubt at all.
There is absolutely nothing that we talk about here that isn't just repeatable and testable in nature. So we're just observing reality. How is that a cult? You need to be indoctrinated to be in a cult. There is no indoctrination here.
Yeah,
you don't necessarily need to be.
My cult leader My cult leader, right, is observable, objective, measurable reality.
Well said.
Okay. Yeah.
Whereas what you believe is very cultish because, like we said earlier, you have to be taught all of this stuff to build your belief system. Whereas in flat Earth, you have to strip away.
Honestly, tell me
what we do is we actually try and get you to get rid of this indoctrination and use your God-given senses to determine where you are. That is not a cult. That is called science. And scientific.
Yeah, sure, but you've also got to see it from the perspective and have like the understanding, that looking in from the outside, what you see is people come in and then without tell me honestly, how many of you guys have individually come up with all these scientific explanations and things that you post in the chat constantly? All of them, or a couple of them? Because there's no way each of you has individually tested every single thing that you post on here, right? So there's some ideas that get thrown around and distributed within this. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, it's an inevitable thing. And I'm sure there's plenty of people that see here with their mic muted, just listening, taking it in. They've never heard most of the explanations you guys use when describing flat Earth. They haven't heard it before. They hear it, and it is a form of them learning, right? In the same way that they could be sitting in a science class and absorbing that. They're absorbing different things. But to think that you're different and separate, it's very egotistical, is all I'm saying.
Deck, because again, let's give the example of tonight. Someone says to me, hey, AJ, this is what the meaning of science is. Or let's just say I do listen to I read one of these things in the chat, or I listen to a YouTube channel that says something, right? It might be about gravity. It might be about relativity. I even listen to Globe channels that speak about these things, yeah? And then I go on and I'd go and research it for myself. If there's something that I can test and look at and do, I'll go and do it. If it's something about science, like tonight, I can go on and I can read the scientific method. I can read further and I can actually see what the dependent and independent variables are and what's manipulated. Yeah. So then I've learned something and I've accepted it. The difference is that when you seem to read that, you don't accept it.
Yeah, sure. The same thing says when you read and accept a globe thing, you don't accept it either. We're doing the same thing.
We're testing that and we're looking at that. Okay, for example, is gravity scientific? No. Purely no.
Sure.
We can see that through the scientific method. So that's a belief that you've held your whole life. This is what
I still believe. And until I stop holding it, which I don't have control over, I don't get to snap my fingers and choose when my belief changes.
You do have control over it, brother. That's my biggest thing. It's like,
I don't know. I feel like I disagree.
We want you to come to these conclusions on your own. That's the ultimate goal here, man, is for you to open your eyes to your own reality. Not trust anybody to tell you what you're observing and what you're feeling and what you're experiencing in reality.
I'm with you there. It can be an interesting, but I've certainly gone on that path myself in a different, obviously not on a flat Earth.
It's you said how you're nearly there. Do you see how your own do you understand?
Yeah, I get it, man. I get it.
This is a self journey, man.
But Deck, for example, you're saying that we, sound a bit cultish, right? But it's only because we have refined the arguments. We've been doing this for years, and when I say we, flat earthers have been arguing and discussing with globers for years, and now the arguments are well understood by flat earthers. They're not as well understood by globers. Questioned, but these are the questions that we've been answering since well before 2015. So all you're seeing is a refined argument. For example, gas pressure. The second law of thermodynamics, which I hope you're aware of as well, states that you can't have gas pressure next to you can't have high pressure next to low pressure without some sort of containment. This is not a cultish idea. This is something that flat earthers have discussed and begun to question because the heliocentric model goes against the laws of science.
It doesn't. So we can go into that if we want, but we don't have science.
To. But listen.
No, I get what you're saying, and I understand that you've gone through all this very
particularly, and you've been refining it since before 2015. Could be 1980, could be 1950. Yeah, sure. But it's definitely not longer than regular science, which has been doing it for thousands of years, right? Like, you can understand that.
Hold on.
It's not the point. It's not the point. But can you recognize the fact that, yes, you've been doing it for a while, but so has the other science, right?
Deck, you got to calm down, brother.
I'm not particularly hyped up.
You're getting a little hyped up, but it's okay. This is what we call cognitive dissonance. We all had to go through it at one point or another when we first came across contradicting information about what we were being told our entire lives and shown.
The gas stuff, it's not contradictory to me at all. I understand it, and it makes sense to me.
Just hear me
There's
out.
no cognitive dissonance happening there. But yeah, sure, go for it.
Hear me out, though. What you're experiencing is the fact that if we are telling you the truth, right? Just assume for a second we are telling you the truth, right? What are the implications of that in your own life?
It's a lot.
We're telling you it's a lot, right?
Big time.
It's a lot.
That's honest.
I definitely want you to seriously consider the possibility that we are telling the truth and how that would affect everything that you experience in your life on a day-to-day basis. Who's telling you what to believe, what to eat?
Yeah, man. Yeah. I know, dude. I get it.
And it puts the burden of responsibility for your life on your shoulders rather than authoritative. And people don't like that.
Yeah, they don't. It's very
You don't like that.
I'm sure. Yeah. Right? Humans as organisms don't like the idea that the model that they've previously built up could be wrong and that they have to change it all. Absolutely.
But just you personally, from me to you, just hear me out, man. Like, do you want to rely on other people your entire life, or do you want to have some?
Yes, I do want. Not only do I want, but I think it's inevitable that I will have to rely on other people to trust that they are doing their job correctly. It doesn't necessarily have to be the people above me or in authority places, but I think it's inevitable that you have to trust some people.
At the end of the day, you are the only person that is responsible for you. Like, that's it. No one's going to help you in this life. You can't trust anybody to tell you what's best for you. No, your family members, your friends, your teachers, your boss, nobody else. That is.
I think I disagree. I mean, not only you know for sure what's right, but you can accept advice from other people, and oftentimes they do have good advice.
You can have friends. You can have opposing ideas from other people and listen to that. But at the end of the day, you are responsible for you. Go ahead, Root.
Exactly. And once you sort of subscribe to the idea that, oh yeah, everybody else is smarter than me, so they can figure this out, you actually give your power away. You're actually assuming that you can't figure this stuff out for yourself. We're not saying you have to go and buy all this equipment and do every experiment, but you should verify whether these experiments fall under the category of science or pseudoscience, and you need to be strict. There needs to be a scientific method adhered to. Otherwise, you're dealing in the theoretical realm. So when you get into a debate or you're trying to figure out the truth in a situation, then really, if you can't find any actual real science backing this theory, then you put a pin in it and you say, maybe, possibly, but this can't be considered truth. This can't be considered science. And I think you need to be very careful taking that step by saying, oh, this is settled science, when it doesn't have an experiment.
Right back at you, buddy. 100%. I'm with you.
So when it comes to the globe, we have there are three areas where you need scientific proof. You need proof of drop over distance. You also need proof of the Coriolis or movement of the Earth. Okay, and finally, you need to be able to prove that space can exist next to an open system. If you can find science that backs any of them three, then you
last one I can do.
then you can start saying, right, okay, I have something tangible here, so I can go and verify it. This doesn't mean that you have to go and do every experiment yourself, but it means you need to go and find enough evidence to build what you can consider is proof. So without that evidence, you can't say you have proof. That's our argument.
Yeah, I can do the third one for sure.
No, theoretically, I can tell you why you can't, because you can't do an experiment proving where gravity, because your claim, I don't know if you realize it, your claim is that gravity is the container. Yeah, your claim is that gravity is a physical barrier. So
my claim would be that
shows this.
Listen,
that
without telling me my own claim, my claim would be that any object, regardless of if it's gas, liquid, solid, is affected by the same acceleration that we can measure on any object that we drop. That would be my claim.
No, that would be against gas law.
It wouldn't necessarily, no.
Well, it would, because gas, when released at the surface of the Earth, travels in all vectors.
This is true. Yeah.
Reason. Yeah. So
but the gas is, listen, gas is not an individual object. Gas is comprised of trillions of objects.
For example, I'm addressing your own example.
Gas has mass, and if mass attracts mass, then gas should be going down. Why does gas go up?
Gas. So again, when you say gas, you're talking about like a cloud of gas. But the difference between a cloud of gas and like a bucket of water or
Where is oxygen made?
Where is oxygen made? In the sun?
On the Earth, on the surface, yeah? So
where is elemental oxygen created from? Is that your question?
Where is it on the Earth?
Gases are made at the surface, yeah?
Where are we getting this oxygen from? It's made at the surface of the Earth, yeah?
No, it's not made. It's been there for billions of years.
Oh, yeah, whatever. We've got trees doing their thing, whatever. Okay, we're picking at straws here.
Yeah. Well, I'm answering your question. I don't know where you're going through it, so I'm answering as honestly as possible.
Is it the surface of the Earth?
There is oxygen present in the air at the surface, for sure. Is that your question? Sorry?
It's produced.
It's produced at the surface. Yes. Sorry, wrong word. Produced. Thanks, T-Dub. It's produced at the surface of the Earth, yeah?
Oh, is it like an O2 gas molecule? Where's that produced from?
Yes.
Yeah, trees at the surface of the Earth, algae in the oceans, etc. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, cool. So now there's no downward bias there, where gravity's at its strongest at the Earth, and then all of a sudden this atmosphere...
Well, you're making a claim there. You're making a claim there that there's no downward bias. Downward bias is in like downward force vector. Is that what you're saying? Is that the same thing?
There is no downward. Yes, there is no downward bias. Gases and the atmo move in all different directions. There is no downward bias.
But there is though.
They run into each other or the walls of their container.
Yeah, but listen, if you separated an individual gas particle in a vacuum, and you could track that individual gas particle.
Are we talking about here individual gas particles in a vacuum, or are we talking about where oxygen is generated at the surface of the Earth? And there is no downward bias vector of what we're observing, and that's part of gas law.
Listen, scientific method means we need to isolate as many variables as possible. When you're talking about oxygen released from a tree in the middle of the atmosphere and wind and stuff, that's too many variables. You can't really do a test on that, right? So in order to do a proper test on how gas particles...
has a downward bias due to gravity.
That is correct, yes.
Well, you're completely incorrect, and you're going against gas laws, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, I'm not.
If I fart, does it fall?
It does, because the sulfur dioxide gases that you produce in your fart are heavier than nitrogen and oxygen and stuff, so it kind of sinks to the ground, I think.
You think? Okay.
No.
That's my understanding. I could be wrong there, but I'm pretty sure.
Because when someone farts in my house, it just seems to waft and linger around in the air.
That is also true. Yeah, you're right. Obviously, the gas in a room is completely diffusing. You're true, but like say, like for example, the towns that like get fucking gassed from carbon dioxide expulsions from like geysers and shit. that like, or volcanoes or whatever, and like the gas kind of rolls over the town and suffocates them. That's an example of like gravity affecting different densities of gases when there's enough gas. No, of course it will eventually disperse, but for the time that it is there, it will be at the bottom of the.
Why would it disperse? Are you saying that gravity is fickle and actually has no effect on gas?
No. I'm just saying that over time, entropy tends to lead to things not being ordered. That is obviously going to stop being one big cloud and eventually ping off and disperse amongst everything.
Oh, so gravity is very selective, right?
No, gravity is just very weak. It is a weak force, and well, if you want to call it a force, but the effect of gravity is very subtle. And when you're talking about individual gas molecules, they're barely affected by gravity if we're considering it having a very low mass. That's my understanding of it, at least.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, to be honest.
Oh, I do. So
when you release something into our Atmo, okay, let's just say it's a car tire, a gas cylinder, like a propane cylinder. I don't know where you live, but gas or propane.
Where do you think I live, mate?
I think you live in Melbourne or Sydney.
Perth, mate. But yeah, sorry. Go on.
Which one is it, Melbourne or Sydney?
It's Perth, you dog.
Perth?
Fucking WA, mate. Up the dockers.
Yeah, you fucking dog. Sorry.
Yeah.
Jeez,
Anyway.
I got that one wrong.
Well, happens. There's only like 4 or 5 of us in Perth anyway, I think.
You just sounded a bit Melbourne-y there. You might have been Tim.
Yeah. No, if I put on my like deep Aussie accent, God knows where the fuck it's from, but my natural speaking voice isn't that deeply
so anyway,
regional. Anyway,
these gases into the Atmo,
Mm-hmm.
Then they will travel in all different directions, like you just said. With someone's fart, it's going to disperse out, and some may eventually settle. Okay, but the fact is that there is no downward bias. Okay, and what the claim is that these gases travel in all these different vectors, and they're traveling higher and higher and higher away from the Earth, where gravity is becoming weaker, and then somehow gravity then contains these gases and creates a downward bias. So again, nothing to do with science.
Not what I'm claiming, but similar, I guess. If I can articulate, yeah. How would you know what I'm claiming if I haven't even made the attempt to claim it yet? My claim. Listen.
Hang on, you're claiming a globe, and that is what the globe claims.
And therefore, you know exactly what I'm going to say. You've thought of it all in advance.
Well, then you don't actually agree with the.
It's hubris, my friend. No, the point is you just don't quite get it. If I could, let me just lay out the claim first, just so I can be completely clear. What I think is that when you consider gas as a full thing within a system of other gases, of course it's going to disperse. It's going to be very hard to track, and gravity isn't going to affect individual things. But when you're talking about individual gas molecules and their individual velocities and paths and things like that, in a vacuum, they are going to be affected by gravity. Obviously, it's very difficult to observe that very subtle change because of the very small mass, and of course, they're going to bounce into a trillion other gas particles in the atmosphere. But the point is that effect averaged over the entire circumference of the Earth and the distance of the atmosphere, which is hundreds of kilometers up, right? Well, okay, not gravity, but whatever force or thing that makes the pen I drop fall. There's no reason it wouldn't affect gas, but it would affect a pen when I could like vaporize a pen and make it gas, right?
We can't measure it, but we
can observe it. I can watch my pen fall. I can watch. If I had a tube that extended all the way up into the atmosphere, there was a vacuum tube, and I put a single
I gotta go, man.
bit of gas. I see you, bro.
See you, T-Dub. Thanks, man.
If I put if I put a gas particle in a tube that extended up into the atmosphere, you would notice that even if it was going straight up and shot up with X amount of velocity, it will decrease as it is affected by this acceleration that affects all objects. And that's true. It can be observed. Obviously, you've got to trust your instruments and the things that can detect these particles at such a small scale, because our eyes can't. If you can't, then obviously you're not going to be able to do that test. Fair enough. But if you average that effect over an entire like system of gas, which is fucking billions of cubic meters and all this kind of stuff, it does become, when you treat it like a large, massive object, like all that gas, yes, individually the masses are very small, but when you count all the gas up in the entire atmosphere, it's going to weigh billions of tons. That, as a whole object, if you want to treat it like that, is absolutely affected by gravity because of the large mass of it, and it gets sucked in. You won't trust me on...
Then why aren't clouds pulled down? Because clouds
clouds are very small. Clouds are very, very small in comparison to the entire atmosphere.
Can you just check for me what the weight of a cloud would be that's full of ice?
Sure.
And water?
You're talking about tons of oxygen.
Clouds are fucking heavy as shit. Yeah.
So they're not affected by gravity, but you're saying that masses affected by gravity, and that these big masses in the sky would definitely be affected by gravity, but now we have clouds that aren't.
Well, they're absolutely being affected by gravity, but gravity, again, is very, very subtle. An individual cloud, while it is very, very heavy, like I've got here 1.1 million pounds, I don't know what that is in kilos, but if you compare that to the rest of the atmosphere, or say the rest of the air surrounding it, it's also going to be very, very heavy. And the density, of course, will line up with the fact that the density of a cloud is going to be less than the density of whatever air it's sitting on top of, because that's how it works, right? Obviously, the water that's evaporating off of the surface of the ocean is going to make the air below the clouds very, very dense, and thus the clouds are going to kind of hit this invisible, quote-unquote, wall of more dense air. But point being, when you take the entire atmosphere into consideration, which has billions of clouds, billions and billions of kilograms, etc., it's all going to be vectorized downwards towards the closest center of mass, which is the Earth. And in the same way, I know you won't trust this one, but Jupiter, Neptune, Saturn, etc., we know through spectrometry and samples and stuff like this, if you don't trust the probes, obviously the samples don't matter, but that there is gas in them. They're comprised of certain gases. Those planets are mostly gas, as opposed to our mostly rock planets and Mars and Venus, but they still stay together. They're still circular. Our sun, we know, is definitely fusion of atoms that is creating energy, heat, light that is coming out of us and solar waves and blah, 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 blah. That is all a big ball of gas. That's definitely a sphere that's staying there. And that's much, 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 much bigger. So, and that has like what, 98% of the mass of the entire solar system.
How do you know any of those? How do you know any, like...
I gotta say, this is just scallop, man. This is just.
What can I say? I'm heavily indoctrinated. Sue me.
Are you?
I've been indoctrinating myself since fucking.
I'm
I
trying
could
to give you
read.
the benefit of the doubt and listen to you. This is so. You're
struggling.
lost on it.
I gotta ask you.
You're so lost. So, ask questions, man, because I can explain it for you if you want.
No,
you don't have to believe it.
I'm saying you're lost in it. How do you know any of this shit about? I have to mute.
Can I get two questions?
Can you have a look for me?
He admitted.
What you fear? Can you check if that is considered as a perfect?
Oh, you call it? Oh, I was wondering why you're calling it Atmo, because it has sphere in it. Okay, fair enough. That's funny.
Atmosphere is an oxymoron because
yes, flat Earth, of course.
No, Atmo means air, and sphere means sphere. So we don't actually have sphere-shaped air on the Earth. So we'll say Atmo.
Well, yeah, your claim is that we don't. My claim is that
it's not cultish. It's just logic again, Deck.
Yeah, you can. It's an empty statement because you can say that about anything. Like I understand you believe it, but I could say the same thing. I could mean it. You know. Sorry, AJ. Keep going.
Just have a look for us. Is our atmosphere, Atmo, considered a perfect gas?
I don't think anything is really considered a perfect gas, but
just have a look under our gas laws. Let's look at gas laws for a minute here, and let's have a look.
I assume it gets pretty close, hey, because it's very large.
Oh, we're not assuming. Let's just look it up really quick, like you've done.
The atmosphere is mostly natural oxygen, both of whose behaviors are very close to ideal, at the temperatures and pressures found in the atmosphere.
Ideal or perfect gas. Our Atmo is considered an ideal gas.
So a perfect gas is one in which intermolecular forces are not considered. Okay.
So how's gravity affecting this?
Gravity is not an intermolecular force. There's no gravity acting between the molecules of air. So one nitrogen sitting next to another hydrogen, the amount of gravity affecting those is basically negligible, so you can consider it a perfect gas.
So let's go and have a look at the of this ideal gas and state what the properties or what it does.
Background shit talking.
I mean, again, all these examples, I mean, Donato's picture here, 100% right. If you're talking about a cube that's what looks to be like 2 meters by 2 meters, or fucking, if there's that many gas particles, it's like a blank length. Not quite, but...
You realize the antecedent to pressure is containment.
Yeah, sure. And you understand that a containment is a wall that exhibits a force when a gas comes into contact with it, right?
So therefore not gravity, the bending and warping of space-time.
Bending and warping of space-time, while not technically considered a force, I think there's debate on it. I don't know exactly, but there's no debate. There's no debate that gravity definitely affects objects and creates an acceleration that we can measure. Would you disagree?
Where do we see
or at least that
gas?
Dude, you have a great imagination.
Yes.
Seriously.
Sorry.
You're a nice
The
dude,
question
but
is
you've got a
where
good
do you-
imagination.
I do have a great imagination. Thank you for that. I'm going to play some Dungeons and Dragons actually next week, and I'm looking very forward to it.
Quoting Michio Kaku, we lied to you. Gravity doesn't suck you down to the earth. Space pushes you down.
What pushes you down, sorry? Space.
Space.
Yeah, but it still exhibits a force on you.
Yeah.
Space, absence of anything.
But like, how? I don't understand how you can possibly listen. How can you quote Michio Kaku? How can you quote this guy who is definitely not a flat earther? He believes the Earth is a sphere. How can you quote anything he says if he's like a fucking globetard or whatever?
And
like, isn't he the malicious scientific people that don't know what they're doing?
Listen,
No, he says a hostile witness. He says this, and he's one of the preachers.
We don't go around calling people globetards.
No,
Listen,
okay.
we're not,
I'm sorry.
We don't
I'm
go
sorry.
around calling people
you're right.
globetards. This isn't just a petty little game that we play. We're literally only interested in science. We're literally only interested in observable reality. This is not a cult, and this is not a game.
Yeah, I didn't say it was.
We want you to be accurate, and we really want you to focus on the curvature argument and the motion argument, because these are the only two things that you can test.
I want you to be logical as well. So I don't understand why half the time you're telling me don't trust anyone. Science is a lie. They're all lying. They don't even use science to do their thing. And then in the next moment, you link to me a very prominent professional physicist that's backing you up. Like,
You know what hostile witness is? So
I think so. I'm not big on legal. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's somebody on, let's say, the heliocentric side. One of the preachers, a scientist, he says this. How silly it is. It's called using it as a hostile witness. Now, we can use different people like Michio Kaku. He preach, for example, from this side in arguments. Then we can use them again as hostile witnesses. Because not everything's agreed upon within the heliocentric model, for example, right?
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense?
Sure.
Cool.
I get it, but at the same time, why is it that I can quote, like you're trusting this physicist that what he's saying there about gravity and how it's not actually gravity, it's the force of space or whatever. Why does that have any weight at all? Or you're using it just to deconstruct my argument.
Lots of different. There's at least 2 different types of gravity, and there's lots of different scientists who prefer 1 or 2 different types of gravity. And those 2 types of gravity, they've got different opinions on as well. So
this is true, but it's also true that the basic equations, they're all going to agree on Kepler's law, say, of like radius and mass and stuff that affects the actual path that planetary bodies and stuff like take. That's very basic gravity. They're all going to agree on that because that's basically settled science. We can look at things in space. Well, obviously you're not going to consider it settled science, but in the wider scientific community, they can observe this stuff and they go, yeah, I mean, we're all looking at it with different telescopes, taking the same measurements and seeing it does the same thing. So we agree on that. But then when you get to the actual core, like why behind it, is it Einsteinian? Is it fucking all this other kind of stuff? Fair enough. There's going to be disagreements because that's on the fringes of physics. But when we go to the stuff that's actually like well established that we use every day to satellites, internet, blah, 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 all this kind of shit, that stuff is pretty fucking solid. Very solid. The point is all this pseudoscience is not science, but it's been lumped in with genuine science. Yeah, sure. I'm sure there's a lot of stuff we got wrong. And the kind of the whole point of science is to be able to explore the stuff that we think could be wrong, that could be pseudoscience, and use better scientific inquiry and better scientific tools as technology progresses to see if we were right or if we were wrong. And if we're wrong, you just put a paper out, people peer review it and go, oh, this is good science. They're using good techniques, and it actually completely deconstructs what we thought of before. We'll put it in fucking Nature magazine or whatever the fuck. And that's happened hundreds of times. And I'm sure many times it's been put there because some fucking BP oil energy company has said this, that, and the other, and it looks good, and people go, whoa, you know, this, that, and the other. But that's going to happen either way. Again, you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. A lot of it is genuine scientists that actually want to improve their field and understanding, and they've made a genuine improvement.
So many fallacies.
Truly baffled by your lack of humanity when dealing with subjects that you clearly have no prior knowledge of. According to you, sure, but I think I'd... Like, if I'm gonna be in this cult and belief in religious system, I might as well know it, right? Why the fuck are you here? Honestly, you're trying to learn? Are you trolling? I'm not trolling. I'm genuinely just here to talk and have a conversation and understand your point of view, and you understand more my point of view.
I don't think you've been trying to understand our point of view the whole time, man.
Well, that's your problem. I absolutely am, and you can believe me or not, but I'm definitely trying to understand you. And listen, the stuff you were saying before about how if I were to try and accept what you're telling me, then I would have to rewrite everything I think about the world, etc. I 100% get. And it is a very scary thing to think about, okay, well, if that's not true, then that's not true, then that's not true, then that's not true, blah, 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 blah. And I think it leads to a lot of people having kind of mental breakdowns to some degree within this community. I'm sure you've seen it a lot, that some people go pretty off the fucking walls with this kind of stuff. I'm not saying that's you by any means. A lot of the people here are very, very rational and down to earth, 100%. But I think you would be kidding yourself if you think all of your community is exactly to the same level that you guys are intellectually and rationally and understand all the arguments.
Right back at you.
Right back at yeah.
I think it's the same for the science community.
Amen. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not.
What are you saying, Falv? Sorry.
I was just saying it's probably the same for like y'all just agreed with. I don't need to repeat myself.
It is. Yeah, it is the same in every single thing. There's going to be people that actually know what they're talking about. There's going to be people that just agree and nod their head to the guy in the room that's speaking the loudest and then repeat parroting talking points. Yeah, 100%, without actually understanding the underlying stuff behind it. I pride myself on trying to understand as best as possible the underlying mechanics behind it.
Are you, though?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I am. And you need to believe what I'm telling you that. I truly am trying my very, very best. Whether that's not good enough for you is your problem. I am trying.
So earlier when we was talking about gravity and how do you scientifically, or how do you apply gravity to a scientific experiment and all this stuff, and you was bringing up your objects, right? Why is it that you was hearing relative density or a specific gravity, and why were they using that instead?
I'm sorry, I don't follow the question.
Why did I
Okay,
bring up
no,
density
hold
and
on.
buoyancy, basically?
You're trying to prove that there is a force, not a force, pulling an object to the ground, pushing an object to the ground, okay? And they're just saying it's specific gravity or relative density. Why? What's the fundamental reason why during that conversation?
Why are they trying to say it's buoyancy?
No.
Is that what you're asking me?
Yes. Why? Why would
Because
they?
that's what they believe to be true.
Okay. Whenever they were going on and talking about how in the scientific method you have to be able to manipulate your cause. Okay. The reason they're not saying that there's a force, not a force, pulling or pushing an object to the ground is because they can't manipulate it. They can manipulate the medium and all the other variables around the object. They cannot manipulate the gravity itself.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
That's why that's a.
But the reason we went sure, but the reason we went through all that was to establish where we agreed upon things, and we agreed upon that scientific experiment of dropping the balls and shit. And so the point of that was to kind of understand where our ideas diverge and where we stop understanding each other.
Do you understand Kiko's disposition? Why he said to you,
disposition?
Why do you think we are bringing up density and buoyancy as a repeatable, measurable phenomenon? Because we can manipulate the mediums around us. We can use water, we can use air, we can use any medium we choose to, because the medium is what we're manipulating.
So let's
Two objects. But why is it that like oil floats instead of sinking?
Okay.
And
I'm going to have, and I'm going to change the medium only. I drop a 1 pound of iron and I drop 1 pound of wood in air. They both fall. I drop the same 1 pound iron and wood into water. Iron sinks, wood floats. I drop the wood and iron into liquid mercury. They both float. Why? Because the medium.
Right.
Yeah. But you understand though that that's still
simple,
applying.
Bro. It's that
simple. Yeah, it is that simple. But you haven't asked why.
Hold on, wait. That's the point, bro. It's that simple. Do you understand? Like.
Okay. Yeah. So what you're saying is that
that's where the line comes in of gravity. It's just you don't need it.
So what you're saying is because there's like this whole atmosphere around us. When you drop a piece of wood, it's only falling because of the relative density between the air and the wood, or the air and the iron.
Just take a step back, simplify it, bro.
I'm asking a question because that's where I'm stuck.
I know. We all know.
And you refuse to answer it.
I'm trying to hear Kiko. He's breaking up. Go ahead, Kiko.
You're trying to establish that there's a downward bias. Let's change it up. I put my two objects in the bottom of a container. Right? Now I fill it up with air. Nothing happens. I fill it up with water. The wood floats. I fill it up with liquid mercury. They both begin to float.
Yeah, but I've got a question for you. A different one that. I've got one that's gonna stick it to you real bad here. So we established, yeah, big time. So we established, right, that when we drop both iron and titanium in a vacuum or even in air, they both fall at the same rate, correct? Correct?
Sure, I agree.
In a vacuum?
But then I'll have to follow.
They fall at the same rate.
Kiko, you're
If they're the same, so if they're the same volume, right, the exact same shape, then the air resistance isn't going to affect it like differently between them. So if we make sure it's in air, the object is the same size, and we just change the density of that.
Stream then restarts at 24 hours.
What is your profession?
I brought more.